rise and flatten us out. Go ahead, call them up, see what that's about. We can go around in circles trying to find us out. But if you're looking for the truth, got to find it out. NASA can't go to space, so we hit the roof. Get it, hit the roof. And it all came to light with 200 proofs. Now I'm just really sick of people lying to me. So when I tell the truth, don't come crying to me. Pick up the phone, get on the line with me. Line with me. Who you gonna call? Who you gonna call?
Welcome everybody to Globebusters, Flat Earth, a closer look at perspective and angular resolution. I am your host, Bob, Xanadude60, and we are back with another great show. Yes, that's right, Jeran, another great show today. And welcome everybody to Globebusters, Light, Reflections, and Polarity. I am your host, Bob, Xanadude60, and welcome everybody to Globebusters. And welcome everybody to Globebusters, Flat Earth, Debunking NASA CGI. And welcome everybody to Globebusters, Flat Earth, Debunking the Dimwit Debunkers, sponsored by Billion.org. I am your host, Bob, Xanadude60, and we have another great show for you today. And welcome everybody to Globebusters. And welcome everybody to Globebusters, Flat Earth, Testing the Globe. I am your host, Bob, Xanadude60, and we are back with another great show for you today. Yeah, I can't help myself. Love that. Absolutely love that intro from Jennifer Spengler. Thank you so much for that, Jen. I don't think I'm going to get tired of it for a while. It's just really...
Does she nail it, eh?
She nails it. She just so nails it. And I love it. I love it when she gets the little part where she goes, diddly 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 doo, I can't help myself. It's just epic. All right.
Really tuned in this film, maybe.
Yeah, buddy. So, all right. So, welcome everybody to Globebusters, Space, the Impossible Frontier. I am your host, Bob, Xanadude60, and we're back with another great show for you today. And welcome everybody to Globebusters, the Impossible Mainstream Gravitational Model. I am your host, Bob, Xanadude60, and we are back with another great show for you today. With another great show. Yes, that's right, Jeran. Another great show today. And hope you're going to like it. Today we're going to take a little bit closer look at angular resolution issues and perspective and atmospheric things and all the things that everybody's been talking about that makes this a very hot topic. So before we get to that, let me go ahead and introduce my posse here. First up, we have Jeran from Jeranism. How you doing today, Jeran?
Bob, I've been better. Let's just say that. I've been better, but thank you for the introduction. What would be Globebusters without a Bob, nice Bob intro? So welcome everybody to the show. I am hosting it. It is me, Jeran from Jeranism, and we are here to pay our respects, say our goodbyes to a good friend, somebody who has been just amazing in the community. He's a teacher, he's a friend, he's a father, he's a husband, son, brother, you name it. He's all those things. So let me bring everybody on for you, and we can say hello to the people that are already here. Hello to everybody in the chats. Oops, I see that this isn't on the screen yet. There we go. So let's see who we got. First up, I see we got Steve Falconer in the corner there. Steve, how are you? Oh, I don't know if is everybody unmuted? Oh, you're muted, Steve, there. I'll fix the, there we go.
I'm already blubbering, man. I didn't take this news very well, man. So sorry. You're gonna have to go to someone else, man. I'm choked up.
Okay, I get you. Yeah, it's not easy for any of us. I don't know how we'll get through it, but I guess we will. We've also got.
But I'm honored. Thank you for having me on. And this isn't how I saw my next Globebusters appearance, but I'm honored to be here, and I'm very sad to be here under these conditions.
Well, Bob loved you, man. Let me just say that. He was always real excited when you were on the show, and he really respected you guys' work. I think he looked up to you. So for what that's worth.
I did too. Yeah, equally. I'm very sad. I'm very sad.
Yep. We've also got Austin Whitsits here. Austin, hello. I'm going to get you on camera here in a second. I thought I had it squared up right, but I don't.
How's it going?
Good as can be expected.
Yeah.
How about you?
Yeah, it's rough, but I think he would want us to all come together and reflect positives. So yeah, as good as can be. Good as can be, and glad everyone made it.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of people here. I don't know how. I haven't looked at the numbers yet. Hopefully everything is playing. It should be on both the Rockfin channels, mine and Globebusters, and it should be on both YouTube channels. I don't think I've checked the Globebusters YouTube channel, but if you're looking to chat, though, go over to the Jeranism. I didn't want to have to moderate two chats, so there's just the Jeranism chat open, not the Globebusters one. So we got Austin here. We've also got Brian Stavely in the house. What's up, Brian?
Hey, man. Thanks for having me on. Obviously unfortunate that we all come together, because of this, but I know that Bob is looking down quite happy to see us all here, and we had a good gathering for him yesterday as well. Maybe we can touch on that a little bit, but yeah, thanks for having me, man. Bob is one of the absolute pillars of the truth community, not just the flat earth community, just truth in general. So I always had a lot of respect for Bob.
Yeah, I can't wait to hear what happened yesterday. So that'd be good to go over. We've also got Rick Hummer here. Rick, how are you? I think you're on mute, Rick.
Muted.
We still got more people down there. Let's try. We'll come back to you. Robbie Davidson's in the house. Robbie, how are you?
Appreciate you inviting me. Got to know Bob and his family incredibly well. It was part of all 4 of my conferences that I put on. He's the only flat earther kind of main staple in the community that was over at my place here in Canada for dinner. So having Cami and their son Jeran and Bob, we really got to know each other over the years, and it is truly a sad day, and we've lost someone incredibly great. Words are hard to express exactly what Bob has brought to the community from early 2015 when he brought the show together with you, Jeran.
Yeah, no, he's been that staple, that kind of, I don't know how you look at it. I just recently lost, well, not recently, I guess at this point, a couple years ago, my mom. And it's just so weird to go through life without that kind of that staple that you're used to, that you kind of can always go to. And when you lose that, it's just like a whole new world. And I feel like this is one of those moments that's just hasn't quite settled in, because there's that one, that person you could always go to with a question, with a problem. If I just needed a vent, he was there. So to not have that anymore is not, is not something I'm used to. So we also had Karen B. I know Karen B was very close to Bob. Welcome, Karen. Thank you for being here.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Yeah, Bob and Cami are 2 of my most favorite people in the world. So, and they actually moved from Colorado to the Carolinas, and so I got to see them quite a bit the last couple of years. Bob was a teacher. I feel like Bob was my favorite teacher. We all learned a lot from Bob, so I'm very grateful to have been able to learn from Bob.
Yeah, and he taught in the right way. It wasn't ever like a I don't know. It was just a soft-spoken kind of explain it. Even if you don't get it the first couple times, he would explain it to me again. Just a patient teacher. I guess that's how I would describe it.
Actually, one of his good friends was at the meetup yesterday, and he mentioned that Bob never talked down to anybody.
No.
If anybody wanted to learn something, Bob was happy to teach you, and he never made you feel stupid for asking.
Nope, not once. So yeah, he's going to be missed, and you were very lucky to have him there close to you towards the end. We also got Mark Sargent. Mark, I know you started off close to Bob. You guys both were in Colorado at one time, right?
Yeah. When I made the clues, I was in Colorado, and I didn't know until later that he was in Denver. So I moved away, and it's like, oh wait, ODD and Bob were neighbors, and they were right there. So it's really cool. But yeah, we didn't meet officially until the Raleigh conference, and it was great. That was the first time I ever saw him was in the big conference room. It's like it was really fitting, because we got to meet before anybody showed up, and all the chairs were there, and so it's like, wow, this is what it's become already.
I wonder how many people met for the first time there, and that's when I met Bob for the first time.
I'm sure a lot of people did.
Yeah, it must have been at the North Carolina was a good time. It was
Mhm.
luckily Cami took it, or not Cami, Dee Dee took a picture. Was it Dee Dee? No, or maybe it was Carly Sunshine. Somebody took a picture of me and Bob meeting for the first time, which was awesome because it was a great moment. We'd been doing the show for like 2.5 years, and before we ever even met, so that was very cool.
Nice.
We've also got the Morgau's here, former Globebuster, but always in our hearts. Morgau, how are you?
Hey guys, hey everybody, good to see you. And yeah, what a loss though, man. Got to know Bob very well over the years. One of the few flat earthers that I did meet in person. Also at the conference in Denver. And yeah, we're just right down the road from each other. Got to meet with Cami and Karen and everybody yesterday at the little meetup at the park, which was very nice. But yeah, it's good to see everybody here. And of course, I just wished it was under better circumstances. But thanks for having me, and good to see you guys.
You as well. And we've got Kyle Adams also here. Kyle, how are you, my friend?
I'm already tearing up here. It's just, yeah,
Already.
the love for Bob is just so strong here. Just seeing everyone here, I love it. And yeah, he's just been such a big inspiration for us all, like in so many ways. And just, yeah.
Yeah, too many to count. Just from a personal perspective, you fail to realize how much some of the work we do touches people until somebody's gone. And then I've just been all week, messages after 36 telegrams and 25 Skypes, and it's just everybody reaching out and saying how much he meant to them and how much he changed their life. So that's really
he's
amazing
just
to hear.
really sincere about everything, and you feel it.
Absolutely. Okay, we've also got everybody got out of order. Nope, Cami's here. Cami, how are you? Hope you're doing well. What do you got behind you there? That is somebody painted that?
They did I am kind of, Bob always tried to get me on camera, and I don't like to. I'm doing this for Bob. I am a mess. Please forgive me and my Globebusters.
You're forgiven. We're not going to make any comments about the robe.
We have at the park and the children. Yesterday, we had a day at the park with children playing, people sign things. A lot of the childish signatures were the children. Oops, let's bring it up better to the camera.
Oh my God, that's awesome.
Wow.
There's another one too from conferences, and that they brought me memorials. All like these flowers. Everybody knew me and Bob so well. Like these things are all going to be planted here and turn into bushes of flowers and things growing. Nothing is dying. Like Bob said, it was the conservation of energy. Nothing is ever truly lost. It just transforms into a different state. Bob is so with this, and he's really proud for all of you guys that have changed your icon to Globebusters icon. He wanted everybody to be a Globebuster. Thank you. I can't tell you what that does to my heart. This is what he loved. You guys, he loved you more than life itself, and he wanted to change the world. He wanted to change the world for our children. He wanted to change the world for your children. He wanted the truth wherever it takes us. And being strong is carrying on is what we want to do. In other words, I don't want poor Cami, poor Bob. We're lost. We want to take everything he's learned, and we want to change the world because that's what Bob was about. Bob was bigger than life, and we want to honor that. And you guys that are doing it, everybody that's here, I'm overwhelmed. My message is for everybody that I haven't gotten back to. My notifications by Friday morning turned into the fastest scrolling Globebusters chat you ever saw. I picked and saw things between like family members and his childhood friends and the different groups, because Bob was living out loud and in life everywhere he was. Bob was a ballroom dancer and a square dancer and was in troupe. He had a whole troupe of people he danced with. Bob, our clients, like I was telling Jeran, our clients were doctors and lawyers. Both of our client bases where we were at all of the doctors and lawyers parties talking about the UFO conventions and we were everywhere Bob was at. Bob was engaged 100% and was all in. if it was parasailing, if it was in Hawaii, wherever Bob was, Bob lived out loud. And if we want to honor Bob, we honor it by living out loud and knowing what's important. He's still with us.
Yeah, I won't go into too much detail, but we've gotten a couple messages, and I know Austin would probably agree with me, and Chris Crum, a few other people, that he is still with us, and he's made himself available to us. So it's kind of an incredible thought, but he's here. So it's
he is
fantastic.
I truly believe this. If anybody had more faith, maybe not a religion, but if anybody had more faith in a creator than my husband, I don't know who that person was.
Excellent.
That's why he could transcend everything. He could. He was divergent. He could transcend. He didn't care.
I would not put it past him.
He didn't judge. He just.
Yep.
He was strong. But thank you. I'm going to listen. This is so beautiful, you guys. This is really what he would have loved. Now be happy and celebrate.
That's the plan. So no crying, guys. Come on, or else you're gonna make me do that, and I'm trying not to. We've also
these are happy tears.
Okay, good. We've got Zachary Zavala there. Zach, I know you'd become real close to Bob, obviously, these last couple of years. So nice to have you. Is he there? Can you hear us?
Hit your mute button, Zach.
No, I don't think he's muted. I don't know. Maybe he doesn't hear us. I don't know. No, now you're muted. Now you're
on. Delay.
There you go. How are you?
What's going on here? Hello?
Hello, we hear you now. Zach? All right.
Check.
Yeah, we hear you. How are you? I don't know if you can't hear me or
this is about right. What would happen?
Can you hear me or no, Zach?
Yeah, now I hear you.
Okay.
Welcome to Globebusters, everybody. Trying to get it right after 7 years.
Still struggling through Google Hangouts.
Oh man, yeah. I was blessed enough to really get to know Bob on a very personal level. And it's especially this last week has been amazing. Bob and Cami's friends from Denver, a couple of them came and have been staying with us. And Bob has always been a giving, love. I mean, from all the stories I hear, he's always been Bob, like the Bob we know. He had a wild side to him that most people, I mean, the stories, oh my goodness. We were up till 3 o'clock, 3:30 some nights in the garage, just cutting it up. Man, what a life. But no, I really did. I got a lot more of Bob than most people did. And it still hasn't hit me how lucky I am to have that experience. And how I wouldn't trade it for anything in the world. That time. But he was different. We're all passionate about truth, but Bob lived this stuff. Like, Bob was, you may not know it, but Bob was probably in a lot of your chats. If you were live, he wasn't always, but Bob lived 24/7. If he was awake and not doing something with the family, Bob was watching YouTube or researching Twitter. That's for the last 4.5 years that I lived with him. That was Bob. Constantly. Always bringing me something. Oh, did you see this guy? Did you see what this one? Just the tenacity for wanting knowledge and more truth and sharing it. I've never seen anybody compare to Bob, the way he lived. Me, I have to take breaks. I do. But I never saw Bob take a break when it came to this stuff. And I think that's, this is definitely lit a fire under my butt. But the last, I'd say, 6 months, a year since Bob started, declining a little bit more, and then he'd pop up a little bit, and then he'd go back down. And this has been hard in this household. And I know it's reflected on my contribution here to Globebusters. And I want to apologize to you guys for that. I never meant for that to happen. I'm so honored to have been invited to come hang out with my heroes. I mean, no joke. Jeran, Bob and Morgal, they were my heroes. As a grown man, not as a child, as a grown man, these men were my heroes. And I was so blessed to get the opportunity to come and share along with them and be a part of what they do. And I know I've been slacking lately, you guys. Jeran, Iru. I'm sorry, Kyle. But
you shouldn't have said
that's gonna
anything. We
stop
didn't
now.
notice. So now we noticed. Now it's on notice, but we didn't notice before.
Yeah, I
Didn't
just
notice you're liking.
But it's gonna change. This has lit a fire under my butt, and I want to start doing a presentation every weekend. I'm gonna, try to be like Bob.
Be like Bob. What people in the background might not be aware of, but if you see the side videos, whatever Bob was talking about, Zack was building and making demonstrations and showing the reality of it and touching the words with the visuals for the visual learners and the things. Bob was a very articulate person, and we knew that there were different learners out there until we tried to make out material in different ways to hit different people so they could feel the truth. Because if you feel the truth, nothing feels like it. Zack took Bob's material and opened it up to a whole different world of people that Bob knew that he couldn't touch without what Zack did. They worked hand in hand for 4.5 years. People won't know the closeness of the bond that's there because Zack is quiet and kind and not an attention seeker, but people won't know the depth of the experiences together and the things that they've done. Testing everything with the gases, with the if he was talking about it on the show, we weren't just talking about it. We were testing the reality of it. It's just we only wanted reality. If you can't scale it down and you can't, Bob wanted truth.
Yeah,
I'm down
and I think you're right. You keep telling me that he wanted us to change the world, and that's what his goal was. So we'll continue on with that idea. And then just so you guys know, I know that everybody's got maybe something else to do, or you might, if you need to want to speak quickly because you have something to do, just let me know. Otherwise, we're just kind of hanging out. So I'm just kind of going through and introducing people if you just got here. So where are we at? I think we're at Amanda's here as well, Amanda Volmer. Amanda, thanks for stopping by. How are you?
Hi, Jeran. Glad to be here. My last Globebusters visit was a long time ago now, but it all seems like a blur, really. It's weird. Time is so strange. Like I have this thing where I'll connect with people and you connect with them so strongly. And even if you don't talk with them, for a long period of time, it doesn't matter. People like that, like Bob was like that. Like I wasn't in his life constantly. I was like one of those little people that just touched in, how's it going? That sort of thing. And then he would ask me some questions about health and we'd have these conversations, but it didn't matter how long, like it didn't matter how far apart I was, or like I have people in my life like that. Like you cannot talk to them even for a year. It doesn't matter. Pick up the phone and it's like, no time, right? It had passed. So I had that feeling with Bob all the time. And I always felt like he was a father figure energy. Like he carried this divine father with him, So, and I know a lot of people in the Flat Earth Truth community looked up to him for that because he just, not only that was he physically big, but he just had that of him, like a bigness of him, a presence that felt safe and secure, and like you could bring anything to Bob. It didn't matter what it was, and you could talk about it. So there's a safety with him, So I'm glad to be here. sad this is, the Globebusters I have to to be involved in, but I'm also very blessed that I got to meet him and know him the little bit I did, and I just wish that I could have helped more with what was going on. That's all. That's my regret. So thank you for presenting this for everyone.
Yeah, I think we all have kind of the same regret. So but we're here, and he's going to live on forever. I mean, he's a hard person to ever forget, and I know that we've already vowed to continue with the show. So we'll have you back on, and this way you don't have to remember this as your last Globebusters appearance. We also got Dave Weiss here. Dave, how are you?
Hey, everybody. When someone lives their life and all of the people that they touch, and just teach something or influence in any way, the person lives on through that person, through their actions, through their way that they deal with life and talk and teach others. And, Cami and I were talking the other day. I said, how strange is it that Bob is everywhere? I can't turn YouTube on without hearing Bob.
Right.
And that didn't happen 10 years ago. Even today with most people, it doesn't happen, but Bob is on so many shows and talking so much. He's everywhere, and it's weird and it's awesome at the same time. It's a little freaky and a little awesome. And I had this crazy thought last night about what if you started the show with AI Bob talking to us from beyond, and then I heard you start the show, and I'm like, oh my God, he did it. And then I quickly realized
I actually tried it, but it didn't sound good.
Oh, you tried?
I tried. I actually tried it. Yeah, I did.
Really?
I was just going to have him introduce the show, but it didn't work. AI can't get close to Bob. It can get everybody else, but it couldn't get Bob. Isn't that funny?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I don't know really what that says, but
so his influence not only will keep affecting all of us all the time, and new people that have never heard of him that certainly will hear from him, but the people that they influence and their children. And there's no getting rid of Bob. His influence is here more than a majority of the population that is alive today. So
yeah. Let me ask you this, Dave, just a weird question that I had. Do you wish you had audio samples from your mom to make your mom speak whatever you want? I mean, it's just weird. I kind of thought.
I do.
Oh, you do? See,
I do.
I don't think I have anything with my mom. It's funny because I was thinking today, I got to find her speaking somewhere so I can get her.
Oh my God. I never even considered that. Now that you stuck that in my head.
Right. I mean, it's just then you can have your parents still talk to you, but then they're going to give you the advice you tell them to give you, which is not quite AI, is it?
That is kind of weird. That is kind of weird.
It's a little weird, but at the same time,
yeah,
it's a little weird, but I'll admit that. We've also got Iru, speaking of a little weird. Iru, welcome to the show.
Hello, guys. How you doing? I don't know where to start, but I was in Peru giving a flat earth conference when I read in real time when Cami was typing that Bob stopped breathing. And was hard to address because for me, Bob was not only as a teacher, but as a person, as a human being. It was amazing. He opens me the door with Robbie, and for that very day, my life changed forever. I know all of you guys via Bob, and not just that, but he introduced me to a new world, and my life get better from that day. And it's a little sad to be all together to say goodbye to Bob, or to wish a nice return to the source, like I like to say. Mm-hmm. But I gonna be always forever appreciate was for what Bob did in particular for me. So I'm very happy to be here in this live stream to remember Bob and his glory.
Absolutely. Well said. We've also got Conspiracy Music Guru, and one of the best images that I've seen so far going through all these images that I've had to look through this last week is an image of, I'm assuming it's the first time you guys met. Is that what that image is, Alex? You know what I'm talking about?
Is it the one where we're hugging?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the first time we
bring it
met. God, this is a weird stream for me because like being amongst you bunch of legends, which I consider my flat earth family, and hearing you all say such wonderful things about such a wonderful man, it's like so beautiful, but also simultaneously the worst Globebusters show I've ever heard in my life.
It is the worst one.
Right?
That's true.
It's just you know, to put it into perspective for you guys, my own father died about 4 months ago on my birthday, believe it or not, and I didn't shed a tear. But when I heard of Bob's passing, I can tell you I shed many. And just when you opened there and I saw Steve blubbering, it started me blubbering again. So yeah, this is a tough one. It's been a weird couple of weeks because I keep hearing Bob's voice, and I'm like, how is this possible? How is this possible? So it's he was like a father figure or a really good, encouraging uncle. You know, he was always such a fan of my work and would have me on Globebusters every single time I released a video, and was always so, you know, enthusiastic and encouraging, like a really good uncle. You know, that I've never had. You know, so yeah, it's a tough one, and thank you so much for the invitation today.
Yeah, you're welcome. He was such a big fan. He may have been your biggest fan until you asked him to sing on one of your songs, and then all of a sudden he became not the biggest fan and never even got his part of the song done, which is a good thing actually. I've heard Iru's part, and I've heard
it's probably best. It's probably
Austin's
best.
And Rodrigo's. It wasn't that good.
Bob could sing. He wouldn't do that in public. Bob could sing amazing. Made me mad he didn't do it in public. I'll get off, but he could sing really, really, really good.
Well, he
Not
should
me,
have.
but
Well,
he
it was more of
he
a
should
rap.
have.
It was a
He
rap.
should have. Oh, the rap, he couldn't rap. He called it crap.
Okay, that's fine. he stayed away from that.
Yeah, Bob really enjoyed when we would do karaoke in like when we used to hang out in the Discord server.
Karen's one of the few that have heard him sing. He could sing
Yeah,
good.
Bob had that was like his favorite thing to do.
And he was great at trivia. But, you definitely had that down.
He could do Jim Croce so well.
Oh yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Nail
heard
it.
we were singing Operator one night, and I just shut up and I was like, "Whoa, whoa, that's coming out of Bob." Yeah, I was blown away.
Sealed by Kiss by a Rose. And Sean Mullins' Lullaby. Sean Mullins' Lullaby. He did better than Sean Mullins. And when he sang along with Sean Mullins and did the two of them, it like took the song to a whole different level. His solo on Lullaby though by Sean Mullins was better than Sean Mullins was by far. It was good. He didn't. If he didn't do it good, I don't think he did it. He didn't. You know, Bob.
I never got to hear him sing at all.
That's Seamus and Jeran, because you would have liked that part of Bob.
Also, Alex, speaking to, Bob being your biggest fan, when you would do the new songs and then I would have the video to premiere at the event, Bob was always the one who wanted to announce your songs. He really was. Your number one.
Yeah, it's a beautiful thing. He was so supportive and encouraging, and it just
and a bit greedy.
A bit greedy. Yeah, I remember him saying that he was sort of hovering around my channel, waiting for my next video to pop up and that. And no, I reminisce about my time in Denver when we had lunch and we went to your house, Cami, and I was signing a bunch of CDs, and he showed me Globebusters Central. And then I said, "Oh, Bob, you wouldn't take me I want to buy a guitar while I'm here. You wouldn't take me to the guitar store?" And of course, Bob, yes, sure. And I patiently waited there while I went through from guitar to guitar to guitar. He was like, nothing was too much trouble for him, and so I've got very, very fond memories.
It wasn't too much trouble. It was one of the best days of our life. I mean, we had so much. That was a blast, Alex. We took over Guitar World or whatever we were at. That was like one of our most precious memories.
Oh yeah, mine too. Mine too. So I remember when you said on Facebook, you said, "Oh, we loved you," and I said the feeling's mutual. It really was. I really looked up to the guy, and he really taught me an awful lot. In the early days of Globebusters, I remember tuning in around sort of 2017 sort of time, and I just couldn't understand almost a word. I'm like, "Oh, this is too far for me. This is too up," because it was so technical. But I took maybe 10 or 15 minutes away with me. Like I understood 15 minutes of 3-hour show, and then I stuck with it and kept listening. And he kept teaching me more and teaching me more to the point where you get addicted. This is just amazing. He was such a lovely energy and so articulate and so and he just wanted peace and love in this community, which I resonate. I hate the drama as well, so I understand totally where he's coming from when he doesn't like the drama, and so I get that. I don't resonate with that at all. So we had a very similar sort of energy. So I resonated with him a lot, and I'm really gonna miss him.
Yeah, he all he cared about was the community. It's so amazing. It's sad that it took him to be gone for me to really realize that the arguments that I had with him, that I seemed like I was on equal footing, and then now I look at it, I'm like, no, I was being selfish. He was being community focused. So clearly, the things he didn't want me to do was because he didn't want me to hurt the community. And I would say, no, it's YouTube. I'm gonna do whatever I want on my channel, And just you realize how selfish you were. So he's going to definitely change me already. He's already has. So
yeah, you should have listened to Uncle Bob, Jeran.
I know. I don't know what I was doing. Learn my lesson. We've also got Jay Tolan here. Jay Tolan, how are you? Nice to see you. What are you? You're out in the field somewhere? You're on mute, Jay. You have to hit the unmute button. Do you see unmute? It should be somewhere on the screen there. We'll see if you can find
if
it.
You're on a phone.
Okay.
There we go.
Can
We got
you hear me now?
We got you now.
All right, perfect. Yeah, I came with the kids out to California. It's so pretty. I don't know if you can see the flowers. This is a desert, man, and I just stopped by Love's Plaza to fuel up. I'm on my way back to Vegas. Can you guys hear me?
Yep, we hear you good.
Oh, good. Yeah, you know what? This is a shocker for me. I did not know Bob passed away. The way you guys were talking, like I caught somebody talking, kind of like in the past, and I was like, what? Wait a second. What? No. What? No. So I didn't join from the beginning. When did he pass away? Is it recently?
The 6th, April 6th.
Oh, man. Jeez. Yeah. That's too bad. I'm super busy myself, I've had some medical procedures and everything. I'm just trying to hold on to life myself, I'm getting up there in age, not quite like Bob, but I'll say some honest, nice things about Bob. I mean, I kind of came forward after talking to Bob, and I realized that he was a fellow engineer, if I understood him correctly, working in, Colorado. And he kind of encouraged me to, not be afraid of speaking out about things, because I was working for the defense contractors, I had clearances and stuff. And it's like, oh, no, you're fine. I was going in for a reinvestigation. And I was like, I don't want to be out there in the public, geez, But, yeah, he was a great guy. And I chatted with him a few times just to Skype, never met him in person, and it's always sad when somebody like that passes away. But I echo some of the comments some of you made, that he was kind of like a father figure, right? He was much older than us, and he was up there at the Flat Earth meetings and stuff. And, prior to Bob, Jeran, I was just watching your videos, man. And I was like, this guy is great. I love him, And then I found out there's a whole community, and Bob was there. So yeah, I'm kind of in shock here. I feel sad for him, man. It's been this past few years have turned a lot of people's lives upside down. I ended up leaving California. I threw a fit. I was on Zoom with a bunch of people from the Space Command. I was working for Northrop Grumman and everything, and they started talking about vaccines and if you come on campus and you're not vaccinated, you gotta have a mask. And I just lost my cool, man. Started dropping the F-bomb, and I said, "It's nobody effing business if I'm vaccinated or not. You got it, And everybody was like in shock. It was like 30 people out there going, "What the heck? Who is this guy?" And then all the younger engineers wrote back, and they're like, "Dude, you're awesome, man." And then my supervisor called me. He was the director level guy. He's like, "Hey, what's going on, Jay?" And I was like, you know what? I don't like all this freaking vaccine talk. People need to take care of their health. make their decisions with their healthcare provider. What's all this, coercion, man? I'm not an anti-vaxxer per se, because my parents were doctors and everything, but I didn't like all the mandates and government and all this other stuff. And I'm sure you all have your own points of view. But anyway, where I was going with this was I left California because of that. They pissed me off, and I went to Vegas because it was open. And then I caught the Delta virus, man, in Vegas. Oh my God, for like 8 days I stiffened up. And I was like, oh, am I gonna die? Like, what the heck? And Shelly was telling me, Jay, take vitamin D and all this other stuff. And my parents were telling me, do this and that. And I didn't go to the hospital. I was like, I'm not going to the hospital. They're going to freaking stick a tube down my throat, And so anyway, after 8 days, man, just like that, boom, I woke up and I was 100%. No pain, no nothing. I was like, whoa, that was the weirdest thing I had since childhood, It was like pain. I couldn't move. I was stiff. I was taking painkillers like aspirin or whatever I was taking, drinking orange juice and sleeping and getting up and exercising because my lungs were filling up with fluid. And I would try to walk. And then after 8 days, boom, it just snapped and I was 100%. I was like, wow, I got over it. No way. So anyway, I don't know. I guess I'm still in shock. I'm just rambling. So anyway, good to see all these people here.
You too.
Talking nice things about Bob. Jeez, man.
What else we got?
Jay,
Let's see.
I'm going to talk a minute.
Go ahead.
I'm going to talk a minute.
Anytime
I
you
want to
want.
say, Jay, I've never talked to you, but I'm his wife, Cami. I can say that
hi, Cami.
I can say that we had a huge impact on our life because of the fact that even like when things were down and depressing and trolls and drama, we've watched all of your videos multiple times. The lilt in your voice, the energy, the happiness, and your technical brilliance. He liked your nerdiness. He liked your style, but you were an oasis that we would escape to for happiness. Perhaps the lilt in your voice. Anybody that wants to know what it's like and they want to see somebody brilliant speak and go into very exacting nerdy details that are precise engineering, what my husband loved, go see Jay Tolan's channel because that was a favorite hangout place for Bob. Quietly, it was our happiness, or a big piece
right?
Yeah, but if you
Cami, I appreciate it. I saw in one of the videos, I don't know what video it was, up in your living room, he was like watching one of my videos where I was flying around over Mojave Desert, and I was like, oh, I recognize that.
He used to tell me, Jay. He'd sit there and say, whenever you would say so, whenever you would go, amazing. Bob loved that, dude. He loved it. Oh, man, it was great.
Well, it's good to hear all of you guys. Unfortunately, I have to drop off because my battery on my phone here is depleting. But boy, keep going strong, guys. I'm hoping to get back on a solid footing. I got 2 kids and everything, and oh my God, my wife is trying to find a job, and I'm thinking of moving back to California. But I'm gonna start doing videos again soon, hopefully.
His values were always take care of your family first.
Hey, Jay, real quick. Jay, this is Rick Hummer. Is there anything that you could say for us real quick that Bob would have loved? Like, look how beautiful.
Look how beautiful the world is from up here. Yeah, he wanted me to come out to Colorado so we could do some tests. And I said, yeah, maybe I'll swing by there. I used to do a lot of flying. That's how I got into this whole thing. I was working at Edwards, and I was a contractor engineer supporting the electronic warfare group out there. And so those guys travel a lot. So they're like, hey, come with that. We're going to, Pax River. We're going to, Northrop Grumman. We're going to, L3 Harris. We're going here. So they would drag me along with them. I just started looking out the window, and I was like, man, I started doing experiments because I watched some YouTube videos, and I had an inclinometer. And then I said, there's too much haze. I got to see through haze. And I knew about some of the infrared pods that are some of the military aircraft and stuff. So I was like, man, how can I get my hands on some infrared, that's not ITAR controlled, because all this stuff is ITAR. I realized that just near infrared, your typical camcorder with with the night shot feature, you put a filter in front, and then all of a sudden you have a near infrared camera, and that just blew me away when I saw Mount San Jacinto. I was like, what? I can see that in infrared. This is great. And then when I took it on board the aircraft, man, I just got hooked. Like, it's unbelievable, just when I look through that eyepiece, and I'm like, it's a perspective you don't see every day, right? Very few people see, if ever,
Yeah, well, thank you for your work. It's amazing.
It's amazing.
Look, I remember when Jay first came on the scene with that's so amazing. Everyone's like, this guy's trolling us. He's trolling us. This isn't real. He's faking it. That was the huge argument. And then he came out with a couple more videos, and we're like, no, this is the real deal.
Just incredible.
Beautiful.
Hey, Jay,
Good to see you, Rick.
You too, brother. I got to say this about probably a year ago. We talked, Bob and I and Karen, and we were talking about doing the microwave experiment. Doing it from where Rob and I did the Lake Michigan experiment from that same inlet. But we wanted to shoot the microwave straight across Lake Michigan and hit the lawn of the Museum of Science and Industry.
Yeah. I remember
from the exact same points. But I also, I'd like to talk to you some other time, obviously, but doing the infrared from that same place where you can't see Chicago on a day with humidity, but with the infrared, you could see it clearly and show that it's actually a lot different in size, that the magnification happens with the water particulates.
Yeah.
So
Someday there's still so many more experiments to do.
Keep them going.
I bought a radar. I'm still working on the stars right now, looking at rotation and have some tricks, and working on some ray tracing programs so I can understand atmospheric refraction and this curved space-time effect due to gravity. I have some theories and stuff, but I just don't have time. I work like 12-hour days and come home and write bills, and kids jump on me. Daddy, you're home. And it's like, and then the wife is like, oh, this thing broke, that thing broke. We gotta fix it. It's like, oh my God, I don't have any time anymore. And then my computer is like, my iMac that I was doing all these videos on, it is barely crawling. I don't know what's going on with this Mac. So I started deleting videos and photos, and it's barely crawling. And it's like, everything is slowing down for me. But I'll get back into it eventually. Anyway, I have to drop off.
All right, thanks, Jay. Appreciate it.
See you, Jay, man.
All right, I know
Don't forget the children. They grow too fast. Bye-bye.
We have Billy Zig here. Billy, how are you?
Bye, Kevin.
You're on mute, Billy, I think.
Is that working now?
Yeah, it's working now. You sound great.
Oh, good. First of all, my condolences to you, Cami. We lost a friggin' giant, and especially you did, and your family, and to your son Jeran as well, and to your extended family. All right, toughen up, Billy. But yeah, just I'm just listening to some of the comments and discussions, and wow, look at these giants here as well, right? But isn't it about leaving a footprint, like Dave Weiss said? The thing, and you're listening. I'm getting up. I listen to YouTube or watch YouTube all the time, and just to hear Bob's voice everywhere you go. So Cami, you married a freaking legend. Excuse me, and just the time. I know the information he shared with us publicly, but I could just imagine the things, the knowledge he shared and his ideas and his postulations, if you like, without wanting to share them publicly. So, man, what a freaking giant of a guy. And I got to say, I got into Flat Earth late 2014. And I hated flat earthers. I hated the notion that there were people that thought the earth was flat. I'm Greek, so we thought the earth was flat. We thought we proved the spherical Earth, 2,000 years ago without any technology somehow. But it was and I'd watch nearly every anti-flat Earth video that was around back then, and then one day I thought, freaking, what am I doing? Who am I fighting? I don't even know. These people are beautiful that I'm watching. So I one day decided to go, no, drop my ego, and then let's see if I can prove it, the Earth, the heliocentric model on myself. And it was, I'll cut it short, but it was during a trip, and I think it was about March 2015. I was driving from Melbourne to Adelaide, picking up some fish from Sydney. Melbourne to Sydney, picking up some fish from Sydney, and listening to Globebusters. It's an 8-hour drive, so I listened when I left, chucked it on YouTube. I listened all the way there, listened to Bob and Jeran chatting, and I think I got about halfway point, and they started talking about compasses. How can a compass work if you're not holding it flat? And I thought, oh, hang on. And there was a compass on the dashboard. What your cars sometimes have them. And thought, that means I'm cutting through a sphere. Where is north? And at that moment, I just went, because I've heard David Weiss mention it a few times. He resisted. He hated the notion that people were coming to him talking about flat. And that's how it started with me. It was by a single friend. But it was that moment in the middle of Australia, like on my own, I went, wow, the Earth is freaking flat. And I thank Bob for that forever, and Jeran too, and all of you guys, in fact. But it was that particular show, and I can pinpoint that moment where I went, yeah, this is the reality of where we live. It's not, some two crazy guys on a show called Globebusters just, ranting, and because there's so much knowledge, and we've all learned so much from each other. But especially from Bob, from Jeran, and all of you, all of you guys, I'm just blown away that, this is a pretty cool feeling to be amongst you guys, to be honest. Yeah. So thank you, Jeran, for inviting me, and, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thanks. And next to you, we've got Nora, Known Flower. How are you? Unmute, and you should be good.
Can you hear me?
Hear you great. Thank you.
Okay. Hi, Cami, hugs and kisses. I feel so bad for you. I feel so sad. Cami was very supportive of me when my sister passed a few years ago. So I'm getting over my nerves of being on camera. Everyone probably has noticed I never go on camera because I'm a very nervous person. But I just want to be here for you, Cami.
Well, thank you. For
I can't hear you. But could I would like to maybe share.
Thank you.
A few. Oh, yeah. Now I can hear you. Yeah. So I want to just maybe share a bit of my experience of Bob, I guess, that people wouldn't know because it's kind of under the scenes.
Let me just say hi to. We'll come right back to you. Let me just say hi to Ross, and then everybody's been introduced.
No problem.
Hey, Ross, how are you?
Yeah.
Did you hear me, Ross? He's not listening to the show. Ross. All right. I guess we go back to Nora. And anybody who's out there who's watching, if you are, I just had a message from a couple people that I just missed, overthought as far as them coming on and speaking. So if you're one of those people, just reach out to me either on Telegram. I've got Telegram open, or Skype, and I'll send you the Zoom link. And then if you are an audience person that wants to speak, we're going to do that a little bit later. We'll open up a StreamYard and then let people come on and just say something real quick. So just if you know that, if that's what you're waiting for, and then, or reach out to Karen or Brian or somebody, and they'll get you the link. Just wanted to say that. So go ahead, Nora, if you want to.
Yeah. So I met Bob because Robbie allowed me to come to the first international convention. He gave me and my boyfriend tickets because my boyfriend had done a video for promotion. I ended up running the desk when everybody comes into the convention. I met Dave Weiss first, and then I gradually met all of Bob, Cami, Karen, everybody. And so that's how I got to know them. And so then Robbie invited me to mind the desk at the next one, which was in Colorado. And I think that Bob and Cami picked me and someone else up at the station. I think that, yeah, it's kind of like, it's 5 years ago, so it's really hard to kind of like get all the details. But so I was working the desk and I was doing some things.
Telegram, I've got Telegram open or Skype, and I'll send you the Zoom link.
Ross, you need to mute your YouTube, Ross.
I just muted him.
So should I continue?
Yep, go ahead.
Yeah. Anyway, so I was working the desk as usual, and I'm just a person who's kind of I'm late with everything, like, and so it ended up that Bob was late as well, and so he was toting me back and forth back to Cami's and Bob's house, back and forth to the convention center, and so I got to know Bob, and he's an amazing mind. He is a great mind and a great man. He's like a super, like my ideal of scientist and truther. And so I'm not sure if the gravity issue had already come up at that point. I remember that I was in the midst of this terrible gravity split in the community that I just got in the middle of it because Anthony Riley, I love you, Anthony Riley, but Anthony Riley was at me, and I was back and forth with Anthony Riley about this density and buoyancy thing, and does gravity exist and does it not, and what is it? What is the downward pull to Earth? And in this whole thing, it became kind of heated, very heated. But Bob was like a very important ally for me. He gave me confidence that my arguments with what we see as our side of it, that density is not important. As usual, yeah, and, so I'm just a person who's
Can anybody hear me?
I'm late with everything.
Yeah.
Like,
Yes, we hear you now, Ross.
It ended up that Bob
I've got
was late
like
as well.
three
so
or four conversations going on at the same moment.
You gotta close everything except for the
I hear an
Zoom.
echo.
Yeah, I'm just gonna mute him up. Ross, close everything but
okay.
the Zoom window.
I'll finish quick.
Yeah.
I'll finish quick. I'll try to finish quick. Anyway, so Bob was this ally, and me and Mark Doxey from Nathan Oakley's channel and Bob did a show once, and we didn't really do the audio very well, but it was very informative. And I felt with Bob that when we had a conversation, I was getting somewhere. I was going forward. I was learning something in that conversation. I was getting to a further truth. Like, it was very practical. And even Bob would always take it one step further. He'd be more brave, and he'd braver. He'd take it even further than I would. I would be always happy to say, oh, well, Zack, we've come to the point where we don't know what this thing is. We don't know what gravity is, what is pulling things to the Earth. I'd be happy to be agnostic, but Bob would go further, and he would explore every little minute detail of the argument. I remember we were in his car on the way to the convention center or coming back, and we got in this really, really deep philosophical conversation about the philosophy of science and how we know what we know about the flat Earth, about the energy, about what is pulling things to ground. And we just we got so far into the conversation that then we got to the point where I remember we both came to the point of the conversation. We were talking about mass and force being like mass times acceleration or whatever. So we thought, oh wait, but like Nathan Oakley's right. We don't even know what mass is. And so then we were really quiet for a while in the car, and then we were like, well, is mass even just like maybe mass is just energy? And then we got really into this thing where like mass itself and matter itself might just be an arrangement of energy. And so that's one of the things that stand out for me in my conversation with him. And then the nice thing is like he was like a very avuncular figure. He was like a Dumbledore. Was it Zack said he's like Dumbledore? He was like a gentle giant, and he had such a great sense of humor. And so everybody was going vegan during that time, and I was supposedly supposed to be vegan at the same time as everyone else, and I was making efforts towards it. But then me and Bob decided. We looked at each other and we said, "Aren't you hungry?" Because I don't know. We were thinking about like eating, and so we went for a sneaky burrito. In a burrito place before we got to the house or to the place we were going. It was in the middle of Denver, and I really enjoyed that sneaky burrito with Bob. I hope it didn't contribute to his cholesterol, but we had such a great time, and we were laughing. We were saying sorry to the cow and all that. It was very fun. And okay, so that's it. I think I'll end it there.
Okay, I'm going to join in one on these ones too because I keep on joining in. I was going to listen and not be on here, and yet I can't
We
not
have no
responding.
schedule. You can jump in whenever you want.
We can jump in whatever I want. With the Sleeping Warrior and the different feuds going on, the way that Bob saw it, the way that I saw it, we were all on the same team, but this is where I'll put it in the simple of terms. What was important, Sleeping Warrior is training to be a lawyer. I don't know if he is a lawyer now. A lawyer tries to win the argument. That's what's important, is to win the argument and take every fact in to win the argument. The gravity density was the easier argument. Bob was not looking for the easiest arguments or to win anything. Bob was trying to figure out what was going on, and he could not reconcile in his mind because he saw the buoyancy and the density, but you still need a vector and you need acceleration, and my husband was a nerd. He didn't ever want to be on the other side as these people. It was never meant to be a war or a feud or all he wanted was on the same thing, but he couldn't. Bob had a little bit of Asperger's or whatever technical nerdiness in him. He saw that they were trying to do good, and he didn't really want to take it down. I mean, it went spiraled out of control, but he did it. He wanted us all to be on the same side.
Yeah, and so did I. I really agreed with Bob. Bob has a mind a lot like mine, but it's like he's like a teacher, and he's able to articulate better, and he commands the room and all that.
Right.
But I didn't want that breakup of the community either, and so I went headlong into it, trying to, soothe either side and try to come to a middle ground. And that's how I ended up
it was all a waste of words over one little detail when we're all, that was like, that's the Asperger's or the little technical, the engineering.
Yes.
People getting caught on like one little detail instead of seeing the whole picture.
Yes. And I remember being drawn into it very much when I was in Venice, when the big fight between Bob and Nathan just sort of happened. I was in this room. I couldn't believe that they were really arguing, that they were really falling out. I couldn't handle that. I wanted everything to be peaceful. We'll all look for the truth together. We'll have a discussion. That's how I ended up in that conversation. Anyway.
Nathan and Bob were friends before, like on the following out, and we're trying to figure out how to be friends afterwards. Nathan could not have been more kind afterwards. I
know. I love Nathan. Nathan's a great guy.
Okay.
I was staying in the same hotel as Patricia Steer, and he came and he tried to film us in the window. Nathan is a very funny guy, and I don't think everybody understands Nathan. I think I do understand him. Anyway, I'll try to be quiet.
I think you do too. He does it like, yeah. It's not, he's putting on a mean show. He's not really, Nathan's a really decent guy underneath it all.
Yes, he's a lovely guy. Okay, I think that's all I wanted to talk about.
Move on.
Well, thank you for that.
If we got time, I wrote a little poem that I wanted to read, if I may.
Please do.
Okay, so I read this privately to Cami and a couple others yesterday at the memorial at the park, which was beautiful, but I wanted to share this with you guys. So real quick, on this beautiful day amongst friends, but you left us too soon. You taught us so much and stood up for the truth. Your family and friends left behind in this world will miss you and cherish the times that we shared. No matter how all the rest shall unfold, your wisdom will bless countless students untold. You brought us together in common endeavor to shred on the globe and on NASA with clever ways to describe how the world is flat and static. On Globebusters Live, keeping pace with emphatic love for the truth and love for your friends. When push came to shove, you stood strong till the end. Bright smile and straightforward, a soldier for truth. I know you found rest and amazement in the worlds far beyond. And although we will miss you, your spirit lives on. We miss you, old buddy. Your spirit lives on. So we miss you, Bob.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We got Shelley Lewis is joining us as well. Shelley, how are you? The great Shelley Lewis. You're on mute. You'll get it. It really does humbles people, when they can't find the mute button.
He kind of hides on the phone.
Shelly, the mute button.
She's flipping the phone.
Some people shouldn't.
There we go.
Oh, there you go.
Sorry. Thank you. Yeah, I just want to, I'll probably start crying because, Cami, I just love you and I'm really sorry, for your loss and everybody's. It's a major loss. And I think of Bob and just this big bear hug, and he's just always welcomed and supported me. And you too, Cami, you guys are lights in this world. And it's just, I'm just really sorry. My condolences to everybody. It's a tough one. And Bob will be very missed. I miss just his laugh, and he's very welcoming. You know, he always made you feel like you knew him forever, and I just appreciate that. And Cami and Karen B, and just, you know, my heart goes out to everybody. And thanks for Jeran. Thanks for letting me come on and just tell everybody that. So. Yeah.
You are welcome. Thank you.
I do have a couple of things I'd like to say, but I think, did we skip over Rick?
No, he spoke.
Okay, cool if I just say a couple of things?
Absolutely.
All right. So this is it's rough for me, but so I'm gonna do it. All right. The only reason that I do any of this is because of Bob. And I didn't want to do it, but he talked me into doing it, and I thank him for that, you know. But he was one of the only people that was really encouraging and I could talk to. And my bad, I got this. So yeah, so he was one of the only people I felt like I could go bounce ideas off of when they were fresh. I could talk to Bob and be like, yeah, you know, I think that light's the excitation, so the perturbation of the background medium, and then in fact what we call the speed of light is nothing more than the illumination rate and induction. And he'd be like, yeah, I agree, what about this? And he was just very encouraging, and I felt like he's right there with me, and he's like ready to check me. And you know, it's something that I don't know that can be replaced, you know. So it's rough because I've been working on a lot of stuff to show him. And I didn't get to show it to him. So it sucks. Because bro, that dude was a real one. He was constantly attacked, constantly strawmanned, and he was just a real one. Like, he was like, nah, put the differences aside. He wanted us to come together. And he knows more about stuff that happened to me than most people do. And he was very supportive. And he was like, I'm sorry, but he was like a second dad, you know? And he replaced where I couldn't talk to my dad, you know? And he always had my back. He was there the whole tour. If I needed something, he had my back. And it's rough. So I will say, and I can't believe I'm crying. It's pretty crazy, but I will say he was very very adamant about us putting our differences aside, about us coming together, and about us figuring out what we still don't know. And this whole Oakley debacle, which I don't even think we should go into detail about that because it's stupid, but yeah, but like, Bob was right. Bob was right morally, intellectually, scientifically. It's not even close. It's like a blowout. And he just wanted to find the truth. And the reason that I respect Bob so much is like he was going to tell you what he thought. He didn't care if you disagree with him intellectually. He was going to hold your feet to the fire. I gave my presentation at Flattoberfest, and everyone's like, "Oh, Austin, such an amazing presentation! Oh my gosh, you did so good!" And Bob messaged me. He's like, "Dude, you did really good, but you missed this part, bro." You know, he's like, "You missed that everything is out of equilibrium, and that's why it even materially exists." Yeah, and I'm like, I love that about him, bro. I love that he was so real with me, where people just want to be like, "Oh my gosh, Austin," and he's like, "You did real good, but you didn't talk about the actual downward pressure that causes everything to not be in equilibrium and causes it to exist, and without that, it wouldn't be here." I'm like, bro, like a light bulb in my head. Like that's the biggest thing. That's what my last presentation at the summit was about because of Bob. And so, I think that he's irreplaceable. He's one of the realest ones. And I can personally say he's the only reason that I even do this. And I can come off real confident and stuff, but I don't like, it's just not something I ever wanted to do, was like be on camera, someone know who I am and all this. I think is weird. And so he talked me into doing it. And for him, I will go like harder than ever. And I think that we all should.
Yes.
I think, yeah, I'll wrap that up. I just think that he wants us to come together. He wants us to speak the truth as a family. Even when we disagree respectfully, and we keep moving forward. He wanted to make a model. He wanted to explain the sky. He wanted to explain gravity. He wanted to explain what electromagnetism was. He wanted to figure out the ether. He doesn't want us to be stagnant and repetitive. And he wants us to keep growing together as a family of people that represent the truth. And in honor of him, that's what we should do. And we should put our differences aside to do it. And it's crazy because we're right on the brink of shattering that Overton window. And maybe this is some metaphysical equation that we don't understand, where he's the catalyst that throws us into that window, and we should utilize it as that and come together and put any petty differences aside, because that's what he harped on more than anything. I can't really put into words what he means to me or what he did for me, but he's greatly missed, and I think that we should honor him by keeping the torch moving with the type of humility and like respect that he showed us. So I just wanted to throw that out there. I think that people need to really take that in and take this as a moment to reflect on what's important. And he knew what was important. And yeah, so hopefully we can use it as a positive and celebrate him and continue to learn from him and build from here as a family like he would want.
Amen, brother. Amen.
Amen.
Carry the legacy.
Well said.
Yeah. For those that have children, you cannot engineer your children. You don't get to pick out every quality and every trait and that kind of like drove my husband crazy a little bit. We love our children. They're all amazing. But we always talked about, Austin was like, this is a confrontation. If Bob could engineer every quality, like down to if he could spec out what his child would be doing at every time and doing exactly, Austin would be what you would get. I don't know if it's that, but Austin would be like his like, again, what he would manifest. He couldn't do it. I get it. The universe, the realm is a funny place. You don't, with his children are all brilliant. His children are all unique, unbelievably strong individuals that you would not expect anything less from somebody with a father like Bob, but they all each have their own passions. Austin is brilliant and is all of those things, but the passions were exactly the same. In other words, it was if Bob could design, like, they go out and give him hell at the park, Austin, I'll cover you. Or Austin was everything he dreamed that he wanted to be. You were a joy. Thank you, Austin.
Thank you.
Hey, I want to say something real quick to Austin. I've never really had a chance to talk to you, but I can tell you that when you first came kind of onto the scene and was doing this stuff, Bob and I were talking a lot back then, and I can tell you, man, he did think the world of you for what you said about him, I know he felt that way about you. I know that for a fact. And I know he loved you dearly and just, he saw a lot of himself in you. And I know that he said that to me. And it was just one of those things when you came on the scene, I knew that you guys were going to bond, and you guys did. And I'm so thankful for that. And I'm thankful that you got to have that type of relationship with Bob, because he's the kind of guy that can give that kind of advice, especially with that type of brain and doing, what you're doing now, getting to see you at Flattoberfest. I just wanted you to know that Bob thought the world of you, man. I know that for a fact. I know Cami can vouch for that, and probably everybody else that ever talked to Bob about you, especially at the beginning, man. The guy loved you right out of the gate. So keep doing what you're doing, and that research and all the stuff that you're working on for Bob, you need to share it with the world, man. Dude, that's what Bob would want you to do.
Yeah, if I may chime in, Rick, and you nailed it, man. You took the words right out of my mouth, but you said it better. Because when I remember when Austin came on the scene, he would just adored you, man. So keep fighting and be strong, brother. I'm trying right now. It's you can, yeah, it's going to take a while, because we're going to hear his voice, we're going to see his research, and we're going to miss a guy that's beyond what most people are. They don't have the ability to question. And it's so good. I love what you said, Austin, because I love when you come up with your theories to Bob and he questions you. And I love that. That's what it's about. And if anyone, I've got a bit of a quote where it goes, question everything. And if anyone stops you from questioning it, then question it even more. That's at a micro level, a macro level as well, right? That's at your relationship level, and you're with a spouse, and they're doing things, and you question, don't ask me, and even at the macro level, where we can measure this and we can do this and see that star so far away, and don't believe it either. So anyway, I won't go on. But Austin, mate, you're you're amazing what you do, and that strength has come from Bob. So continue on. Yeah, you're a legend.
Yeah. Bob loved you for sure.
Can I chime in too?
Yep.
Austin, I think that I remember the time when he invited you on the show. I think that he would want you to kind of lead the charge in the legacy. I kind of feel that in my gut. So I just wanted to say that.
And we'll stand by your side every part of the way, Austin. So do it, man. And you're doing it. Not do it. You're doing it anyway. I see you debating. I watch Modern Day Debate, and how you put up with that guy, the guy with that, hat and the red, but you I know I'm having a beer right now, in memory of Bob, but I'm not like him. He was stubborn. He said he was agnostic when he really wasn't. He was clearly on the other side, right? So, mate, just keep. We're going to face some devilish people along the way, and I hope you garner the strength from Bob to just fight like a freaking warrior. Yeah.
Let me read something that somebody sent to me the other day, and I think it's appropriate because it reminds me of Bob being a teacher and kind of what we're saying for Austin to go ahead and take the torch. But this was written about something else, but I think it's really in line. So it says, this year for Easter, instead of saying Jesus died for our sins, how about we take the real lesson? The universe sent its best teacher to earth to help deliver it from evil. As opposed to supporting that teacher, the people around him allowed him to die, thus allowing that evil to win in that moment. When I think of Jesus, I always think of this. How many times in our life that we do not do, or do we do that to great teachers in our own lives? Or how about other people that stand up for injustice? Do we stand behind them, or do we let them carry the weight until their demise? Unfortunately, the latter is how a lot of champions of the world are treated. In my ideal world, we support the people and the teachers who are doing the right thing. We recognize our collective strength together. We also recognize that if we love a teacher or a person who stands for others in whatever profession or life role, we can actually help them be strong and do even more by doing the right thing ourselves. We thank them, we acknowledge them, and when it's our time to help them, we do it. All too often, extremely bright lights get put out too young. They lose their lives, they become broken, and just like Jesus. They get used up, taken for granted, and worst case, betrayed. We are still very much collectively repeating what happened to Jesus at large. We are meant to be healing this. We are meant to be healing this as part of our journey together. Sometimes it very much feels like we get stalled on this point. I love Jesus and I acknowledge that he died because of sins, but his life and what happened is way more than a death ritual where we fixate on the worst moment but get nothing out of it, like the lesson not to repeat it again. This Easter, may we pledge not to repeat that what happened to Jesus. We are better than to take advantage of the lovers and doers in this world. May we collectively learn that we all win when we support one another. So I say that because I do know that, especially us content creators, and we go real hard. We go every day. It's never ending. I know, talking to Karen and Brian Stavely and Iru, I know how you guys, what it takes. I know that we are doing this, 15 hours a day. It's nothing like anything else you've ever done. So just remember to take care of yourselves, because I think Bob, did too much for us and then didn't do enough for himself. So just as a reminder, it's important that you always really take care of your health first. Take care, and reach out if you ever need anything. Don't think it's, because I know the position that we're in. It's tough to admit maybe you need help, or it's tough to admit you're not doing something right, or that you don't know how to do something, because we maybe take a leadership role where we feel like it's a bad thing to say that, hey, I don't know how to handle this, or I don't know what to do in this situation. And so just a reminder that I read that and I'm just thinking, man, that is really what happens to a lot of the greats, because they just get used up. They get worked real hard, and then nobody's really looking at them when they need the help the most. So just wanted to say that.
Yeah, that's pretty deep. I just repeat it now that I'm not like all over the place. I think that it's very clear that Bob left like a lasting impression on the whole community, and he was very adamant about one thing, and that it's that we unify in commonality. And so I just can't stress that enough, that if anyone has any respect for Bob whatsoever, then that's what we have to prioritize, is coming together and finishing the job that he helped start. So hopefully, like, people really soak that in, because we talked about that in our personal time a lot, and that was the most important thing to him. So yeah, hopefully we can use this for motivation for that. It's the most important thing.
Yep, and just support and take care of each other. If you see somebody doing an excellent job, make sure that you're there for them. So many people have reached out and said how much Bob has changed their life, and I think back, and like you said, persecuted unfairly, and just he could never stand the hate that he got, and I guess I just kind of got used to it and said, oh, and it just hurt him so bad because he didn't deserve one bit of it. And so imagine you're doing everything for others, and then you get people pointing at you, call whatever, agent, shill, it's just stupid. And for Bob, that was just a lot. And it's a lot for all of us. Some of us are just able to, brush it off, I guess, and maybe it comes back up in the future and bubbles up or something. But
real quick, I just want to mention this, Jeran, because this verse came to mind, and I think it's really important when it comes down to Bob. But Matthew 5:9, blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the children of God. God bless Bob Knodel. He truly was all about making peace, no matter what was going on. Within all the years and all the infighting and everything that was going on, Bob stood for peace. Now, he was all about searching for truth, and that was what his quest was about. But in that, he had the biggest heart, and he was always about, let's find peace, because he knew that coming together peacefully was the way that we would win. So I just wanted to leave everyone with that.
Yeah, and 100%, Robbie. And his voice was peaceful. You could listen to Bob for hours on end, and that his dulcet voice would you'd never get tired of it, And I reckon even the what do you call them? The anti-flat earthers, trolls. They're going to miss him too. They're going to miss him just as much as we are, because he had that thing about him where, as you said, he wouldn't fight he wouldn't, and when he did, he, came at, but it was in a very way where you sort of went, okay, there's a lion there's a lion roaring at me and I better not mess with him. And, and I love what you said, Jeran, we've got to take care of our minds because, what is it? This mentality, this mental thing, this, connected to the firmament, if you like, I don't know, something that probably Bob helped me think about along the way, right? But we've got to really take care of ourselves. And it was really poignant. I don't know, it was about a month ago. It was one of the live stream, Globebusters chats, and Bob was always going to be there, right? He's always watching, and, he was seeing, even when he wasn't online, he would go on your channel, as I heard someone said, and he'd leave you a comment and go, wow, Bob left me a comment. That was, inspiring. Let me go forward. But, what I said in that chat, and I knew he wasn't well, you had to feel, like for Bob not to be there, there's a reason, right? If you don't see me online for 30 days, I'm either, gone as well beyond, or I'm banned for 30 days, right? It's one or the other. But it was a comment that I said to Bob, laughter is the best medicine. And he replied, absolutely, Billy. And I hope, Cami, that he did. Oh, sorry. I hope, there you are. You're back. And I hope I reckon he laughed. Was he a big laugher? Like, did he love comedy?
Huge laughter.
Tell me more.
Huge laughter. Jeran, do you have that video I sent you with the puppy?
The one of him on the couch?
Uh-huh.
I could find it, yes.
Yeah.
Give me
just Bob at home.
Could I just add that I think that I don't know if I was muted. I think that NASA will miss Bob.
A lot of these,
they're going to miss him.
Yeah. Nora, a lot of these people have been in my house too. Nora, Alex, Shelly, so many of you guys, Karen, of course, and David. You guys saw Bob at house. Bob knew how to laugh, which we'll give. Or Jeran, I sent a thing that like my son even did this. That we have all of these little micro clips because my son had a phone. But Bob knew how to laugh a lot. Bob did everything. Bob did everything big. He didn't do anything small. He had the biggest smile. He had the biggest laugh. He had when Bob was angry, we knew Bob was angry. I mean, Bob had presence.
Plus, he was able to deliver a joke.
He was able to deliver
in the best way. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And he liked to laugh more. I mean, laughing. God, our sense of humor and his, it was kind of warped and sick and wrong.
Nice. yeah. And it's something like that. I'm a bit like that as well. So when I, said that, and I knew, to say to someone that, when they're sick, laughter is the best medicine. But you know what? It actually is. So let's say we are
Steve Falconer.
If I got told, I'm going to die tomorrow, I'm going to laugh in the doctor's face, number one, right? He's going to go, what was this guy laughing at? But I would, how do you know that anyway? That would be my first point of laughter. So, going back to just that little comment and I'll cherish that, just little things like that. And he wanted us to laugh. And, as Jeran said, we look after ourselves. Do you? Yeah, cool. And you've got to laugh and look after yourself, as Jeran said, because this is tough. And when you come across, or when the trolls come across you're a goner. And if you start reading all the comments, and that's something I learned from you, Jeran, don't read the comments as much as you want to. And, I'm trying to respond sometimes because I'm Greek and I'm feisty. But you just got to ignore them. And, I wrote a book and inspire, a lot of the times. There were a lot of times when I'd be writing and typing away and researching, and I'm typing a word, and that word that I typed, Bob just said, what the freaking hell's going on? And that synchronicity didn't just happen once or twice. It happened dozens of times. And after I finished the book, that synchronicity went. I guess it was, COVID hit like 2 months later, or that thing. And it left, and it's back now. So it's amazing, man. I reckon we're connected to the world, and we're still connected to Bob's thoughts, if you like, and aren't we in some metaphysical sort of way that we can't even, paranormal way, actually. Like imagine that, 30 years ago going, oh yeah, I'll just jump online and listen to, it wasn't around. So, even 15, 20 years ago. So this is quite amazing that look what's happening right now. And, it's just a
And as for laughter, like,
no.
You know how when we're in chat, right? You know how we're in chat, and you kind of have a visualization of the person behind their name, and we don't know what some of them look like. But whenever I saw Bob's little moniker there, I see him always smiling or laughing. I never saw him frowning. He's always smiling in my mind. Yeah, in my visualization.
Bob didn't do the other speed. He was either smiling and happy, or he was ticked. There was we didn't have.
But you could go from one to the other
normal...
pretty quickly. I remember having conversations with him where it would start out that we were going at each other, and by the end it was all ironed out. It was just
exactly
frenzy.
Yes.
I do have that video. You want to watch that video of him on the couch?
Yeah, you can watch that video on the couch. And again, Bob liked to laugh. Recomer. All of you people know that have spent time with Recomer. God, did you make Bob laugh? Steve Falconer. Ross, we love Globebusters and the humor. That was a way to do it.
Once we watch this, I'd like another chance because you've all made me compose myself, and I appreciate all the humor here because I was the wrong guy to start this out, Kimmy. But I would like a chance to speak later after we see Bob devour some puppies.
Oh my
that was
God.
a little bit of shade.
Steve, I love your voice, man. Like I just realized you're Globebusters. Yeah, nice to see you guys, by the way.
Yeah.
I only got a chance to chat with Bob once, and with Cami as well. It was a couple of years ago, probably during COVID. And I actually remember you asking me, Cami, because I'm a bit of an optimist, and you said, "Oh, you've got a bit of hopium," and I actually do. I do have hope for the world. We can't give that up, because if we give that up, man, we give our energy away. We loosh everything to them. And loosh is backwards to school. Look that word up. Spell school backwards, looshing. And that's how they harness our negative energy. But we've got to laugh. So that's cool. I love watching Bob there, and,
This is his son, little clip. This is how his son sees his dad.
It's great. Go ahead, Steve. You said you wanted to speak, or
yeah. Sorry, and I apologize for starting out the show like that.
No, really. Oh, we also have to say hi to Rodrigo. Rodrigo, sir, let me say hi to Rodrigo real quick.
Yeah, please, yeah.
Former Globebuster guy here, a little late. Rodrigo, how are you?
How's it going, Jeran? Can you hear me well?
We can hear you good. Yeah.
Yeah.
How are you?
How's it going? Yeah, this whole thing caught me by surprise. Very sad to see this happen. Something really strange happened to me on the day that I found out that Bob had passed. And I'd just like to share this story because it's just so weird. I've had an acoustic guitar since '97 that I've carried all around the world. Really, has been with me to Canada and Portugal. It's been to all kinds of climates, and it's been here. And on Friday morning, I came and I picked it up. We're gonna play in this bookshop here, and when I picked it up, it had been the strings, the bridge had popped out of the guitar. Basically, it had unglued. The strings had unglued from the guitar. It literally broke. It's an instrument, like it's a handmade instrument, never gave me any problems. And I don't know, for me, I thought I connected this to Bob's passing somehow. This liar, this huge voice that he had, which was one of the first things at the beginning that compelled me. His tone, his determination as well, his resolve to push forward. And I don't know, for me, it means something. I will never forget this. And obviously I'll never forget Bob for all that he's done for a lot of people. And I think also in in the beginning of the pandemic, when things started going sour and for a lot of people, things are up in the air. Many of you here, Space Busters as well, you are heroes. I mean, you save lives. Iro as well, many others who are talking about alternative ways to the system itself, which is it's something that it caused there was a lot of trouble in that time because of this, because everybody's life was on the line. But you stepped up, all of you stepped up, and I am grateful to this personally, my family, and everyone, because we know that by avoiding, I mean, I'm not even going to say anything here, but what we avoided, it came from this community, from us coming together then, and so yeah, and for everything else, of course, Bob was trying to help, and I saw so much was going on behind the scenes. It was so much trouble from the very beginning. Bob was targeted by the mainstream media. He was vilified, and it was eye-opening at the same time. It was, I don't know. I still live, my life with some consequences from having to take the stand to speak the truth. And I'm glad I did it, no matter and what would happen, things that were bad to happen, and the difficulties that we face. But yeah, it's really nice to see you guys here, and Cami, I feel for your loss and for your family, and yeah, Bob's legacy is out there. He was, he had even the channel, the 24 hours channel that he was promoting videos all the time. He took it out of, he went way out of his way to help people all over the place. And I saw this. So yeah, I always remember Bob for all of this and much more and much more. And so thank you so much for inviting me, Jeran, and it's nice to hear you guys.
For those that like the 24/7,
yeah, how is that still running?
That's still running, and we have my son programmed this wonderful feature and things that you can just say plus and add any video while you're watching. It actually has more features than you know. You can, when you're live on the chat, Jeran and David and you guys, if you want to do it, you can cue a video that you wanted any time and drop it in if you're having a discussion and do it. It's a really easy to run thing. We are keeping it up and running, and I'll give you all some access, some of you people, to add the best of the best videos, the Globebuster worthy ones, as they come in. We also can delete. Again, it's a very easy, interactive, 24/7 feed. The only thing that happens with it when it goes off is like if a surge happens or something that goes offline, the system will not allow, the YouTube system will not allow us to restart it automatically. So we have to manually do it. And Bob always just keep it up running all of the time in the background to catch those things. I tend to be outside and avoid technology, so send Zack, send me, send somebody messages when it's down. We want to keep it up, and I will put out some more links that other people like you, Jeran, or David, or whatever, if anybody wanted that access to be able to I have to do it physically here. You guys can automate it and add to it, but I'll have to restart it here. So just call me, make my phone ring.
Yeah, it just goes to show, even even near the end, the last couple months when it was getting really hard for him, Bob kept that 24/7 better running than I have this week. He was 24/7. Bob was on Flat Earth. He was. It was
important to him,
and so important to him. And like, it's gone down a few times this week for like 8 hours here, 10 hours there, and I'm like, oh, how did Bob do this? How did Bob always stay on top of all this different stuff and research and yeah.
And that's what I was gonna say. It's not just Flat Earth. I'm Steve Falker. I'm from a channel called Space Busters, and if you know me, it's because Bob Knodel reached out to us when we had 1,000 subs, and we had a logo similar.
Love.
We were not, yeah, and Cami too as well, right?
we were only doing some NASA fanboy. Bob was into comets, cataclysms, free energy devices, what happens after death. In fact, Cami, the last time I was on Globebusters, it was us talking about what happens after you die. Bob, you knucklehead. I didn't mean go find out. We were doing something theoretical, you bastard. But that was the great thing. As much as Bob knew about flat Earth and all of this, he knew just as much about a dozen other subjects. And he brought us on. In fact, I remember it was Rodrigo, Iru, Jeran. My first show on was Comets, Cataclysms, Coincidence, and I dropped a few gravy bombs. And as you all know, it seemed like Bob knew everything about everything. He was kind of a know-it-all. So
irritating, but wonderful. Yes, he did.
Well, you're the same
Savant.
too, Cami. But you say something like, "Shit, I got to go research 14 hours now to see what she's talking about."
We've been kind of into things like this our lifetimes. He read Terrence as Teenager Truth. We went back while he was reading Terrence McKenna. I was reading Tom Robbins. The two of them turned out to be best friends. Tom Robbins wrote it in poetry and Terrence McKenna wrote it in tech, but we were reading the exact same shit.
Yeah, different side. And I think that was the great thing about Bob, as a host too, is no matter who he had on, he could get Amanda on there and talk about, viruses don't exist. He knew something about everything, and not just a little. He knew what the hell you were talking about very deep. And I think, one of the sentiments that's ringing out, everyone who's spoken today, I just hear myself coming out in everyone. And he reached this community. In fact, there's a lot of people on this panel I've met through you guys. He has enriched my life. Like my channel, I'm a very popular channel for a whole nother reason than Flat Earth, but it was him and these people who launched that. And I think one of the reasons that I cry and I'm sad, and I've talked to Amanda about this, you don't know you're going to lose someone. And so you never just take the time to say, thank you. You've changed my life. Had you known, you would have just taken the time to say, thank you. And I will take the time to say this to you, Jeran, and you, Cami, as well, and the other people on this panel who I know, and I know quite a lot of you, and just in case, you've all changed my life for the better. And that's the lesson I've learned from Bob's passing, is that tell people when they matter to you and when they've changed your life, because maybe you don't get to. And I think that's one of the reasons I'm sad, is I was really looking forward to coming on and talking to him again. And Cami told me, the last thing I did with Bob, I invented a free energy machine. Right now, Cami said, well, he's ill, but I thought you meant the flu. And I hadn't been listening to the show because I've been doing all this other crap, so I didn't notice he was gone. So I sent Bob this free energy diagram, real dodgy, and here's how, but I tried my best. And I'm sure the graph, he must have been laughing. And he didn't respond. And I'm like, oh, that device must suck, man, if he didn't even write back. He must be making a list 100 long of why it won't work. So this news, this really just caught me out of left field. And I'm the same what Alex said earlier. I've had several family members die recently, and I didn't shed a tear. And when I even read this on Facebook, Cami, when you posted that, I was like, please tell me you're not talking about Bob. And then all of a sudden, it all made sense to me. And I'm like, of course, he wasn't sick with
I didn't want to be talking about him. I really didn't. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and I really, and I think I know Amanda feels, a lot of us who are, I'm not a health person, but we're in the health field, like, we really wished you guys could have reached out with more detail. I'm sure there's a lot of regret on this panel of people who wish they could have really done more to maybe help or avoid this. But, and my heart bleeds out for you, Cami, especially all the losses you've suffered in your life. Here we go again. Damn you, Bob. I'm blubbering again.
Let's go.
Stop it.
We'll make
Sorry. I started
Stop
this
it now.
crying, and I'm going to end this thing crying. But to
Bob
those
was a pilot, man.
Hey,
Bob was
Cami.
one of those.
Bob like to fly.
He was one of
Hi.
those, like a
Hi,
pilot.
Cami. Sorry to interrupt, but yeah, I can just imagine. I can't even imagine what you're going through, and I don't know.
Bob doesn't like pity. I don't like pity. Don't.
Yeah, we'll go.
Yeah,
let me get
yeah.
that on a little.
Can I ask you a question,
Oh,
Cami, if you don't mind?
hold on, let me bring
when
it-
you first About when you first met Bob. So was he a conspiracy theorist or no way?
Totally.
Like,
When I first met Bob, it was 1998, and Y2K was coming. The world was going to end.
I remember that.
We went we were at David Wilcock. If there was a retreat to go to, we were there.
Oh,
David,
awesome.
well, he knows David Wilcock. He knows William Henry.
Wow.
I mean, because this was 20 years ago, and he would get with the speakers and he would bob them, and then we'd be having dinner with the speakers. And Carla Reichardt, David Weiss, the Law of One and all the raw material. Yeah, Carla Reichardt did a personal reading on him along with David Wilcock, like in 2005 or 2003.
What did they say?
Right after Jeran was born. Oh, all kinds of things. We still have the tape. That's a whole show. That's all of our stuff. David Weiss, when you talk about the Abraham material, yeah, we were at the Abraham conferences. We were at the MUFON ones. We were at Joshua Tree retreats. If I look somewhat familiar, I do change my hair a lot. Sometimes it was short brown and that, but if we look somewhat familiar, if there was something going on and it looked like it was fun, exciting, and then we'd go back and intersperse with our parties in Denver. Our clients were both predominantly based, I was trying to say, of lawyers and doctors and bankers, and that's where our clientele were.
Wow.
And again, I did fine jewelry for the elite. We were invited to all of the parties. We were fun.
I could tell.
His friends were doctors, lawyers, and this, and we brought the juice to the party.
I could imagine. And I remember when I first heard you on a show, and I thought, these guys, their intellectual discussions must be amazing, because you're obviously very, you're clever, very smart, in my opinion. And so Bob,
Bob dated prettier. Bob dated prettier. He didn't marry me because I was pretty.
No, he didn't. Yeah.
No, he did. No, he married prettier. He didn't. I take that as a fine thing. He didn't marry me. He didn't marry me because he thought I was pretty. He married me because we understood each other on a level that nobody will ever begin to even comprehend. We thought it was a joke. We met old. We thought that stuff about romance and getting knocked off of your feet in love and swept up. We thought
and quick? How is that? What you guys did? Was it quick?
Oh yeah, and inappropriate. Quick and inappropriate. We could not stay away from each other.
Right.
Very professional business people.
Okay, keep it cool. Keep it
PG now. Come on now.
Yeah, exactly.
My father and sister were both in hospitals with terminal illnesses, and I was married at the time with not wanting to be married at the time. I was separated. I was just staying at the hospitals with the rest of my family. I lived in a very sterile world.
In America, in America.
I was married in America. I was married 11 years before Bob, and I lived in a very, very sterile world. I had a very fine house. I had perfectly vacuumed floors. There was no dust anywhere. If you've been to my house in Denver, that was nothing. It was sterile. It was lifeless. It was cold. Dogs and animals would just mess things up in this type of world I was in. Bob taught me how to.
Well, he always talked. Bob talked to me about how much he liked you, but
don't show those videos. Keep it to the puppy video. You don't want to see that.
No, I don't have those videos. Thank you. I wasn't sure.
Cami.
Bob definitely liked you, but you know who he liked a lot? He told me all about him is Roland Reddy.
Roland Reddy. He loved Roland Reddy.
He loved Roland Reddy.
He loved Roland Reddy. Go.
Big fan.
Well, I just gotta say something. First and foremost, Bob will forever live right here. Number one. Number two, the first time I met Bob, I knew I was going to get along with him because he let me ride in the back of his vehicle when we picked up David Weiss and Paige from the Denver International Airport. And he didn't ask too many questions. I got to ride back there at the luggage. But it was a great trip back because I got to explain to Paige why I couldn't drive in the state of Colorado. And that's because I had assaulted an alpaca at the zoo because it had spit on me. But it was at that point in time that I knew that Bob and I were going to click because he giggled, but at the same time, he passed gas. And I also know
that he was on my side on that, because later on when we dropped him off, he told me he would have done the exact same thing. But he also gave me a lot of encouragement not to work with Mad Mike Hughes. Said, do not work with that guy. Stay far away from him. Nothing against Mike, but I can tell you, Bob saved me on that one, because I was going to go tandem. Now, the other thing I was going to say is with Bob, one of the big things I can say about that is that dude knew more about trivia than anybody I've ever seen in my life. He was a walking Trivial Pursuit box, all right, with a little surprise in it, like a Cracker Jack box. Because right when you think you got him outsmarted, off the top comes, and there's the whole thing, and it's a whole new game at that point. The other part about Bob is that not only would he just take it and go with it and tell you exactly what he felt, but he'd tell you another thing. And he was almost like a psychic. Bob told me that as you train to do your space jump and do your little crazy stunt that you're going to do in space, what's going to happen to you, Rowan, is you're going to do a lot of training for anti-gravity in a jet. And he was right. That's why I'm not going to do the space jump. Number one. Number two, I got to do this for Bob. This is for Bob right here. Everybody do this right now. This is for Bob. All the way. Bob Knodel. The man, the legend, the man who, when he stood up, his ears popped. Love Bob.
Thank
I
you,
love you
Mr.
too,
Rowan.
Cami.
This is Bob. This is Bob. It's flat. That shit is flat to Bob.
Well, then do it like this.
There you go.
Then everybody thinks they're trying to look at something up in the tree. So it might just stick to that. Hey, you're right. You're right. My fault.
There you go. Also, we have somebody here who's not on camera, but is a voice
Hey,
you'll
Jen.
all remember. Curious Jay's here. Curious Jay?
Hey, the first time I met Bob, I got to tell you something. First time I met
Yes.
Bob was up in Canada.
Yes.
And when we were sitting there, we were trying to talk to Mark and Patricia Steer, because I was trying to get to the bottom of this whole flat earth thing.
Right.
So I tricked them all getting there. But what I noticed, what I really liked Bob was when the coyotes started attacking the neighbors' rabbits or whatever was going on in the woods right next door to the house that I rented out in Calgary. Coyotes ripping something apart, just tearing it up. And I flat out called it. Pun intended, flat out called it. I said, Bob, Mark, Tricia, quiet, listen. You hear that? That's a coyote, and it's got something. And you know what Bob said? He's right. He's right. Bob was a wise man. And you know what else he said? When you got to eat, you got to eat. And who's going to stop a coyote? Nobody. And that's why I tell everybody out there from this point on, if you're in the flat earth world and you're in the flat earth realm, take it all off, man. Take it off. Get in the ring, start training, learn your science, and learn the lies. And come at them with elbows, both of them if you got them, fists, but most of all, that. And let them have it. Give them all the knowledge you got and trip them up with all the stuff that they don't have. Bob.
Yeah. To Bob. Thank you.
Long live Bob Knodel.
I don't know if Curious Jay can follow that up. Maybe Alex Jones is here. Alex Jones, you have anything to say?
I definitely can't follow that, Jeran.
How are you, Curious
What's
One?
up, Jeran? What's up, guys? This is Curious Jay here, and I've been listening I got on late. I've been listening for about an hour. I know some of you guys, and I don't personally, and I don't know everyone here, but I'm almost starstruck just looking at all these faces here on the Zoom call, because whether you know it or not, man, all of you have been so influential in the last 7 or 8 years of my life. I started doing the podcast, the Flat Earth podcast with Mr. David Weiss years ago. Had to stop due to work, but I still keep up with each and every one of you, and I'm just huge fans of all of you. But I was shocked and saddened, just like everyone else, when I heard the news about Bob, and it just made me realize that there's so much information out there. I probably would have gotten to where I am now, either way, but I definitely got there faster because of Bob. I've been listening to Globebusters, I believe, since it started. And the three things that stand out to me about Bob, excuse me, my dog's barking. Let me walk over here. The three things that stand out to me that I'll remember forever about Bob is, first of all, his technical nature. For someone who, I don't come from a technical background, I don't know the difference between ohms and volts and amps and everything else, because I never had to do that in my background. But I've always been smart enough to understand it if it was explained properly. And that's one thing I loved, is when Bob would go off on a technical, detailed tangent on Globebusters about something, because I truly understood it. And I walked away understanding something that I had never understood before. So his technical nature was awesome. Second, Bob was always a guy on Globebusters that would bring in some topics out of left field sometimes. I don't know if you guys like, he'd bring in the guy talking about blood over intent or whatever. And sometimes I'm like, what are we talking about this week? But I always loved it because Bob was so freaking open-minded. And that's awesome. Like, we're all pretty much out of the box people. Just being on this call, you're an out of the box, type. But he was out of the box within the out of the boxers. And I love that. He was not scared of anything new, anything different. And finally, the third thing that I'll remember is I actually got the chance to meet Bob at the conference, Bob, Cami, and some others a couple years ago. And just what a kind soul he was. Yeah, Bob was so nice. And he made me feel like he was I liken him to like one of your favorite uncles. The qualities that he had. He was funny. He was smart. The conversation was never boring. It was just awesome. He was just such a great guy. And to piggyback on what Steve said a few minutes ago, I agree 100%. And we should all be telling people, because we never know when it's the last time we're going to see someone or talk to someone, or when our time is up. So I just want to tell everyone here on this call, thank you, because you've all been a unbelievable change for good in my life. So thank you all very much. Cami, I'm not sending pity or anything like that, but I am sending nothing but love. And I miss you guys. And whether you even know me personally or not, I love you all. You're awesome. That's all I got to say. Thank you, Jeran.
Thank you, Kirsch. Awesome. And he
You're
does
awesome
listen to
too,
us all. I won't hear from him for months, and then all of a sudden he'll message me and he's.
I remember I got to meet you. I got to meet you at Flatoberfest 2021. That was awesome having you there. So that's cool.
And just don't mention the eclipse shadow when talking to him, unless you got a full day.
I'm gonna buy this motor. This motor.
Hey, if I need you to, I'm gonna fly you. I'm gonna fly you out west. You're gonna come up on the roof with me because you got to hold this bar, this other thing. 'Cause I can't film and hold everything at the same time.
Did you guys know that there's a solar eclipse occurring in Australia on the 20th of this month? So in about 2 or 3 days. Have you guys seen that? Or
And did you know that this is actually a very different type of eclipse? It's called a hybrid eclipse.
Yeah.
Where it starts off as a ring of fire, and then it goes to a total solar eclipse, and then back to a ring of fire at the end.
And quite astonishing is the Aboriginals have seen that, the Australian Aboriginals or the Indigenous Australians have seen it for many, many years. And
Wait, hold on. Hold on, Zach. Explain how that is possible what's the heliocentric explanation for that?
They don't have one.
Can I just sort of finish before we go there? Because I'm getting old. I forget shit, right? So Iru, hi Iru. Brother, how you going?
How you doing?
I'm good, very well, thank you, my friend. I'm just blown away to be chatting with you and all you people. But I heard you're doing a high altitude balloon launch, and we're doing one from Australia as well, right? Very soon. So I'm piecing together the equipment. I was about to write you an email. I've started drafting it, but I didn't finish it because it just started getting too long, and I think I'll keep it short. Point being, what about when I do my launch, I'm gonna, dedicate it to Bob somehow. I hope you do too, And what if we all did that? If we all spent $1,000 and just launched balloons at the same time, and we recorded where the sun, the moon is, the star. Can we see the stars from up there? Just all of that. And when we do that, let's do it. Not, should we? Like, let's do it one day, and we'll make it, we'll give them thanks, Bob, right? When they go that, we'll go, yeah, thank, because we prove, because no globe earther will ever go outdoors and conduct an experiment. Never. Have you seen them? Have you ever seen, like, MC Toon, that wanker, go, yeah, you heard me. I can't take that back. Because he's a wanker. Have you seen that guy? Or, I went to fight the flat earth the other day, not because to argue with him. I thought, is he still alive? How's your heart? Like, I'm serious. And then he started writing back to me on, what's your proof of, I'm not doing this, man. I'm just checking up on you. How about we become real? We just take the moral high ground. F them. Put them down to where they belong. They have nothing. They don't go outdoors. They don't do experiments. But what if we did that? All of us, all these beautiful people I'm seeing, dedicated over many years, right?
Bob
South America launch, Australia launch, it would be the most amazing experiment the world has ever seen, right? Yeah, a collective experiment, and I think that's where we're going wrong. And I'm going to dedicate the rest of every breath in my life to find the truth, and I know you guys are too. So let's start. Let's step it up, and I'm ready to put some money behind. Let's do it. Let's go and take it to a point where there's no, where even the news has to go, what's going on? We're going to get stopped. Like Iru, I know you've had issues. I reckon I'm going to get issues here too, just by default. If they just Google your name on the application and go, flat earther, right? So we really need to step it up and go the next level, if you like.
Yeah. Let me say something to Karen real quick. Karen, I'm getting a bunch of messages from people saying that somebody in the chat says we need a Knodel prize, and so I'll let you go ahead and say something about that, because everyone's saying we need it immediately, and I'm like, I think it's already happening, right?
Oh yeah, okay. We have things like that planned for the next event for Las Vegas, of course.
Good. October 21st.
October 21st and 22nd, and it's going to be in Las Vegas, and it's going to be awesome. Bob was really excited about Las Vegas, so we're definitely going to be having something in honor of Bob for Las Vegas for sure. We gave Bob an award at one of my events, and I can't remember which one. I feel horrible that I can't remember. I think it was either 2020 Flattoberfest or Solar Return.
Yeah, because
it was the Knodel prize.
It was the Knodel prize. Yeah, we called it the Knodel prize because
we'll have to do that. So awesome.
So we'll probably be continuing that. We'll probably have something like a Bob Knodel
in Vegas.
Prize. Anyway, I won't.
Love it. I love it.
But we're definitely gonna be doing something.
That's a great idea. Yeah, great idea. And maybe every year it can be who did the best experiment for the year. Like, how far did you see? How far did you go? Like just that.
It can't be like the Nobel Peace Prize, like who dropped the most bombs on Syria or something.
That. I know it. I know you are, Dave. Give us a smile. There you are.
We also have Curious Life of a Flat Earther. Well, formerly of a Flat Earther. I don't know what the name is now. How are you, Curious Life? Nice to see you again. Former Globebuster.
Hey, good. How's it going?
Good to hear your voice again. Some of the best videos I've ever watched you made.
Hey, thanks. Yeah, it's good to hear your voice and hear everybody. It's a horrible occasion to have to meet up and catch up a little bit. But yeah, thank you. And of course, I've been listening on and off as much as I could. But yeah, Cami, and I don't know how you guys can even survive that. It's crazy. So it's an emotional whirlwind. I can only imagine. But I definitely wanted to at least try to come on and pay my respects. And there's one thing I wanted to offer. I believe that we were the first flat earthers that Bob ever met, Bob and Cami. if I'm not mistaken.
I remember that when you guys met. Didn't you? Was
yeah, it was like
ODD
2016.
there? Was ODD there, or did I think it's something else?
Yeah. We were
Okay.
we were taking a trip out to Colorado, and I had been following. I'd been talking to Bob a lot on the chat. We used to frequent CDs with Celestial filming, and then he would play music to it. I don't know if you guys remember that, but we would hang out on that chat, and that's when I met Bob in 2015, I believe. And then when we were going out to Colorado, I contacted him, and he's like, "Heck yeah, that sounds good." But we were the first Flat Earthers he met, and Bob and Cami. So yeah, it was pretty cool. They came up and stayed with us at our little resort there in Colorado. We had some fun times there doing some stargazing, and yeah, he was a maniac. It was me and him together. We're just going back and forth with all kinds of at that time the flat Earth proofs that were out there and the things we were working on. So it was a lot of fun. And yeah, ODD. It was we were the first Flat Earthers he met too. So it was a nice little trip. It seemed to kind of be at the beginning of the snowball effect. So it was really cool to be able to do that. And Chris Von Moucher we met out there as well.
Oh, that's somebody.
Cammy's still in the chat. Cammy was funny. She pulled out her unicycle. You remember when you put out your unicycle?
I have this little video of it. I have the video on my channel, Jeran. This is.
I was going to ask where the video was of that event because I remember seeing it.
I have it on my channel because Curious Life's channel keeps on getting taken down. So
that's a long story. Yeah,
I put it on mine. We crashed. They went on. He and his Ms. Curious, who I love, all of my love to her.
Oh, likewise. She talks about you. That was a great trip.
I love it. I think they went on a romantic getaway or that, and we found out where they were staying and booked a room next door to us. At the mountain getaway where there was a teepee and that, and just crashed their party entirely, and then did
it was awesome.
It was awesome.
It was a fun time. We had a good time.
Okay, Jeran, I have the video. It's very short and it's fabulous. It has all of us in it.
What is the channel's Aisling?
Where do you want me to put it? It's Aisling 717, but I can drop it in the
just drop it. Just put it on Skype.
Drop it in the Skype.
Yeah, just to me. Just send it to me.
Okay, coming right now. Just finding where you are. I know you're here. There you are.
Okay.
This is fabulous at the beginning. This was so fun. Just dropped to you. It was when the Curiosities were in Colorado, and it was a blast.
I will want to watch the whole thing. Just put it on there.
Yeah, it's 6 minutes of just pure fun.
Okay, here we go. Let me see if I can get this on there for everybody to see. Okay, here we go. Maybe not. Hold on.
And inspiration as far as the music. Will the music get us struck in any way?
It's okay. I mean, as long as it won't take us down. I don't think it will, though.
Okay, because the song is very, very apropos. I mean, it's the whole video is it's a vibe.
Okay, 1 second. I gotta do this.
Okay.
And we will get it up. Okay.
Sorry, people. Cami doesn't know how to sit still. It's never been my forte. Properly pronounced forte, by the way. Forte is a mispronunciation, but that's a trivia discussion in our household. It is not.
Transmissions will resume. Now try to keep us all down and hope that we will never see the truth around. Another promise, another scene, a package like to keep us trapped in greed. A green belts wrapped around our minds, an endless red tape to keep the truth confined.
everybody to hold on really tight, okay? Because it's pretty good. It's like a parachute. Come catch us! All right, guys, everybody hold on tight.
I did not go for that.
I got the landing, but I'm not sure how much I,
It would have been better with GoPro.
That is awesome.
That was really cool. At so many levels. And number one, your unicycle skills were at the top level. But when the hot air balloon landed, it looked like really shaky. And Jeran's brought it up on many occasions where, what's his name? William Shatner, and they're in the not the SpaceX one, what's the other douchebag? The Amazon guy.
Blue Origin.
Exactly. And it hits the
Those
ground.
are
Could you
flying
imagine? I just saw your camera shake, and these guys, boom, they just get out. Did you feel that? Like, what does it feel like when you hit the ground on a hot air balloon? Apart from relief,
It's just the Coriolis effect.
Yeah, I'll answer that
Of
because I was in
course.
that balloon and it hurts bad. I mean, it
It
was painful.
would. My back, I could just imagine the jolt on my back. My vertebrae would all be compressed and, be suffering for about a week. But these guys, just get out of their capsule. Cameras are there suddenly, and they knew exactly where it was going to land, of course. And they're fine. So it was cool. That was cool, Cami. Thanks for sharing. Many skills. Can you still do that?
Sure.
I think so. I've been rating it my entire life. I have had, I tore a retina and everything is kind of fuzzy and blurry out of one eye in bright colors. It does throw my balance some, but I don't think, I'll do it at the next conference. I'll bring
It's like riding
David
a
Weiss.
bike.
Yes, right. David Weiss also, some of the Blacktoberfest, my unicycle showed up at, and David Weiss has got some serious skills.
Really? We've got to see them.
Yeah, you definitely need to see it.
I'm not the only one out there in the community. Even we're actually we've got some. What can I say? We're crazy. We know how to live.
We're not crazy. Don't you remember we were told to say that?
That's right. That was we're not crazy. And
Yeah, you got to be a little bit crazy in life, like that song by Seal, crazy is just cool because imagine being just normal. Imagine just being, living a life without a roller coaster of love.
I'll pass.
And, fighting and all that in marriage, like you've been married for a long time. I've been 31 years married to an Italian lady. I'm great.
Right.
So you could just
We argued over which version
came up with the "We're not crazy."
Crazy. That was Rick Hummer that came up with
it
it.
was
We took
Rick.
shit over it.
That was me.
Right.
I was in front of the billboard.
And Hummer was
in
also
2017.
involved with choosing the Freemason signal for flat because
That was Mark.
No, it wasn't. That was Mark.
It was
That was
all of
Mark.
us. It was
That was
all
all
of us.
Mark.
Yeah, we
Mark,
all did it.
Mark brought it up at the lodge meeting that we had at NASA.
No, stop it.
In
Stop it.
2012.
Someone's gonna take that bit.
On December 21st when the world ended.
Finger
I
pointing.
remember.
Yeah.
I remember. Somebody said we need a hand signal, and like 7 or 10 people go, "How about this?" And we're like, "Yeah,
yeah."
But it's quite remarkable though that even isn't it in
That was Mark.
in deaf language in the deaf language, you know, you
Never.
do that, isn't it right? Or they do flat level with a dome above to describe Earth?
Yeah, the
in,
sign
in the
language.
sign language. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Oh, Billy's Crazy by
I'm-
Seal. Crazy by Seal and Crazy by Gnarls Berkeley. Both were on Bob's singing radar and extremely well in it. We had intellectual discussions, hours of them, on which one of the song was better. If anybody knows, we never figured it out. We couldn't. They're both really good songs.
So you said Seal by
No, Crazy. The song.
Yeah.
The song is named Crazy, and Seal does a song called Crazy, and Gnarls Berkeley does a song called Crazy.
Gnarls Berkeley. Never heard of him before. Yes. So
You'll
thank
know
you.
the song.
You've heard that song.
GNARL.
I
remember when-
I remember when
That's my mind.
I love
Yes.
that song.
Go on, Alex. Give us a song.
Well done, Alex.
Isn't there a flat Earth video? There's a video made of that, isn't there? I think
Should be. They were
was
both huge
was it-
favorites,
was
and
it-
he did them
was
both.
Was it Potter's Clay or one of those guys that
Like
did it
Potter's
with,
Clay did. Yes, they did.
with
Potter's
the
Clay did.
light, showing
Yeah,
the light in the way it's, you know, the sun
Yeah.
is not the
Yes.
light. Yeah, wasn't
Yeah.
that mind blowing?
Yes.
Learning this.
That
you
or
know,
Dan Dimension. It was, you know what? It was not Potter's Clay. It was Dan Dimension. I am
Oh,
sorry.
was it Dan Dimension? Absolutely.
Best
yeah,
stuff
sorry.
out there on it. His spot on it. 2015.
100%.
It doesn't change now. His work is. Dan Dimension, thank you for putting out the visuals. You're brilliant, sir.
Well,
You
we
had
were-
it. You have it right.
Yeah, yeah, and it's quite mind blowing that you know you guys were on the same train that I was to learn this, and now we're gonna share this with other people. It's like I'm still like look at these guys, like I'm mind blown. I hear voices. I've watched your videos, Mark Sargent, you know, Rick Summer, David White, you know, so everyone here, Brian, you know, and I'm still trying to reconcile the Mandela effect. Isn't everyone? Like, what the fuck is that? Because I, you know, remember things differently to, you know, mirror on even that one. Ask someone, is it mirror on the wall or magic?
And
Like, people
remember
like,
earlier,
I don't know.
people were speaking how Bob was very well versed in many things, and that was another one too. We had many good conversations about it. Very well.
Did he agree on anything, Brian? Like at the end, where was he? Like, you know, because I don't know what to friggin', you know me.
Oh,
like,
I mean, there's a video I put up on my channel the other day. Bob will tell you he knew that it was real. He was giving his take on what might be causing it and how
real, but we don't know what's causing it. Yeah, like we know
I have a
that
Mandela
water-
for you guys.
Yeah,
Mandela.
okay.
Do you remember when The Matrix and Idiocracy were just movies and not documentaries?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember
That has
that.
nothing
I remember that.
They've always been documentaries.
That's just
Yeah.
the state of the world. People have gone.
I think such
In
a
it-
great movie still, isn't it? Yeah.
I remember in an alternate reality, David Weiss being a woman. In this reality, he's a man. I don't get it.
He had a Bud Light.
You know?
No, he did not.
Just because you're attracted to me, Alex, doesn't mean that I used to be a woman in another life.
I was going to say,
No, it's
Andre,
okay.
It's
okay.
Funny hole.
Under
of the
the Matrix
Matrix.
brand. Where's your beers, guys? One like a
Speaking of the
whiskey.
Matrix, there's a very cool band called the Deftones. They have a song on the Matrix
Love.
soundtrack, and the guitarist is a flat earther, and he did send a message
Want to hear it?
for us to play for Bob. So I
Let's
think that would be a good time.
hear it.
Thank you, Steph. That means a lot.
Yeah,
I
He's
wear
the
your
best.
stuff. I wear your stuff by flat stop smacking the guy at the funeral home. The strong.
Okay, here's from Steven. Hopefully it's loud enough.
Hey everyone, this is Stephen Carpenter. I'm gonna just keep this real short. I want to give my condolences to all the Globebusters, to Cami, to Bob's friends and family. He will be missed tremendously. Rest in peace, Bob.
You guys heard it okay?
yeah.
Oh, I lost you. What happened here?
Quiet, but yeah. Stefan,
What's
you
on the
know,
screen
he was a big fan of Globebusters, and he was telling me that in the early days, he used to tell all the Uber drivers to watch Globebusters and tell them about Bob. So he was a big fan
Oh,
of
that's
Bob.
awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome. We also have we'll watch real quick we had this sent in from Taboo Conspiracy, who couldn't be here because I guess there's something going on with his family. But let's watch this.
Unfortunately, I don't have a lot of time as our family is going through our own family emergency right now. But I just want to say a little something about our friend Bob Knodel. He and the Globebusters were instrumental in helping me and so many others open our eyes to the truth of the flat earth. For that, I will always be grateful. He will certainly be missed by all of us, as it feels like we have lost a brother. Bob was extremely knowledgeable, kind, forgiving, and generous. This life is certainly temporary, but I strongly believe in heaven and that our friendships will continue. I believe that God is love and truth, and that Bob's love for truth and his unquenchable desire to share truth are the traits of God's angels, and that's where I hope to find him next time, and I think it will be awesome. Love to Cami, Jeran, and to all of Bob's friends and loved ones. May the Lord bless you all in your time of need. Thank you.
Thanks, Ben. Awesome job. And I also have something I got to read from John Savage, who is broken up, so he can't.
Super special behind the scenes.
Yeah, let me read this for you real
Behind
quick.
the scenes guy, amazing.
So John, oops, I did have it up. Now I lost it. Was it in which chat was it in? Great. Oh, I found it here. So he said, God, I know I should be there, but I'm just blubbing. Bob was a legend whose shoulders we all stood on. He taught me so much and will always be remembered. His number one proof of flat earth was the gyroscope, and I couldn't agree more. You can't keep a good Bob down. Sorry I couldn't be on Zoom. Having lost Bob on the 6th and my mom on the 9th, I can barely listen to the show. Love you guys all. Big hugs to Cami, Zack, and Jeran from John Savage. So thanks, John.
Thanks, John. That meant a lot.
And we have a couple other things that have come in, but we can wait, see if anybody else wants to.
Well, I'll say this. So, like, when you were
Please.
talking about how he tells all the taxi drivers about Bob on Globebusters, it's so funny because our parents they don't listen to the truth about the earth, right? But anyway, she's like, you know what? I think Bob is the one person that my dad will listen to. We need to find a way to get my dad to listen to Globebusters with Bob just going off. What's he gonna say? You know, and I do think that's a beautiful way to summarize Bob, right? It's one of those things where it's like, yeah, you're so smart. Check Bob out. You know, like what do you got to say about flat Earth again? You know, so yeah, it's irreplaceable in that sense, but I think it's a beautiful way to remember him.
I think it's a good saying you can't keep a good bob down because when you go fishing, what keeps your line up on the water? The bob.
There you go.
It always floats to level.
I just want to say something that I have to depart. I have family coming over for dinner. But as from the healer side of things, I understand that Bob was absolutely like, there's no way in hell I'm going to a doctor or a hospital. And I wanted to address that a little bit from my perspective, because I really feel like we need to have triage like in our communities, because and knowledge and understanding, or at least like a method of communicating when something's going awry with our health and we can't or won't go into that system, which I don't blame Bob for it. I don't blame anybody. I'm not going. I would literally rather die than go. I totally understand that.
This is
that,
not a flat earth thing with Bob.
place-
This was before. This was the whole every moment I've known Bob. This was part of Bob.
Yeah, his whole life. This is right. No, understanding that which is where
It's
you
not
know,
the
when I
community
talked
that
with
did
him
it
and he
to
got
him
that
or
right
that.
away.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
Because people
refreshing
think that, like, oh, the
because I
community.
never needed to explain.
Yeah. People think, oh, the community did that.
Yeah.
We went to a doctor, and it's like, no, that was I knew long before the Bob I always knew.
You said he'd never gone in your whole time knowing him.
The only time Bob has seen any doctor or anything once the entire time of marriage is one time he cracked 4 ribs that hurt like hell. And he wanted painkillers bad enough to hit the eye. I mean, we had very, very good insurance and stuff the whole time. It was not ever a matter of that. We encouraged him. We knew, like, with family and things like that. But the only time I could get him into the doctor, the one time, was for painkillers, and they said, "Oh, with your heart, you need to get it." You know, they were like giving him a list of things, even in the ER room on that. He's like, "Yeah, I know about that. I know. Yeah, ain't gonna." He got, you know, other than the cracker, I could not get him back to a doctor. There's, I tried.
Yeah,
Those that want to know, I tried, or I tried in a good way. I tried with good doctors that were not part of the matrix, and there are some, but they're regulated, and so it's really tough. It's very, very
yeah,
tough
and
for them to. We can speak off the record, but you can't. And we have. I've spoke with doctors off of the record that you their hands are tied. They had pharmacy owns medicine in this country now. It's just it's one of the things that we're fighting for. Is we grew up in a place. I mean, when I grew up, when I was a little girl and I got sick, literally the doctor came with his pouch to our house. This is in my lifetime when I was a girl and when Bob was a little boy. Doctors and that didn't used to be. It got taken over by corporate. It's not the way it's supposed to be now. It's not that we don't think that there's healthy and things like that, but he thought that if he did get in, you know, he did not trust the doctors in corporate.
Cami, did Rob's situation, that probably had a lot to do with it too, didn't it?
Yeah, that definitely played a part on like me really pushing, and you have things like that going on where they really are killing people. It was complicated. It was complicated for everybody that feels like they didn't help. Bob was brilliant and a researcher. If you think that, like, you taught about it or that, he's researched the things. He had drawers full of the natural things, but when you have diabetes, you know what I mean? Honestly, in the health community, there really are, in reality, just like all of us, it's best to give birth naturally, but women really do die giving birth, and you shouldn't hesitate if it's a breach. And diabetes and a lot of different things are not so easily without the lab stuff, and the complicated issues need people with need special, you know what I mean? The complicated issues, it's how to filter it out and how to get, and a lot of the doctors are fabulous and they even know what's going on. Their hands are tied. They want the system changed too. It's not so simple. It's not so simple. Everybody wants to make it simple, and I could fix that, and I could fix. We have to fix it, but you guys, we have work to do. Showing the truth out there is the work we have to do. I go back in my mind 1,000 times on what I can do differently, and I list them out what I can do differently. But what I can say, and for any of those that have ever been married, and any of those successfully married for 30 years, 20 years, if you've been successfully married, A, or if you've been in a room with Bob, B, you should understand that you don't get to make other people's choices. You can't as much as you want to, you can't make Bob do anything. That was not, Bob was strong and bigger than life. Bob, people would write me and tell me, you need to tell Bob to do this, and it's like, that's not how marriage works, or that's not how life works. Otherwise, you'd just be looking at a clone of yourself in the mirror all day, and that people have are I'm not Bob. I don't get to control Bob. I know you guys wish, I could be Bob.
Somebody's mic's open pretty bad there.
Is that mine?
That's John's.
It may have been me. I just came off of mute because Cami had mentioned the thing about there actually being good doctors in the system, but they are confined to this sort of for-profit medical industry And I think that's why flat Earth is so important, and people like Bob and the work that he's done is so important because once you realize flat Earth is the truth, it sort of tears the rug out from under the foundation of this world that is capitalistic, right? So like the whole sort of nihilistic, atheistic worldview that this world promotes is sort of red pilled or remedied pretty quickly with flat Earth. And just the awareness of flat Earth sort of puts us in the mindset to where we're questioning things and we employ our diligence and our critical thinking. And I think that there is a potential for the world to be changed, and like things like the for-profit medical system and all the rest that are sort of unjust in this world. And I really do think it all is going to start with flat Earth awareness. And so that's why I do think it's so important that we keep on trucking and learn from Bob and keep his memory alive, man. So I'll go back on mute. I'm sorry to.
No, let's
Amanda said she was going to have to
let
leave.
Amanda
and say
finish.
something.
Yeah, let Amanda finish.
Now, what was Amanda going to say? She didn't get to finish it. I'd like to hear because she is a doctor.
I'm so sorry.
No worries. I just wanted to just because the way I felt about it, and talking with Jeran and Steve and some other people about what went on, and I just feel like we didn't the communication needs to be better, and it's something I'm working on. It's something as communities we need to work on. I understand that, but we don't want to be in situations with our health where we're pulled into the system, and so that's why like a lot of the work that I'm doing is trying to teach people how to have their own dispensaries at home and the proper way the body works so that we don't even think like that. Like, so, I have a pain, I need a drug, right? Well, that method is very specific and it's suppressive. And if we keep suppressing all of the symptoms, that's how we die, right? And so I understand when you're in pain, you want to take a Tylenol or whatever, but that's not something that's the thinking of suppression. I have pain, I want to suppress the pain. But ultimately what you want to do is express and like get it out and trust the body and let it complete, right? And so if there's emotions you're swallowing, if there's something you need to say, it can be from all levels where it's suppressed, or you're stewing in something and you're not talking.
Bob suppressed very little.
Yeah, but I agree, Amanda. It's so nice of me, and I've watched so many of your videos.
I thought that with Bob, yeah.
Can I just say I so
sorry.
agree with the suppression, because people are, children are suppressed. So imagine you're a child you're born into an apartment building. There's no soil outside. We used to play in the soil, and that what about ivermectin? That discovery came from bacteria in the soil.
Yeah, that's suppressive too. So you don't want ivermectin. It's a poison. It's a
you don't. No.
This is what I'm saying.
My point is, it came from the soil. So these things, this discovery of healing comes from nature. The soil, the leaves, the barks of the trees. Sorry for making a rhyme there, but it does, and I think we're suppressing our children. I see my grandson, and he lives, as I said, in an apartment building. He comes over and he sees the dirt and he digs in there because that's it's a natural thing. And if we suppress ourselves at that point, but going on what Cami said, I'm like Bob. I'm Bob, because when I'm sick, my wife can't tell me when to go to the doctor. No way in a million years. I haven't been for 20 years to a doctor. Actually, I did go a couple of years ago when my grandson was born. You had to go get the free, that shot, what is it? To see children these days. But that didn't happen years ago. So what's going on? And the peanut allergies. So do you not parents are afraid of introducing peanuts to their children until they're 4 or 5. Well, you waited too long. Do it when they're young, right? Peanuts are in nature. Like, I don't remember a time at school where You know, don't go near that kid. He's got peanuts. Don't go near that kid. He's got Vegemite, you know, or mum or whatever, you know, like I didn't even eat that shit. But yeah, so we're at suppression is bad. And, you know, I'm not a doctor. You're the yummy doctor.
Yeah, I just want to say, so Amanda did say that she doesn't have much time and that she has to step away in a sec.
Sorry,
So-
Amanda.
No, it's all good. But if everyone can just give her a little bit of space, just to say what she feels like she needs to get off her chest.
Yeah, good on you,
that's why we're
Austin.
here.
Sorry, Amanda.
No, I thank you, everyone, and thank you, Austin. It's hard to get off my chest, actually, a little bit, but because it's upsetting. But like the whole, what I'm here to do, like what my work is really focused on. Like I'm eclectic, meaning, you know, I've gone into all these areas because I'm a seeker of truth. We're all seekers of truth, and we'll go into any avenue of truth. But we also have to remember that what we're doing and the work we're doing that's not natural. Fixing this mess from this, whatever, all of these lies is not, it's totally like we're unearthing so much, and it's really hard on us. And we are seen as leaders in the community, and we're expected, you know, to just always perform and give and be like a strong pillar for people. But it's tough because you also have to be authentic and vulnerable at the same time. So you have to know when your weaknesses come up, or when there's a time where you have to ask for help. Like I'm doing that right now. I'm like, okay, I'm going to ask for help. I'm going to be humble, even though I know I could probably do it myself and all this stuff. It doesn't matter. It's because I need to include the world, you know, include people, include friends into my reality, because what's the point? I mean, aren't we doing this because we want to grow as a community? So then we're all in little isolated spaces and doing all this work, and then we suffer, but we don't do anything about it, right? So we have to address all of that suffering and not just hide away when we're going through something really hard like that. Because no matter what the belief is or the stubbornness or any of that shit, you know, if we're here for each other, then we know, we're really clued in. And if we have another, you know, situation like this ever again, then we probably could have an intervention party, you know, where we all go to Bob's house and we're like, Bob, you know, we see you struggling and it's upsetting their community and we want to help, and let us help you. And like this kind of thing, just pour love into the situation. And he would see, he's a genius. He would go, oh fuck, what the fuck am I doing? Like, I'm going to die. So I should, you know.
I get you, Amanda. And I'm sorry to chime in again, but I'm stubborn Bob, and I love you, and I'd love everyone that shared that information with me, but you're not going to get me at the doctor during this COVID frigging crisis.
Oh no, not to go to a fucking doctor, but just like, you know,
no way. You know, to be honest,
Billy, bro, let her finish, bro. Let her finish, bro.
Yeah,
no, just what I'm saying is, there's other ways. We have to. So with flat Earth and this false stuff, you have to think outside the box, right? You know that this is lies and bullshit, whatever. It is the same thing with health. So we assume a lot, and so like this is the problem. If he was thinking like that, then this might have been prevented. And I went already through all this. You know, this is part of grief. I get it, but what I'm saying is I want to think prevention now. I want to think about how can we communicate better so that if there is someone really suffering in our community, like I know Santos is going through like hell, right? But he's stubborn too. No one can help him too. I get that. You can't help everyone, but at least try, at least like we know or something. So I guess what I'm trying to say, and then I'll.
Well, Billy, if you're stubborn like Bob, what we're hoping is that in the future that you wouldn't be, that you would reach out to us if you start getting worse, if things are getting worse and worse.
To be honest, I get that, man.
Okay, good.
And I'm listening with intent and with heart.
That's what we're
with
hoping.
Pure heart. But what about if you're a friggin' warrior and you don't give a shit?
Well,
and you just get to, what if you're a warrior on Earth or a fighter, a soldier? I'm not saying no, I'm not.
It's important to respect each other's decisions,
Yeah, we're all frontline soldiers.
If
here,
he's saying,
so
"I don't
far,
care if I die, I'm going to do this is my way," and
Kyle,
if I die,
beautiful,
it's
sir.
meant to be. It's meant to be.
100%, man.
Hmm.
Look at me.
Yeah, but what Amanda's saying is
But I'm having a
important.
beer and I lit up
I
a
agree.
smoke.
I agree. Amanda's
Right?
What Amanda
That
said is
doesn't
very
mean that
important
you
too.
shouldn't express
It's
concern for your loved
7:47.
ones.
It's
It doesn't mean you don't
7:47.
try.
Yeah.
It's
It doesn't mean you don't try.
I'm sorry
Eric.
to interrupt.
We get the whole
I hear
thing.
both
We get
sides.
it all.
I hear both
We-
sides.
we-
I hear
we get
both
the
sides, I
whole thing.
promise.
We know that maybe certain people are stubborn, okay? But what Amanda's saying is important. And we live in
Absolutely.
a world where we have
100%.
we live in a world where we don't have many options when it comes to health. And it's important for when we have people with amazing minds like Amanda that know a lot about how the body works, that we come together as a community and we try to support each other, and we don't let the fear of modern medicine cripple people's ability to take care of themselves. And it's not just about Bob, but she's making a point to utilize the situation for the better of us moving forward. So I think that giving her space to explain that seems pretty simple. I don't interpret any disrespect here. She clearly has pure intention, and she's
also,
I
Austin,
absolutely agree.
And that
Austin,
if we,
I
like,
was
let me
on the
just-
Globe. Sorry, I was a guest on Globebusters the night when Rob died, when he passed. I was the guest. They were saying they're on remdesivir, and we're like, no. Get his wife, get on the phone, tell her no remdesivir, get the legal attorney. He was gone by the time the broadcast finished, right?
We were trying to do that at the beginning, man. We were
Right?
trying to get people to listen to us, and there was
Right? Yeah, I
resistance.
was on air the night it happened. We were talking about remdesivir on the air on Globebusters. By the time I told him call his wife and tell her get the fucking attorney down there because they're going to kill the guy, they killed him.
We were doing that on day one, man.
I made a film about ivermectin, how it kills you, and Alex wrote me. I can't remember one of your Flat Earth colleagues. The guy overdosed on ivermectin, and it's like I've seen 3 of you guys go down for health problems, and you've got Amanda Vollmer who will save your life, and everyone's talking over her right now. I'm sorry to get emotional. There's a woman here telling you no more of you need to go down stupidly. Whether
To be honest, I get you, Steve.
I'm a warrior. I'm a fucking Earth warrior. You are, but you could be a living warrior or a dead warrior who's not a warrior. That's all I'm saying is what she's saying is, do you want to die or do you want to be a living warrior?
Hey,
right. I'd rather Bob be here than
Hey,
be a warrior.
Steve, do you mind if I just interject really? We're not here to discuss of whether we are to die or to live. This is not what this memorial is about. And, to say, hey, to me, I want to live, what about that Queen song, Who Wants to Live Forever? Who friggin' wants to live forever? Would you want to live for 1,000 years if they could make you live for 1,000 years like the AI machine is telling you to do? You could put your soul now in a machine. Maybe there's a time. Maybe, I know I felt that, to be honest with, sorry to, go on about this. And I didn't even know Bob, but I
Your
know.
family might like you around for at least 20 more years.
Well, I would like that
but
too.
it's
I'm not afraid of death, Steve. I'm afraid of what my family are going to go through after I die.
Exactly.
Right.
That's what we're
That's
going
what-
through right now because we just lost.
I know that, man.
and
We
so
all
we're
did.
the
Billy,
ones.
bro, if you keep interrupting her, I'm gonna have to mute you, man.
We are just here right now experiencing the repercussion of Bob's, decision to be a dead warrior or whatever. No one can be inside anyone else's body. Anyway, I'm talking more generally speaking, because it brought up in me this alert that said, okay, wait a second. Because of fake COVID, people are afraid more than ever of doctors. They don't go. They ignore signs. They take stupid shit because stupid fucking doctors that think they know anything about the fucking body and they're pretend warriors that come out and say, oh, ivermectin's awesome. Or just take a soft porn is better than hard porn. It's still fucking porn, So still the same method of suppressing the body's elegant system. Just like this beautiful system. Everything runs elegantly and perfectly when we put the right inputs in and then help it. to balance. That's my point, and that our community needs to have a something, whatever we want to call it, a collaborative or an agreement that we do something in these situations, a specific like protocol where we're like, okay, first thing, contact Amanda, get her opinion on it. Fine, okay, is this a true emergency? Like, I'm making courses right now to help people understand when it's a red flag that they are going to need like an IV drip, like right now. I mean, you're going to go to the hospital for an IV drip if you're crashing, you know, or better is we have nurses that have left the system, doctors that have left the system, and they are forming their own private clinics. That's happening. That's building, and that network will be there for us so that there can be someone in your area that you can go to in an emergency situation. Or like what Cami said, you know, a doctor or nurse can come to your house and do house calls like the good old days and make sure that if you're ambulant, like you can't move, that you get care, you know, for whatever reason, and you're not afraid of whatever the fuck they're going to do because they're nasty public servants who are going to report on you or get your children taken away from you or all this kind of bullshit, right? So that's it was more of a general thing that came over me because I had that night I dreamt about all of these things, and you know, I don't know if anyone had Bob visit, and I feel like he's here listening. I know, like a lot, you know, Steve, you're regretting like he isn't hearing my words and whatever. Yes, he is. We're already eternal, and of course, there's no fear of death or like whatever, you know. Meaning, we are eternal beings already. We don't like we're here to do our thing and then to leave, but the point is, there's still considerations about life and honoring our lives and living them full and living them how they were meant to be. And then what we're trying to do, which is wake up all these people who are suffering and who are being murdered, you know, constantly by the hands of these same groups. So we need to be strong because we're under psychic attack, we're under physical attack, we're under social, economic attack, right? All of these pressures and stresses. So I'm hoping that my message is coming across is that I feel like even if I offer right now, if any of you are fucking like that or sick or whatever, I don't care. Just contact me. Don't feel like, oh, poor Amanda, you know, I help people I've never met. I don't know any of them. They message me and I'm like, here's how you stay alive. You know, like texting them how to stay
Build
alive.
the community.
You know, like,
Hey, Amanda.
Yeah,
that's Bob's legacy right there. Build the community.
Building
Support
the
each
community.
other.
That's it. And then I'm
Yeah, because I will say I talked to Bob about Amanda specifically, and all he could do was rave about how obsessed he was with what she said and how important he thought what she does is. So I know for a fact that he would want her message to be received right now. Certainly not stomped out. She's talking about moving together in a coherent way, that we have a system set up to help prevent anything that can be prevented. As to whether or not, you know, Bob chose to go and this was his time and all that, like we don't know those things. That doesn't change what she's saying. And that is that there's someone here that needs to hear this, and we need to come together as a community and come together outside of the system where we can help give people help or get them help, and that they can feel comfortable to open up, and that we can figure out some way to get them to open up.
This will save lives. This will save
idea.
lives. It will. This talk will save lives. Somebody here is going to be more apt to reach out.
Can I say something to Amanda?
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Amanda. I know your work only by your videos. You probably don't know me. I'm in Ireland, and I'm in touch with a number of alternative doctors and naturopaths here. And they want to do exactly what you were just describing, to form other networks of ways to get help if something's very serious. I just, I'll just take this opportunity to ask you, can I get in touch with you about that and get you in touch with Dr. Ann McCluskey? You might have talked to her already. Okay,
Yeah.
thanks.
Thanks. You know, thank you.
Okay.
Well, thank you, everyone. I've got to step out. I'm really sorry. I'll be listening. I love you all. I wish I could hug you all. I love you, Bob. I'm sorry. You know.
Hey, Amanda, and I'm so
Thanks,
sorry if
Amanda.
I came across stubborn, but for these, you know, these guys, me guy that I know Amanda just left. But what do we do? What do we do? Well, I don't want to talk to that person. I don't want to talk to that. I don't want to, you know,
Let me
worry
give you
my
an
life.
example.
We should let
for instance, like,
Amanda
for
go.
me.
for me, and Amanda, thank
Yeah,
you so
well,
much
much
for
love to
It
Amanda.
was just a 10-second
sure.
question
Amanda?
for an older guy, man. It's like me. Like, I'm an older guy, and I'm getting to the stage where you kind of get like, I don't give a F, right? So what do you do for me? Like, because I know medical is one, but to me, like, I mean, I'm just going to like fight it to the end. I like that guy. So, yeah. And I love Bob. I reckon Bob was that guy. I reckon Bob was a bit like me. Like, fuck it. I know, not really disrespect Cami, because he would love to spend 20 more years. But what do? We don't trust.
Amanda, I know you got to go. Billy, let me answer that. You
Sorry,
answered.
I'm going.
You answered your own question though. You said it, so there's no reason to ask her. You said that you're an older guy, and if you get to that point, you're just gonna go like whatever, and you can't stop somebody from doing that if that's their decision.
True.
So Amanda, if you tried and you did everything that you could do, you did the right thing. You did everything that you could do, and you know what? And we just lost a friend this week, another friend this week. We just lost somebody that's really close to a circle, a friend of mine. And what I'm going to tell you is, and it's what I told my buddy. He lost his girlfriend, and I told him, I said, you cannot spend the rest of your days going, what if? You can't. There's nothing you can do. What if I would have done this different? What if I would have said this differently? What if I would have just taken the time to stop and tie my shoe? The timing would have all been different on the timeline. No, you can't do that. Everything is happening for a purpose, and we're going to learn from the mistakes. So if there are mistakes made, but so Billy, if you're asking Amanda, what can you do for a guy your age that's got, this thought process? Really, there's nothing. I think that everyone's got to do a little bit of searching inside here and become humble enough to know that, hey, you know what is worth fighting for right now? What is worth fighting for, and where is my energy level, and where am I going when this is over with? This day. We got to use each day as a gift, each moment as a gift. And they're all going to compile into this wonderful experience. And some of them are cut short, and some of them go for on and on and on and on. My point is this, that if somebody's sick, and if you know somebody that can help, like say an Amanda or somebody else that got through the same symptoms, that's what she's talking about. I think that's what we're all talking about. I think and so I think that's where we need to leave it. She's got dinner people coming over, man. So I think we need to let her go. And thank you, Amanda.
Thanks, guys. I'll be listening. I'm just gonna switch over to watching on YouTube. And
love you, Amanda.
Thanks, Amanda.
You're a hero.
We'll work together, and we'll get what you want done manifested.
Okay, perfect.
I was gonna mention one thing, that it's really easy to feel ostracized depending on where you live. Like, for instance, I was living in total isolation, and I never knew anybody. After I moved to one place where I was in the Netherlands, didn't speak the language, and now I'm learning. And I had a baby here, and then things fell apart in my relationship, and a lot of things happened, and I was suddenly alone out of Facebook with no friends whatsoever, nobody to talk to, and having to deal with I mean, it was the worst time of my life. And so I understand in a way this kind of feeling of you want to die. Like, it doesn't really matter. You feel like sometimes that you've done everything that you had to do, and you tried, and you reach out to people, but people weren't really, I don't know, they move on to do their own things, and it was only because, of course, I have a child, and that's always, it just makes you want to keep going. And I have family, I have other things, but it's difficult because I don't know anybody. There's no community for me, zero here. And the only place, there's one person, there's Roger from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, that I met him personally, but he lives, it's like an hour away or so. He came out and helped me out when I was moving here, which I had a terrible time to try to move and get closer to my son. But yeah, it's difficult to find strength, and it was because of Bob that there are some people in my life that really went out of their way to help me out, and it was really what kept me going as well during this kind of horrible time. And now, you have to, and I went through this when I was like, if I die, who cares? And I know people care, some people care, but we have to realize that we're all going to go. We have to be ready to go, but we also have to be ready to not be so stubborn and reach out when we are in need. and it was very difficult for me. In the very beginning, when things were going down for me, at the end of the pandemic, I didn't reach out to anybody. I left. I was in a total state of I don't know. I wanted to be. I don't know. In a way, I wanted to die, and it wouldn't happen. God didn't want that for me, and then through these people, the few people that reach out to me that were always following, thanks to Bob, thanks because I've been to Globebusters and I was there for a while, that I met some wonderful people that I'm still working with. So in a way, Bob went around to help me out in a time of need as well, even though there was nobody there, and there was nobody and I don't mean this and guys, no bad feelings about anything, but sometimes critical thinking is very difficult. People tend to take some things personally when they're actually supposed to be cold logic. And but yeah, and I understand. I mean, there's riffing on Amanda. If I had died and people never know, and I don't know, there was nobody reached out to me to be honest, from the community, from the people I knew in Globebusters at all, apart from a few people like Stellium 7. I talked to Flat Earth Man here, my buddy. I talked to him a few times. But it's because it's difficult. People have to move on. People have to do their own things. We have to realize we have to also get up on our own and do our own thing and focus on what's important in our own lives. And so, yeah, it's a balance. We also have to realize we cannot take care of everybody. And for me, it comes as a huge surprise that Bob didn't reach out. And I get it. I have no idea what happened to him. I have no idea what happened to him. But yeah, it's going to happen to all of us. And you got to be ready. And sometimes you got to lose everything to realize that what your worth is, and to find your way to something bigger, bigger than all of us. So thank you guys. Thank you guys for being here. And it's great to hear. And even the little bit of tension that we have as well. It's wonderful. So
it's good we care about each other, and that's why there's tension. Is because we care and we want everybody to live as long as they can and be as happy as they can. And I'm just looking at the Zoom or the Rockfin chat, and somebody saying that we're all afraid to ask for help. We feel like we're bothering people. At least that's how I feel. Nobody wants to feel vulnerable, but we need each other now more than ever. And I just agree with that we just have to remember that this is a huge community. There's so many people out there that will help, but it's a scary thought to think about that, to think like, I got to reach out and tell somebody I need help. So that's the benefit of this, or the good thing that can come out of this, is that hopefully we can stop one such incident in the future,
Yeah, and
we want that environment to say that you can ask for help, and we want to help. That's what's important. Now, there's another thing there when they say, okay, well, don't resuscitate. My mom is one of those people. Don't resuscitate if I go unconscious and my heart stops. I'm not afraid to die. That's a whole nother story. But the important thing is we have that community that says, we're here for you. Don't be afraid to ask anything.
Didn't one of the very well said, bro, that you summed it up perfectly. Like, I think that from my current understanding, Bob chose to go, and it was his time, and he was at an acceptance of that. And I can only know so much about that. Okay. But like, if that's the case, that's the case. Well, one thing's for sure is that he would want us to use it for a positive impact. And then Kyle just summed it up perfectly. It's about creating the environment where people feel like they can. However we organize this or come together where people feel like they can open up about their stuff, and we can. There's only one Amanda, so we have to create a network to utilize this truth information about our bodies, and that's the important thing to take out of this. I think Bob was probably content from my understanding, and I don't know what it is. I don't think this should be misconstrued as something like that. It's just about taking it and creating the positive environment that people feel like they can come to you and that you do care. And we get lost up in our own world a lot, where people kind of fall off on the wayside, and we should just take it as a reminder, to stay up to date with people we love.
Austin, 100%, man. And I know, you just had a child, a year ago, year and a half. Actually, I think your daughter was born on the same day as my grandson was born, and life is freaking amazing. So when do we get to that? And Rodrigo, hearing your voice again, just brings back old memories, because these are some of the old shows I used to watch with you. But Austin, we've got so much to learn. And Amanda, yes, I get it. And I hope I'm going to rewatch this and listen to myself being, I don't know, rather stubborn about life. Because the older I get, I'm just going to fight harder. What about if we do that? What about if it's like, the end of the toilet roll theory, where you go, hey, shit, I better start preserving more, the closer we get to the toilet roll. Because you get a full roll where you got abundance, and at the end, bad analogy. But, anyway, I'm learning here. I'm still learning, aren't we all? And,
No, I know everything.
And maybe I'll go to a doctor.
I like to
for a checkup.
Yes, Ira, go ahead.
Yeah, I cannot speak a lot, or at least what I like to say, because my language barrier. But I was listening, and I agree with a lot of you. And in the meantime, I was looking at the new Germanic medicine. I still remember a few months ago when I asked Bob to help in terms of, hey man, if I can, because I never understood what going on with him.
Right.
And I asked him if he needs some help from me. In my short experience, I am involved with a lot of people that practice the Germanic medicine, the CDS, and things like that. But he told me, no, I'm okay, I'm fine, and I respect his decision. That's the first thing that you need to do. Then after that Skype chat, the next one was the Cami, Bob stopped breathing. So I never addressed that Bob was so bad in that sense. But I don't know exactly the whole life, of course, of Bob. I just picked some information from the last couple of years. And when I was researching here, and sorry for my English, maybe if I stuck in some terms or words, maybe Rodrigo can help me. But when you start looking into the Germanic medicine, the first thing that the heart symbolizes is the house, the home, and the center, and the family, and especially the territory. So I know that Bob and Cami and his family took the decision to leave his territory in the, I don't know exactly where he lives. But when you start looking, especially in what it's called the hypertrophia of the heart, which is the enlargement of the heart, it has a specific emotion involved, which is leave the territory with rage and angry. And then when you start, and I'm gonna be in short words because I am not an expert, but I'm gonna try to leave here on the table things that help Cami especially and the rest of the community to maybe understand what's going on behind this, because death is also a teacher. You can you can learn a lot of things about death. Nobody can pass death. And in other ancient cultures, especially last week in Peru, I practiced ayahuasca medicine, and that was in fact, was the same day of Bob passed away. So it's crazy. And the plant, everybody has, afraid a little bit or a lot, it doesn't matter, to death, because it's something new, and you need to be nervous out of situation. It's impossible to don't be nervous when the time comes. Maybe you receive calm or you receive in stress, but it's something new, of course. And the plant, I asked the plant about that, and the message was amazing in terms of what everybody knows. Death is just another door in our existence. It's not the end. But getting back to Bob, I mean, when I was looking into the New Germanic medicine, the heart symbolizes the house, the home, the center, the family, and especially the enlargement of the heart. It's has to be with a conflict of rage and anger leaving the territory. And the biology meaning of that is that the person needs to expand the heart to, and I read in literally, needs to expand the heart, quote unquote, the home, to better accommodate the family. And I think Bob accomplished his mission, because when I look right now the screen and I see all these people in this panel and a lot of people in the community, I think the last, or not the last, but the final goal of Bob was to enlarge the community, to make the home of the community much larger without fight each other. That was something that, at least in my what I heard about the Bob, offline or maybe in the chat, he get angry with all these issues in the community. But I think he accomplished that in terms of he make our home bigger. He give us his heart in terms of trying to create this expansion, and look at how many we are now in Globebuster, and Globebuster starts with Bob and Jeran. So I congratulate Bob, because he give his life for us as a community. And when I was reading this, I understand that maybe Bob finished his mission and he wants to pass away, and I respect that, and I congratulate him.
Beautiful, brother.
Wow, you're just curious. Were you on your way into an ayahuasca session or on your way out when you heard?
I don't understand what you asked me.
Were you? Did you when you found out Bob passed? Were you heading to go do your ayahuasca, or had you already done it?
No, I was in the.
You were in the medicine.
Yes, under the influence, influence of the ayahuasca.
Wow.
5 hours. That it was my first time that I did that, and now I really recommend it.
Oh, that's mind blowing. That's gonna be teaching you for a long time. That's amazing.
I'm still having reminds of that experience, because I never did something like that. Nothing is equivalent to do that type of stuff. I did in Peru with a friend, with a shaman, which is a friend, is a flat earther, and all the territory, the place, the mountain in the background, how the ceremony take place. It was amazing. It's not in the apartment, smoking the DMT and things like that. It was really with like a medicine.
Right. There's something very synchronistic about that.
For sure. The medicine will keep teaching you for another 2 weeks after you do it.
2 years.
So just pay attention.
Yes. I'm still doing it. Yeah.
Yep. All right. Fascinating.
Wow. All right. Well, I could show. Anybody else want to talk on that subject, or we can move on to something?
Well, how about you, Jeran? You haven't spoke, man. You've been such a good host. What do you have to say about all this?
It's it's hard for me. I mean, Bob was a really good friend, and I wish he would have reached out to me more personally, but I get why he wouldn't, because he was very proud. But that's just upsetting, because it makes you question whether or not you were a good enough friend. Because I guess I don't know if I necessarily feel the same, but it's like I could see where I don't have a lot of friends anymore, so maybe I would be in the same boat. But I would hope that that I would have been somebody he could have gone to and said that he could use some help. But again, these things are all what I need to get over. Right, you need to get over the hindsight is 2020. Of course, we can always play Monday morning quarterback, and I would have passed to this wide open receiver. Of course you would. You didn't have to make the split second decision. You didn't have to live real life. So, it's just tough. I mean, I knew that he was wanted some time away to get healthy, and so we took the show over, and we thought we were doing what was good for him. And now looking back at it, you're like, well, that was that good for him to to just say, okay, we'll take over the show versus you don't have to do the show, and then and thought we were doing a good job. So it's just upsetting when you kind of look at it, you're like, oh man, I'm gonna miss him a ton. We had some late night conversations, and he was just that soft spoken teacher who would always be there for you. So I have a little something I'll say towards the end, but he's just larger than life. He's I think Austin described it well. He's that kind of that second father. I couldn't talk conspiracies to my dad. I mean, he got the shot so that he could get into the Giants game. I mean, that's how much he cares about, vaccines. He wanted to get into the Giants game, so he's like, oh yeah, I got it. Get into. So anyway, it's just when you have somebody like that, I can't talk to my dad about conspiracies. So Bob was the same way. He was like my second father, and they sent Maverick a swing when he was born, and Maverick loved that swing, and it was kind of one of the only things that calmed him down towards the beginning. And it's just so many things. And then I don't know if people know that when I moved from the house that we were at in Salinas, we had a place to go. And then 3 days before we were supposed to move in, we got a call and they said, oh, the guys that are here are going to stay here. And we said, well, you already told us we can have the house. We already paid the down payment and everything. Nah, but they're going to stay here. So we had 3 days. We tried to stay at the place we were at. Nope, they wouldn't let us stay. So we had 3 days to find a new place. And we're looking all over and looking, we couldn't find anything. And then we found this brand new house here in Merced. And, the rent was about right, but they wanted triple, deposit because I had lost a house in Salinas, and they, put a bunch of, and we just couldn't find the money. We just couldn't. We're reaching out to everybody, trying to get little bits here and there. And, I reached out to Bob, and without even a question, he, loaned me quite a bit, almost like about $5,000. And, I promised him I'd pay him back, that we were going to get money back from the house when it sold and all the, and he could have easily just not believed me but that's a huge amount to ask somebody to borrow even for a month. And, so he did it without question. Let me figure out how to get it to you. Let me do this. And then we were able to purchase this house that we're still in today, that we raised our child in, that we love. And, I don't think it would have happened without Bob. So, I owe him just time over time over time. And how we met was amazing. Or how he, I guess, from the story he tells me, he saw my channel and thought it was interesting that the name was Jeranism and they had a son, Jeran. And so, he just started watching, and then I announced that I wanted to do that laser test, and that if people wanted to donate money towards a laser, and he reached out and said, I'll just buy the whole thing. And he was just a really caring guy. I don't know if anybody does people remember the time he called the cops on me? Cami does.
Yeah. I was there.
Let's hear it. I've never heard this.
We'll do that.
You
have to hear this story, but before you go further, I have to say, Jeran, that the Globebusters, you guys continuing the show, kept him alive and gave him hope.
Good. Okay.
It gave him the strength to get up and try to get healthy and try to get well, and knowing that it was carrying on. It gave him comfort. It gave him. You don't know what it meant for you. That if you're talking about making smiles, I hear what you're saying on the other things, and I tried all of the talks, and maybe I would have had to betray him to talk to you.
Right, I know.
It's not so easy. It's not an easy thing. I would have to break promises, so it's not about. But no, the show, what you and Austin did, doing the show and putting it up on your channel, and he was watching each one of it. It gave him hope. It gave him inspiration to try hard and get better, and he wanted to be strong. He didn't want to be out there weak. Do you understand? That's why he took this.
No, I know.
Whenever he took time off, it was to get his health. If you looked at even the video you were playing, you'll see the color. This is
yeah, no, I can tell it now. Now, that's what I'm saying. Hindsight's 2020.
Looking back, yeah. In hindsight is 2020. Right. But I don't want you ever to think that doing the show was anything other than, if anything.
No, I think I maybe should have just taken it as a bigger cue, as whereas if Austin said, "Hey, I don't want to do the show, a little bit tired or I'm feeling weak," okay, great. And then a week or two goes by, I should
nothing
be.
would have taken Bob away from the
No,
show. Nothing would have. And what you guys kept it going was a solo part of his would have died. I mean, what you did was a gift. What you did was the greatest gift, and I never want a gift.
Yeah.
You could tell the funniest story now because that's what we want to hear. And I
That was a funny story.
Yeah.
So we did the laser test on the night that we were doing it, and we had sent my wife to the other side of the bay, the Monterey Bay, and we're shooting a laser across 4 miles, and she gets over there and she said the beam is like 10 feet. It's 10 feet circle, and we didn't know that. We'd practiced the night before, but nobody was on the other side, so we couldn't tell that the beam expanded to that kind of level. So we said, "Oh man, okay, well let's try and just have you observe us shining this beam off the rock." So she was doing that for a little while, and then my phone died. It was getting close to dying, and then it died, and then we just were sitting on the beach, and Missa came back over, and now we're just sitting there. Me, 2 people that had showed up, Missa, the cameraman, a few of us were just sitting on the beach talking because it was, I don't know, this time 8 or 9 o'clock at night. It was dark, and Bob, who was watching the live stream and kind of managing the chat, they just saw us shooting the laser across the water, and then all of a sudden my phone died. Well, they didn't know what happened, so then he can't get a hold of me. He's trying to call me on my phone, and I'm not answering, and he's trying to call Missa, and she's not answering. And we're just on the beach having a good time. Well, then they called the police because they thought like there was some sort of nefarious thing that had gone on or somebody had like attacked us or something. So we're just on the beach until the cops come and they're like, "You Jeran?" I'm like, "Yes." "Are you guys live streaming right now?" I'm like, "No, I swear. I thought we were in trouble for the laser." But I was like, "No, we're not. We're done." And he's like, "Oh, you had a whole stream looking for you, and they thought something bad happened to you." I'm like, "No, nope." But yeah, that was the time he called the cops on me. So they came out to the beach. We're thinking we're in trouble for shooting a laser across the water. They didn't seem to care much about that. But no, he just is a great guy. Wanted me really bad to move out to South Carolina with him. And, if it wasn't for Abby, we may have even considered that. So, but I do feel like he's touched so many people's lives. I feel like he was a huge benefit and help to me. There was a time where I was going to just let Globebusters go. I couldn't do that and my channel. And, he stepped up and said, "Well, what if you gave it to me? What if I took it over? I have some ideas for the show. I'd like to be more technical." And everything worked out fantastic. And he did so great with it and became such a great host. And I mean, he went from somebody who didn't even want to be on the internet at first. He didn't want to be on YouTube. And I kind of called him and said, "Hey, I want to do a call-in show. Will you help me? You just take some," and this is back 2015, probably July or something. And so just help me. We're just going to take calls and just, hear people out. And you could tell that right when he started doing it, he liked it. He was, he liked to teach, right? I mean, that's what he was good at. And so he just became better and better at it. And then he became more critical of himself about it, which I never shared that criticism. He would complain about the amount of times he says, "Num." I'm like, "Dude, I say it 100 times a show. I mean, 500 times a show." But he just always was trying to get better. And then, towards the end, same thing. He just wanted to be well. He didn't want to be weak during the show. And, I just wish he was still here. I wish that we still had more shows to do. And that's what I thought was coming up. I really thought, okay, let's give Bob some time off because we'd like to have him back healthy. I just didn't know it was as bad as it was. So, like I said, hindsight's 20/20. So you can't always just look back and think of all the things you could have done differently. But I do think going forward, some of the things Amanda says are important. I do think that it's even helped me, talk to my wife and say, "Hey, if I get really stubborn at some point, but you think it's in my best interest to talk to somebody, reach out for me, because I could understand being a man and just being, that kind of, because Bob was that way, right? I mean, every time I called Bob, he said, "Oh, I'm going to get better. Feeling better. Okay, you're going to be, stronger, So, that's why, I mean, I really can't blame myself. I mean, what else could I have done? But you liar, I couldn't do that. I mean, I thought he was telling me that. So, it's just too bad. I feel for Cami and Jeran, obviously, but I've seen some pictures.
He wasn't lying. He was reaching for better.
Yeah.
He wasn't lying. He was really trying to get better. He really was.
Yeah. And I've seen some pictures, and he's a great father. I'm just looking at pictures of him. What is that? Parasailing with Jeran? What is it? Is that what it's called? I don't know what he's doing. He's riding a thing.
He's parasailing.
Parasailing. Okay.
Parasailed all the time with Jeran. It was like a favorite.
Oh yeah, see, I mean things like that are just
and
awesome.
snorkeling and snuba and climbing mountains and
Yeah, he loved Hawaii.
he loved Hawaii. We went to Roswell. We did all of the different silly tour things. Yeah, he was an amazing father.
He was very proud of his airline
son.
miles too. He had lots of airline miles. He would always tell me, "I got miles. I can go there. I got miles. I'll fly there." So he flew a lot. But a good, great father and great friend, great husband. And I think that he wanted to change the world, and I think we were on our way. So I'm really proud of Austin to say that this is rather than say he's the only reason I'm doing this. So now I'm done. Austin said the opposite. He's the only reason I'm doing this.
Thank
now
you,
I'm going
Austin.
all out. That's a step. A big thing to see and to witness is awesome, because it could have gone the other way, right? So I think he's inspired a lot of us. A lot of us want to keep going and want to go harder. We've already talked and want to do the Globebusters show better in honor of Bob and to make it go further. And so I'm just very thankful for the time that I've had. I wish he would have got to meet Mavi, but that's neither here nor there. He definitely was on the phone with me and heard him babbling like a crazy man. So, but that's about it for me. It's a sad day, but I do think we'll use it as a springboard, right? We're going to get better.
Maverick moments were the highlight of all of your shows, by the way.
Thank
you. Get better.
It tells me I'm doing a good job, I guess. None of my research. It's just me shining. There you go. Thank you. So there is a couple videos that come through. I'll find them unless anybody else. Oh, we could talk about Dave. Do you want to talk about your movie coming up? I'll play the trailer if you want.
Well, it's not my movie. It's Sean Hibbler's
you're in
part
it,
of the Level series, Level with Me.
Here, we'll play the trailer real quick, and then we'll talk about it after.
Yeah, trailer's good, and it's getting lots of publicity.
Here we go.
Level with me. We'll also continue to engage with China. We're not looking for a new Cold War, but I make no apologies for taking down that balloon. Thank you very much.
This is not a new phenomenon that you might find balloons in the air. The fact that
Sorry, yeah.
So there are all kinds of possibilities here. Could it be a weather balloon? Absolutely. Could it be a weather balloon? Absolutely.
Mainstream calls them satellites. They're satelloons because they're all on balloons. We're in public. There's no expectation of privacy.
Why are we only told about this other idea of satellites? It's a well-kept secret that we have tons of huge balloons above us.
You don't know about any of these satellites without the balloons? Space. It's the biggest psyop of all time.
The Earth is not what NASA says it is.
Many people are becoming aware that there's a firmament.
There's a firmament above us. Why is it when we review this footage that these things are exploding? It looks like they're hitting a barrier.
Houston, we have a problem. Yeah, the problem is you can't get past the firmament.
Some of these rockets look like they're scraping across a watery firmament, kind of like a boat dragging something through the water. I'm not sure what they're doing, but they're not flying into space.
This is disclosure.
People want to call us conspiracy theorists, but we're about to blow this wide open.
Oh, it's going to blow up or something's going to happen.
The 1986 Challenger disaster did not die in the explosion, with many of them hiding in plain sight.
Did you ever think the public would find out that all the spacewalks were filmed underwater?
Thanks, sir.
The liars are the enemy, even if they live in our own backyard.
I hear the theme music for that is absolutely killer.
I wonder who did that.
The music for the title for the credits at the end is an original by Alex Michael, and I do have to say it's amazing.
And we got just
as always.
Yeah.
Here's a couple news articles from today that Bryce Mitchell, who's UFC fighter, looks like he's already in the news as to sharing and tweeting about this movie. So it's going to be already. We can say it's going to be huge.
Well done, gentlemen. Huge. Pump it.
Yeah.
I've seen
Bob,
the trailers.
Bob was a big fan of the Level series.
Oh,
so-
yes, he was. Oh,
Yeah,
yes, he
so-
was.
Bob will be
It's
watching,
his
and
best
I'm
work.
sure there's a mention of a dedication to Bob of some sort in the movie. But look at all the mainstream stuff picking up on Bryce. It hasn't even come out
Everywhere.
yet. Wait until it comes out.
Everywhere.
Yeah. I said on a live stream today, I was on a really fun live stream, and I said, it's scientifically impossible to watch all 3 Level movies and walk away being a Glober.
Uh-huh.
I think it's scientifically impossible.
And even the first Hibbler production movie, Truth Is No Investigation, that's my go-to. If someone goes, oh, but what about all the stars? Or what about all the planets? They're around. Just go, that video. And start them there, and they go into Hibbler, and even yours, Dave. And Hibbler just did some amazing, is still going to do amazing stuff. But Level, that concept, look at our screens, level, everything's level, and you got this construct of level and horizontal line, vertical line, and that's how we build things. And if you even talk to a plumber or a builder, even an electrician, they know how they lay their cables, So Level, and I can't freaking wait for the next one to come out.
It's going to be a great one, and you know what? I think it's going to appeal to a wide audience outside of Flat Earth, and now that Flat Earth is really filling the ether, if you will, that it's on at least the outskirts of everyone's mind. They're going to see this movie and they're going to be like, wait, what is this movie? Wait, Bryce is in this, Eddie Bravo's in this, so I think it's going to have a huge reach, and everybody, share the trailer everywhere.
Yes.
Post it everywhere.
Everywhere.
It's not just the trailer.
Just so you guys know,
it's not just the trailer. It's not just. Sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was going to say it's not just the trailer. It's not just this movie. It's the trilogy, and I think it's going to finish this. The whole trilogy. It's like the Matrix trilogy. It's as important. It's a fucking documentary at the end of the day. It is paradigm-shattering stuff that will change your whole life. It will push you in a completely different direction. It will wake you up. It will enlighten you. It's really conscious material, and I'm very, very glad to be a part of it.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
See those people?
I'm the HD version of Level is gonna be on the featured video on the app on Thursday. The HD video of Level of the next Level will be on Friday, and then on Saturday, the Hibbler movie will be featured also.
Hey,
it's the ultimate trilogy, isn't it? It's the Flat Earth trilogy. I think it will go down in history because he does such amazing work, and I don't know how he does it really. But I think it's going to be the best. How is someone going to beat that trilogy? I don't think they can.
Yeah, Sean is like a director, man. The amount of time, the amount that he thinks about each little decision, you would never know, man. When he starts telling me about his vision, I'm like, yikes, bro, you got me. I'm just
yeah, it pisses me off a little bit, actually. He's that good.
Yeah, for real.
Oh, he's amazing. Seriously, every person that I've led down that path of Hibbler, it just goes, no. The truth is no investigation. And what was the next one? There was a sequel to that, and then you follow the rabbit hole, and you just
realize.
That's the one.
What's the next one?
And you just go.
I think that's the one that woke up Bryce. Bryce saw that one and just like, holy crap, the Earth is flat.
Incredible, just the way it was pieced together, and you just go, well, how can I not investigate this topic? How can I not, question the narrative?
The people these days, they need that movie, that soundtrack, that real the kind of stuff that he does with his editing, that the echo that he uses, that real impact kind of force that he has. Like he's basically creating a movie. He's incredibly creative like that. He knows what people respond to, and he's doing like short little snippets and echoes and like really good music. He's just an incredible video editor, and he knows what people respond to. So he's basically using that system that this blah blah. He's putting truth in your face and packaging it in like an hour format where it's so gripping that you can't deny it. Like if you watch that trilogy, like Dave said, you watch the trilogy and you're not a flat earther, then you know, best of luck. Bye.
Exactly. Right? Well said. Because if they don't get it from that point, well, why argue? And I think Bob had that skill. You know, going back to Bob, where, you know, Austin said before, like, you know, put something to him if he didn't believe you. It wasn't the end all. It was like, let's talk about this. Let's have some discord and far out, man. You know, does Bob get a spot in the next one? I hope he does.
Well, Bob, it will be. Bob is mentioned in the movie for sure. So
cool.
There's no doubt. And Bob's gonna have the best view of all of us. He's gonna see it on the big screen.
Exactly. Yeah. Bob would appreciate the movie more than anybody.
Bastard's probably already seen it.
He would share it. He would share it more places and challenges all of the shares.
That's what I was gonna say. Bob's
already seen it.
He's already
seen it. We're all a little bit jealous, aren't we? Was it like, oh, you know now, you know.
You know that, yeah.
Yes. So I'm excited, and it has nothing to do with me in it. Actually, I'm petrified that I'm in it, to be honest. But Sean does such a good job. I'm fairly confident that he'll somehow make me look good.
He will make you look good. He will probably CGI hair or something.
Yeah, CGI.
Yes,
thank
you.
You know,
thank
you know.
CGI is amazing these days. Yes.
Yeah.
Nah, Dave, what you've done, and even Bob would be. He always loved your app. He loved what you did. And, is the map right? Is Australia stretched too far? They all go, you know. But, hey.
I think Australia's crunched on the globe. I think they crunched Australia.
I don't think it exists.
It was Greek Easter yesterday. And John, where's John Christopoulos? He's Greek as well. It was Greek Easter yesterday. So I had my family around and, 20 people made a gyros on a spit. It was like, 5 hours worth of work. But to the point, I said, well, how did Captain Cook map Australia to perfection 200 years ago and it's still used exactly to the shape? Well, is it stretched? Who even knows, man? Who can, how far is the distance? What does Australia really look like? And is it the same that it was when Captain Cook and Matthew Flinders, who was the geographer, and he had another guy, for plants. But really, how did they do that? Going around a coast, could you measure it? What technology did they use 200 years ago?
Coastline paradox.
Yeah, exactly.
Maverick, man, when'd you get so cool with them shades, bro?
Say hi.
Hey.
Mav.
Say hi, Cami.
I don't see Mav.
You sit on my lap.
I don't. Where are you?
I'm
at the spotlighted bottom left. Jaren's in the bottom left.
Oh, you can't see me very big. I can make it bigger.
Can I just say this is probably Bob Knodell's ultimate Globebusters panel right here.
Nice. Yes.
It's a shame he's not alive to be here.
You like it. Totally, like Bob. Oh, so very. You look so cool. Oh wow, are you stylish?
Where is he?
He's at the bot. Wow, I know.
You say hi? See, Cami?
Are those polarized sunglasses?
No, they're cheapies. Say hi to Cami. See her?
Is that Mav?
Are you timed? Is it time to start doing polarized light glasses? Mav. Oh. Peekaboo.
He's watching himself, not everybody. He's really
good. That's what he needs to be watching.
Want to help me? I'll help you.
Get that boy a guitar.
You think? Crazy. My mom was big into music, right? She played in bands and things like that. He picks up on songs and sings them, and he'll play the couch as a piano, but he's never even seen a piano.
Oh, dude! Oh my God!
It's so weird.
What a sign! What a sign that is, dude! Get him a keyboard. Get him something.
Alex,
yeah.
Get your butt out here.
It's crazy.
He's coming in October, right?
He's
how old is he now?
Just turned 2.5.
Oh,
Alex, do something about this.
Yeah, Alex, you got to help us with. No, because we don't. I'm not very musically inclined, but it's so funny that he picked up on that and.
Yeah. I mean,
get him a piano. Get him a piano.
So
you
can
get
a
little
cheap toy pianos. They're cheap.
Yeah.
Get him an electric piano.
Little keyboard.
Are you telling me that he's playing the piano without even having a piano? So he's playing without even having it.
Yep, he's playing it on the couch.
Oh my God!
Somebody send a drum set to Jeran's house.
No.
Oh my God! No! Oh my God! No.
Clearly bagpipes. Bagpipes. Is
No, not drums, not drums.
Bagpipes.
Piano. Let him before he gets to rhythm. Give him a sense of melody before he gets to rhythm. So give him piano before he gets to drums. Would be my advice.
Okay.
Send him one, Alex.
Yeah, Zach. Hey, Zach, are you in there? Tell me if you remember if we donated or packed the different keyboards in a box of that, because there are two.
Not sure.
Yeah, well, I think so.
Might still have one. Yeah, we might have to be sending that out there real quick.
Yeah.
That might be his thing, you know. If he's tapping out rhythms and kind of melodies on a sofa or on a cushion or whatever before he even knows what a piano or a drum kit is, that would be a huge sign for me to push him towards that and just see what happens. You know, that would be very good to encourage that for sure.
Yeah, it's crazy that he does that. Yep, and then
straight to your channel, Alex.
Yeah,
right to your channel. That's the first.
He also
YouTube channel
sings.
You send your kids to, right?
He sings songs when it's the first time he's heard them, which is weird. He sings like he'll try and sing with the whatever's the song is, even though he's never heard it. He kind of tries to hum along with it. So.
Dude, there's something there. I wish that would have been encouraged in me when I was that age. You have to recognize that and push that as far as you can.
Jeran.
Yes.
Jeran.
Yes.
I'm a piano teacher. You have to start him now. He's ready because he's singing. And my youngest students were 2.
Yeah.
He's 2, right?
Yeah, and he knows this whole alphabet.
He's ready.
I'm writing letters down for him right now, and he knows all of them. So yeah,
music, bro, music.
Yeah.
Do it.
Yep.
Wow, Nora, I'm a piano teacher too. My students are 16 and they play like they're 2. I want your secret.
Music is a waste of time. You need to teach them calculus and algebra.
Oh boy.
And managerial accounting. These are the important things. Right?
History. You know what the
and what's about the Holocaust
unit?
Fuck off.
About the Holocaust.
Dave Weiss, teach you about the Holocaust. Come on.
What numbers?
Teach him NASA.
Oh boy.
Jesus Christ, man.
It's hard to keep him away from the.
Teach about Dave Weiss's the eclipse theory. That's the one thing they didn't tell you. There is something weird about the new eclipse coming up. There's going to be a portrait of Bob Knodel right in the middle, right after this.
Can everybody hear me?
Yep.
I can already see the meme.
Hey, this is bad. I'll step off.
I forgot to introduce you. Sorry, you came a little late. That's Chris Van Maitre, everybody. Chris, how you doing?
Hi, Chris.
Chris.
Hey, Chris.
Hello. Yeah, I just want to say to Cami and Jeran that my heart goes out to you. I know I told you privately, and earlier they were talking about the balloon, launching a balloon, and that's when I actually met Bob and Cami when way early on when Jeran and Bob was talking about launching a balloon. I got a hold of Bob and met Bob and Cami at a restaurant right in my town. They actually come to me, and we met at the restaurant and talked for a little while. And then they invited me over to their house, and that was the beginning of
We love Chris.
That was the beginning of a great friendship. And me and Bob and Cami's launched 2 balloons. Bob has always helped out with every experiment that I've been involved in. He did help me with both force to level, the gyroscope, the fiber optic gyroscope. He's always went above and beyond and out of his way And every time I went over to his house, him and Cami treated me like family. And I could go over there unexpectedly. And again, they would invite me in, go out of their way. I felt like family every time I went over there.
He loved you, man.
Yeah.
And I loved him. I'll miss him big time.
You and family, Chris. I take the mute button off because I don't know how to not talk over other people. One of the reasons that I'm not on the shows. But no, Chris, he loved you so much. We loved you. We're family. We loved having you at the house so much. You knew that in the camping and the eclipses and everything. Oh, we miss you so much. Can't stand it. It's not right that you're not in the same town as us. And I need you to move to South Carolina. Oh. Love you, Chris. Bob loved you. You know that more than
yeah.
Cami, Bob would seriously have something to say about your microphone right now.
He would.
Yeah, I think your headset might be dying.
Something's unplugged or something. Shorten the cord.
And I've met almost everybody on the panel here, and that's because Bob.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bob was such a real one, man. He got me. Bob got me my first computer, laptop to stream on. You know, he was like, "You got to do it. You got to do it." And then he helped me get this computer. He actually flew me out to the first Flattoberfest. He actually flew me out there. So Bob was just always helping people. I think he would probably be amazed if we were able to stack it all up, who all he helped that no one even realizes, and that's pretty epic legacy.
Well, it's true. Bob helped me start Flattoberfest. Flattoberfest is an annual event because Bob and Cami helped me get it started. You know, the initial one, I didn't have money to front everything. You know, I had to work. I had to do a few events and work for that for a few years to now where I don't need help anymore to do it. But when I did start, they helped me, you know, and I was able to pay them back and stuff. But that's why we have Flattoberfest every year, because Bob helped me start it.
Bob always ponied up when I was in Denver, and I was in the guitar store, and I was buying a new guitar, which was quite expensive, which was about $1,500. I was a little bit richer than I am now, and I was putting this guitar on my card, and because we were making an expensive purchase from a foreign country, the bank had something to say about it, because they might recognize that as credit card fraud. And he said to me, "Hey, if you can't pay for it, I'll pay for it, and you just pay me back." Just like that. Bob wanted to pay for my fucking guitar.
He was really, really supportive of the Globelight tour of Europe.
Yeah.
And when people went out to do the activism, if they saw him in the chat, that was really a big lift. So.
Every
That
time
is
I
always
do
supportive.
live streams, Bob picked all this out for me. He helped me shop for the computer and everything I needed to make sure I'd be able to do everything I had to do as far as all my multi-streaming and everything. And then when it came time to get a laptop, because I was using a $600 laptop, but that doesn't cut it to run OBS and stuff, and I needed a laptop to take to California to stream from Steffi's house, Bob picked that out for me too. But he was always making time for everybody.
Yeah, it's crazy how he even did it. Think about it.
It didn't. I mean, we moved from Colorado to South Carolina into a much smaller house. We're happier here. This is what in other words, we've learned through the things. The money wasn't important to Bob. He put everything he had into it because you only dance for a short while. It's what you do with it. You can't, if you're holding on to your money too tightly with your fists, then your hands are full and you can't do anything else now, can you? Money wasn't important to Bob. If he felt like he was taken advantage of, Hell Hath No Fury, like Bob feeling that he was being used, or because Bob was straight and fair. Money had no meaning whatsoever to Bob because he was not a materialist. It's not what mattered to Bob. Memories mattered. You can look at the things. Memories, people, and changing the world mattered to Bob.
Even
as far as the money and the heartbeat, he'd want that if we can continue. I mean, that's what.
Well, he built.
That's it's important.
He built Hibbler's computer too. So
Yeah.
Level with Me will be done on a Bob built computer. So
That's true.
he already has a
Say
piece.
Himmler, did you?
Huh?
Whose computer did he build?
Hibbler Productions.
I thought you said Himmler.
No,
I
no,
thought
no,
you were-
no, not Himmler. He didn't build his computer. He didn't want anything to do with him.
You know, and Jeran,
No Hitler's.
Yeah, Jeran, I'd like to say thank you to you too as well. You know, we're talking about Bob, but again, you also made us too. I'd just like to say thank you very much to you because you are a part of all this. One thing I will say, because I'm a flat earther. I remember the first time I was on your show, we were a little channel. We were talking about comets, cataclysm, nothing flat earth. And Bob said, like, I have to ask you, are you a flat earther? Like in the first show. And had I said no, like he still would have shown me the respect and courtesy as would have you.
Right.
Of course we said, yeah, but we weren't even on as a flat earth guest. We were on for talking about something not even related. I don't think I've ever been on Globebusters talking about flat earth, to be honest.
I don't think you have either.
It is true. It is true. They would have shown you courtesy, but not as much.
Right.
No, but no,
Less courtesy.
well, Jeran wouldn't, but Bob certainly would have. But what I'm saying is, as me, I'm an outsider. I'm a flat earther, but I'm not in the community, right? But I look at what's going on with all of you, and it is Globebusters, not just Bob, but it's Jeran and Cami and Globebusters that put this whole thing together. And how many people do you think you've all woken up? I can tell you, because I'm on the germ side. Me and 12 other people woke up millions of people that germs don't exist. I can tell you there's about 24 of you that woke up tens, maybe hundreds of millions of people that the earth is flat.
Well,
Right on, bro.
If I may say so, what is it that TikTok 2.4 billion people. So how many of them, you know, this pyramidal effect, if you like, right? That it starts with guys like you guys, and you get to the layers, and you just go, where's the tipping point?
Think of the changes
Where's
we made.
The tipping point?
All of us made changes. Made YouTube have to make changes because of what we're doing. I mean, if it wasn't for them making those changes, who knows where we'd be today? Because we were passing up Trump in search results, and we were getting huge responses, and people were actually waking up to it. So they had to, end the up next or recommended, because now we just can only preach to the choir. So as a reminder to people, the only way we can get around that is sharing. You have to share the shows. It's the only way.
Yeah.
If you watch a show and you like it and you don't know why the numbers aren't going up, it's because we don't get shared on YouTube. You can't find us in search, and you can't get recommended or up next when the video ends. And, you know, like that Dave McKeegan guy or whatever, I don't even never watch any of his stuff. Every show that ends, he starts his new video. It's like stupid.
I always get Lex Reed, whatever.
Oh, that guy, Friedman, he's pushed hard.
Yeah. Oh, drives me
I
nuts.
blame you, Jeran. I blame you for suppressing all of Google. Like YouTube, they actually had a, it must have been you guys, because wasn't it rather ironic that sometimes you guys would mention something, asteroid's going to strike, and
funny.
then next week they're bringing it up, right? You guys kind of led their stories, their narrative. Like, they probably ran out of ideas, and they're going, what can we come up with?
I mean,
Let's watch
Stephen
Globebusters.
Hawking being not on the ALS website. We mentioned that. And then the next week he's on the ALS website. The AE map being taken down from Earth.Null School was a direct result of us starting to talk about it.
How many times? And don't you love that we still have bobwins.com?
Right.
We love that.
Cool?
Another thing, yeah.
Elon
That's
Musk changing
forever.
his live
That's
stream,
forever.
as we mentioned.
I want to
it.
talk.
Yep.
Go, Cami.
Go, Cami.
Love you,
Hi,
girl.
Cami.
I don't know how to do it without interrupting. I don't know how to jump in. But here, can I raise my hand, or that something else that was very, very, very important to Bob and anybody that knew him and knew his heart, or that the women in the movement, being a woman in this movement is so hard. People like Karen B were his greatest heroes. Nora, Amanda, you people doing that. He wants more support for the ladies. It's fun to have our little boy talk shows, but this is This isn't the normal.
I had to remove my wife from it because it was so crazy, and I don't even recognize sometimes.
Toxic.
Like Karen does it every day. It's a very tough job.
It's so toxic. It's so horrible, and these women are so strong, and he wanted to build them. So I mean, because he thought it was the women and the children, and that he didn't see this as a sausage party. He did not like it as a sausage party. It was offensive to him as a sausage party. Include seriously. Bob liked girls.
We know.
We know.
We've been on the show with him. We've heard.
We've been on the show with him. He liked girls, but support the women, give them extra love, share them, and if it's not your style, share it with your wife. Share that, because your wife and your people at home that don't like the stuff that you're talking about, show them My Path to Flat Earth or some of the other things. Everybody has got their own way in, and if you're just exposing them to what works in your mind, you're being very self-centered.
I'm sure that Bob liked the physics girl because of her content.
He did like the physics girl, Diana.
Sure, the content was what it was he liked.
Yeah, the content Diana girl. Yeah, Diana physics girl was a long before.
There's a lot of physics channels out there, just so you know.
Yeah. No, before Flat Earth, physics girl preceded his YouTube channels prior to Jeranism, prior to 2000. I mean, when her channel opened was when he was there.
Yeah, Cami, I really appreciated that about him. He asked me to be on the show. But
yes, he wanted women on the show, but
then we got the convid, so I got full on that.
Do you mind if you don't mind, I try and elaborate. And I wrote about this in my book because I sort of said something like science and physics and astronomy, astrophysics has all been dominated by men for so long. And could you imagine and they kept women away, because could you imagine if you brought that up to a woman? That star is 31 trillion. She can't stop being an idiot.
That's why we all think we're stupid.
And they would shut it down. Yeah, and that's why they
Flat Earth connects.
Down, Hyperthea and all these women that question because they were too logical for these men who just wanted to keep the hyperbole up, didn't they? They just want to, let's extend it to further and further and further, and so
they overcomplicate it with words.
Women have to keep doing. This is the essence of life.
It all makes sense now.
Women.
It all makes sense now.
And fair play to you, Karen. You're a queen.
Yes, Karen.
Yes.
Share everybody share Karen's channel. Bob was her biggest fan. Her biggest fan.
Bob was awesome. He was always very supportive.
Yeah.
Well, he's got hardcore women around him. Karen B aren't fucking around, man. I watch Karen B from the sideline on Facebook.
He respected Karen.
It's a gem growing out. It's a jewel. Karen B, it's nice to meet you, by the way. I had to say hello because we're Facebook friends, but I love you. I follow you on Facebook and you're hardcore.
Yeah. Karen B is everything he appreciates.
I show all my Irish friends you shooting the globe.
Yes.
Hey, can I just say something? I actually wrote this down, and I really should say, otherwise I'm going to regret it. So, you guys stream Globebusters. What is it? 8 o'clock at night, 8 p.m. your time. So in Australia, that's 6 a.m. And I never in my life would wake up for work or any other event, but I used to wake up 6 a.m. religiously. Like it's like, I always did for, how many years. And it was like, 6 a.m., got to get up. And if it's daylight saving, it was 5 a.m., depending what time zone. They flip that shit. That's so confusing. But yeah, I just wanted to say that because how motivated, I was always motivated just to get up at that time and listen to that show and keep it going. Keep it going and run. I reckon in every show you do in the future, my suggestion is that you slot in slot in Bob every show, please. Love you, Cami. Stay strong, girl. And I sent you a message from Australia, I told my wife, and she's been she's a silent flat earther, but she, is like, we're watching you, man. And
Cami, you're on mute.
saying
If you're trying to say something, you're on mute. Cami,
Mm-hmm.
we didn't hear you for a little while.
I said that's fine and that's good. I'm just agreeing with it because I would talk over people. So just I was saying yes, and that's fine and that's good that I'm on mute.
Hey, I've never asked you this before. What is aisling? Is that like dream or something like that in Irish?
It's a Celtic prophetic dream. It preceded Flat Earth
It's pronounced.
Ashland. It's pronounced Ashland.
Yeah, it's Ashling.
Ashling?
Yeah, of course it is, Nora. But it became because I was using it in America as a email address from like 1999, and Americans look at it and say Aisling. It morphed. Aisling 717 is not a new handle. It was Bob's was Xanadu 60 and Xanadu based on Xanadu, and mine was a prophetic dream. Again, we were nerds together. But yeah, he was Xanadu and I was the prophetic dreamer. So
it's a
in poetry. The dream is in poetry, and it tells Nora, explain what an Ashland is. It's we have a Celtic.
I don't know that part of the mythology.
But it's a pretty common name for not common. It's an older common name, isn't it, Nora? Like for older generation of a female name, Ashling.
We have a lot of strange names in Ireland. Aoife, Ashling,
Do they mean stars?
Potatoes.
I read a lot. And throughout my childhood, when I would have to take a trip somewhere, it was usually Ireland. I probably know.
You must come. You still must come.
I know
Bob
all
is
of the
Irish.
places.
Please.
Bob and I.
Yeah.
My common ancestor with Bob is actually Irish.
I can't wait to do that. I love genealogy, and
Okay, cool.
I cannot wait for this.
It's coming out real soon, I promise.
Okay.
Yeah, but our common ancestor with Bob is Irish.
Don't let me burst your bubble, Kyle, but DNA testing all comes from PCR. It's bullshit. So,
Well, this isn't DNA testing. This is actually
this is
actually
father
lineage.
born of. This is born of. This is the lineage. This is not.
Yeah.
No, this isn't. Has nothing to do with that.
This is genealogy. Genealogy is different
word
than
of
DNA.
mouth. And it's word of mouth. It's carried down.
Pedigree chart.
Anyway, in the Irish spelling, almost none of the letters count. That's the thing.
Correct. That's the thing, and it's true. And I always knew because I'm a nerd, and the first time I came across the word, I had to look it up and look at the pronunciation.
Yeah.
And I was a child. I knew it from a child. Yeah.
Chucky Arla it starts with F.
Yeah. It's the identical word in Swedish, Älskling. That means loved one.
Loved
I
one?
like that. Loved one. I like that.
I'm going to play a quick video here for somebody sent in.
Oh,
what? Go ahead. You say something?
We liked,
Oh, look, there's a baby.
Bob, and
Let's
I
do another
liked
one.
words, and like before we were married and before the internet, we would look up words, spend words like aji baji, which is a heated, lively discussion, and just millions of things. But Bob got me. The first gift Bob ever got me was this dictionary, which is impressive. But when you open it,
That's how you get into girls' pants?
Wow.
yeah, this is how he got into mine. So writing is as tiny, and there are diagrams. Austin, this is the most amazing dictionary. It had all of the words. I even gave him a list of words like on dictionaries. Rule it out if it doesn't have or aji baji or this. We only want fun words. But
look,
yeah, we always stopped whenever we were reading, me and him together. If we came across a word that was fun, we had to stop and research it. And this dictionary was before Google.
That's the kind of gift I would give to my wife. But check out little Austin.
He got my heart with this. This
She's
is what
so
he stole my
cute.
heart. And this is 1998. Look at hi, baby.
Look at this little girl.
She's so cute.
What's her name, Austin?
Aaliyah.
Aaliyah. Oh, she's good. So she was born on the 21st of December. Yeah?
Yep.
That's the equinox.
Yeah.
She's an equinox baby.
Yep.
My grandson
solstice.
was too.
No, hold that
The
baby.
solstice.
I want to hold that baby.
Solstice. Yeah.
Yeah, the equinox just happened.
Gorgeous.
I gotta get going, but I love you all. It's been amazing.
Hey, thanks, Kyle.
This is just amazing. I've loved it every bit. So thank you.
Like I said, if anybody needs to go and wants to speak first, make sure you say something. Let me play this quick video. This is from Brianna sent this in, so let me.
Good, going back on mute.
Thank you, and I will turn this off. Here we go. All right, you should be able to see that. Here's Brianna. Go ahead.
History. The true history.
Oh, let me rewind it. I don't know if that's loud enough.
Bob Knodel
I'll
is
fix
going
it.
to go down in history. The true
It's
history.
too quiet, Jeran.
Okay, I'm gonna turn it up. Yep.
Yeah.
As one
One
of the
second.
greatest minds, the greatest hearts to ever have walked this plane. And we are all so blessed
You can't hear that either?
that he joined us here.
I'll
can
start-
hear it.
Okay, I'll start over because that's as loud as it's going to get. Right there.
Start it over, but yeah.
Here we go.
We can hear
Bob
it.
Knodel is going to go down in history. The true history of humanity. As one of the greatest minds, the greatest hearts to ever have walked this plane. And we are all so blessed that he joined us here. Bob's impact on this world is unlike anybody before him. If anybody deserves a monument, if anybody deserves to be remembered with honor, it's Bob. Bob had a way of explaining things that I think, for me, really helped bridge the grounded science with the metaphysical explorations, understandings, and discoveries of our time. Bob helped me feel the authenticity of this community, of this movement, of these truths that we are all waking up to. Bob did not want for anything to get in the way of the progress of this community and of this movement and of truth actually coming out to the human collective. And we can make a point in our lives, if we so choose, to take more of a stand, to speak out more, to connect more, to follow our intuition more. The best way, I feel, for Bob to live on in our hearts and in our memories is for us to continue carrying the torch that he carried. It's not just the responsibility of the incredible Globebusters that have stepped up and made such a difference for all of us. It's actually the responsibility of every single one of us. Because we all are a different piece of the puzzle. We all have different roles to play, if we so choose. It's about all of us coming together. How else are we going to change things here, you know? So, that's what Bob would have wanted. That's what Bob did want. He wanted more unity in the community. Eternal love and gratitude to Bob. Thank you, Bob.
Yeah. Thank you,
I
Bob.
love you.
Excellent. Thank you for that, Brianna. There's one more I want to get done with before I forget. We got Austin from the Mellow Dome. He is working, so he sent in his video as well. Let me pull that up.
All right. What's up, guys? Austin from the Mellow Dome. We lost the legend, Bob Knodel. Been listening to him for quite a few years. Every Sunday. Sundays just wasn't right without the Globebusters. And I learned a lot from him. A lot of knowledge. He was a teacher for many people. I came across this information, this flat earth information around the same time I started getting clean from drugs. And, finding Globebusters and, going to the very beginning, before a lot of the videos, the streams were taken down, I just binged all of it. And it was just so easy to keep my mind busy and keep my mind off of other things. So I'm very grateful for Bob Knodel and the Globebusters and all that. And, you know, he's going to be greatly missed. You know, major loss. It affected the whole community in a huge way. And, but yeah, I'm just here to, you know, say rest easy, Bob. Got all the love for him and the whole Knodel family. And you're getting nothing but love and support and mellow vibes from the Mellow Dome crew, the whole crew, and everyone within the Mellowship. So, yeah, rest easy, Bob, and Globebusters for life. Peace out.
I love it. Excellent job as well. And I do see people asking, yes, I will allow people to come on and speak a little bit later. You just have to really keep it short. Like, I don't want to do a clock or anything, but like a minute, because if there's a bunch of people, it could go on and on and on forever. So we're going to let these people speak first, of course, the ones that are here, and then we will move on to others after. Does anybody have anything they wanted to show or anything? I don't know if anybody had anything they brought to show. We should tell them.
I just want to share something real quick,
ahead,
man, on Bob and Cami as well, and Jeran. You know, when we started doing the conferences and we ended up going up into Canada, we at the last minute, I found out that I could actually stay. My wife was like, no, you got to stay. You got to do it. And I got invited to go to an Airbnb, this big, huge house in Calgary. And we did this road trip, and I rode with Cami, Bob, and Jeran. And that's who I was like, oh, this is the greatest thing ever, because that's who I would want to ride with. You know, I got to sit shotgun with Bob, and we'd had all these conversations for months, maybe even a full year at that point, now that I think of it, as we were doing all this research and going over all of our scientific methods of how we can make this better and do things much more precise, and just even the logistics of getting everybody together in the same place to do these tests. And I just remember the most important thing about Bob was his realness and his ability to have a conversation with no dead space. He always had something to say. He always had something to come back on. And it was just the persona of Bob. Yes, he was big, but he was also, this was too. He had a huge heart. And I know there were a lot of people out there that, for whatever reason, they wanted to say things about Bob or target Bob. And I know that that bothered him. I know that it did. Those were conversations that we had. And even just in passing, in conversations on, you know, chats, group chats, he wore his heart on his sleeve. And that is a true person, somebody that can actually walk through life, go through what he's gone through, been through all the ups and downs of this whole awakening of flat earth and realizing the lies that were all around us and that we based our reality off of. It's really hard for some people to understand and to even gauge the effect it's going to have on them when they first come to it. And Bob was one of those people that when they did have that, if you want to call it an epiphany or a God-given sight, which I think that's what it is, Bob was someone who could comfort you and walk you through it in layman's terms. Even though he could use these big words, he would make you understand. But the best part about him is that heart of his that he had, that huge heart, and that, just like I said, just so easy to talk to. And Austin, Jeran, you guys know, as young men, you understand the importance of that, of having that male figure that you can have that just easy conversation with. So I just want to say to Cami, if there's anything you need, don't ever hesitate to reach out to us. If there's anything that you need to talk about, or you want to talk about, or you want to just say, hey, please don't hesitate to call me. Don't hesitate to call any of us. We love Bob. We miss Bob. It's been a rough road for me losing Rob. The way that all happened, and just everything, and not being able to do anything, feeling helpless, and nobody wanted to hear anything. And, you know, the last time I saw Bob, I knew something's not right. And I just immediately, I just want to start telling people, you know, if you have anything going on with you, don't be afraid to get looked at. Don't be afraid to ask questions, and don't be afraid to share. Somebody next door to you in this little, you know, Brady Bunch grid that we've got here may have some answers and point you in the right direction. And I think that's what we need to realize and take that Bob would not want any of us to go down the road that he went down. I guarantee you that. He would not want us to do that. And I know that he had the fighting spirit. And I will say this, the last time I saw him, he still had that gleam in his eye that I knew that I had somebody I'm looking at that I have a deep love and respect for and will always will. And Bob Knodel helped me in this journey. And I was just honored to call him friend and work alongside him on some things, and just cannot say how much I'm going to miss the guy, and just know that there's not going to be another one ever. And Cami, I just pray that you're going to be, experiencing joy and happiness, and just remember Bob the way that Bob was, because he is just, he's an icon. And man, I'll tell you, I can honestly say in this life experience that having Bob as a friend is definitely one I will cherish forever. And yeah, Bob was a great guy. Phenomenal man.
Yeah.
Well said. Thank you. All right. So before we bring other people on, does anybody want to say their piece now? And then we'll, let's bring on Stellarium 7. What's up, buddy? How are you?
Hey. Hi, everybody. Yeah, Bob, what a wonderful man. I really appreciate, he did so much for, not just for the community, but also for me as well. And when I got to meet Bob and you, Cami, as well in Denver, it was such a treat. He made me feel so welcome and right at home. And I also got to ride shotgun beside him, which was really, really awesome. That day we spent getting a guitar for Alex was a day to remember, definitely. And at that point, I didn't have a channel. I'd never made a video, and I just showed him some of the stuff that I'd been looking into, and he was so wowed by it and encouraging. And he was like, "You gotta make a video." And from the very first video I made, he was there with support and just like, saying great things about it. And it gave me a lot of confidence and made me feel like, okay, I should do more, because if he appreciates it, then it's that's a good sign. And yeah, he when I was really struggling in the first few months after Alex cracked my brain open with this subject, he was one of the voices that I think I resonated with the most. And there were so many great people, but anytime I was watching Globebusters and everyone else had talked, and then Bob would kind of come in and summarize the theme of whatever was being discussed, it just felt like what a relief that there's somebody like him with so much knowledge and so much expertise and the credentials as well, that's able to just summarize things in a way that makes sense to the layman and to a person who doesn't have that kind of a background. And someone once said that you don't have to be an expert to be able to understand experts, and he was an expert in so many ways, and I'm just incredibly appreciative of all he did, and happy I got the chance to get to know him a bit before he moved on, because he's a real blessing to humanity.
Well said, mate.
Hey, Alex and Mike, when you guys came to Denver, I know that the night that we were all kind of hanging out at the club, we were all kind of cutting up and having fun. I hadn't seen Bob ever, and I'd been around Bob quite a few times at that point in the conversations, but I had not seen him laugh so hard ever.
Dude, he was laughing at you. I've got video footage. He wasn't laughing because he was laughing at you. He was laughing at Roland Reddy. You were doing that, cutting up the dance floor. And he and I were in absolute hysterics of what you were doing. And I've got it on video.
That wasn't me.
It's on my channel, bro. It's on my channel. There's a video on my channel called FEIC 2018, My Journey, My Perspective. And the end of that video, I finished that video with just me and Bob and my wife, and I think Mike is in the shot as well. I was just
I was
laughing
filming.
and you dancing. It was just so amazing. And Bob loved that video as well. That he mirrored it on his channel because it was just so packed with so many memories of that event. Of all of us, just really enjoyed each other's company and what goes with it with the Flat Earth event like that. It was oh my God, yeah.
It was the best party in history.
It was so much fun. Well, I saw him laughing before all that too, though. That's what I was getting at. He was having so much fun that night because we were all together. Everywhere you looked, there was somebody that you knew and loved. Somebody, and people were singing and doing just. It was just such a good time.
It was such a room of love and positive energy and great vibe. I know it sounds so new agey, but it's so true. The feeling in that room was just amazing, and I will take those memories of my time in Denver with me to my grave. And Bob is a massive part of that, and I'm honoured.
I knew it, Cami. I knew Bob had probably the most vigorous laugh. I guess who's looking? Look who's to your left. Allegedly, Dave. That guy. I'm going to mute myself. Go, Dave.
Dave, you're on.
You're muted now, Dave.
Cami mute too.
As I muted, I said Bob would have 2 words before you get on. He would say, "Vegas, baby. Everybody be there. Vegas." I know, Vegas, baby. He wanted Vegas so bad. He wanted more than any. He wants Vegas, baby, y'all.
Alex is coming. Alex and Mike are coming.
Alex and Mike are coming. You better, Mike. I need my shoulder and my back fixed. You better. Better. Pressure
Alex
on
and Mike
him.
are coming. And Dave.
Allegedly, Dave, he's coming. I'll let you talk now. I'm going to go back on mute.
I gotta get another T-shirt.
Jeran, I'm gonna bounce soon, so I'm gonna leave. And hi, Dave, and
I know. Okay, go ahead and say your.
I'll see you in Vegas.
Go ahead and say your goodbye.
I am going to try to go to Vegas. I promise I will go to Vegas. Okay.
You have to help. We can't run registration without you, Nora.
Yeah. Okay. I just want to say that I really feel very honored to have been Bob's friend and to have interacted with him. And if anyone I know, like of all the people I know, you could say this of, Bob really embodied the idea of being the change you want to be in the world. I like, he really embodied it, and he inspired me to try to be that. And so I guess that's all I want to say. Okay, I guess muting myself. Okay, bye,
Bob. Bye, Nora.
Yeah.
I love you.
God bless. Bye, bye. Love you too. Bye.
Bye, Nora. Bye.
Bye, Nora.
Hey, Nora. Wow.
Or is Dave Weiss still here? No, I don't see him.
Allegedly, Dave. How's it going, brother?
What's up, Dave Moore?
It's going good. I apologize if I'm not sounding very well because I've been speaking like non-stop for the last 2 weeks. So I keep losing my voice. So, so excuse me if I sound like a pubescent child going, oh. Yeah. So
it's good to see you, bro.
It's good to be seen. It's you know what? It's sad that the family gets together only when sad occasions. I met Bob for the first and only time I think was Denver, which was a very special occasion because for me anyway, it seemed like I had this extended family that I'd never met before. But it's like I knew him so well, but that day when we all first got together, and it was like it was weird and familiar at the same time, and yeah, I was laughing at the stuff you were saying about the going out that night. It was brilliant, and I've got memories that are going to stick with me all for the rest of my life, including Alex, because. Well, it was great to meet Alex, but it was like as soon as he opened his mouth, I thought he's not American. I'm like, I wanted to go, you fraud. You
were violated.
I still had that video. I think Mike took it. Mike took that video of me and you first meeting, and you went, "Who the hell
You
are you?"
didn't even know who he
It was only
was.
when I went, "You remember me? Hey, you remember me, man? I'm the guy with the hat." And you went, "Oh, now I know who you are."
I was like, "You're a fraud." Yeah, and it was
I've got it
brilliant.
on video. I know exactly the moment you're talking about.
Yeah, so I had so much fun meeting everybody. It was because it was like family that I'd never met before, but I knew them intimately, you know. So it was that event was going to stick with me forever, and it's incredibly sad that we've now lost two amazing people. And I'm still trying to process it, to be honest. I'm really, you know, I cannot believe that Rob's gone and now Bob. It's just
no one expected a Globebusters show like this, did they?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I'm still reeling over Rob, because I'm like, who am I going to get to spar with on Facebook anymore? You know.
I so enjoyed your little back and forths and everything, because I know you guys didn't see everything eye to eye, but you respected each other. That was the main thing about that.
Absolutely. I never had that a very sort of close relationship with Bob. He was to me, he was like the one who gave us legitimacy. Almost, because, you know, we're a kind of ragtag bunch of normal people, and then we got this scientist, you know, and when you see him in his white coat, right, you can't argue with him then, you know. So
the cloak of credibility.
Yeah, he sorry,
the cloak of credibility.
Yeah, absolutely.
Bob felt that if you wanted to talk to somebody that shared all of your opinions, spend your time with the sycophant Northing or a toady, a brown noser. Spend your time with those, or look in a mirror. He didn't want to talk to people that knew everything that he did or agreed with everything. That was never. It's the respect issue on it. It's like, talk respectfully and discuss ideas. That's what. Again, it's not fun talking. If the idea is, if it's just validation you need, go somewhere else.
Yeah.
I love that, Cami, and I hope I wasn't misconstrued before, especially when we've been told by a medical expert before, and I'm like, oh no, how far do we fight? So I respect everyone's decisions. Like, to be honest, my auntie, she got cancer. She did the normal routine. She did the chemotherapy. That, I reckon, killed her. Yeah? So, do we fight as men? We're stubborn.
None of us get to stay here forever. We have to.
So I'm sorry if I was.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry if I was disrespectful. I kind of felt like it, and because I'm stubborn. Like, I've been to a doctor for.
No, it's fine.
Like,
him either. If you guys want to do something, if I take off my headphones for that section. It was too difficult for me. It just wasn't my segment, and I'll go back later. But as far as things, the only thing I can say is, don't make your wife bow. Do not make your wife promise things that are not fair.
Cool, man. I get it. Yeah, thank you. I'll take that.
Please,
100%.
Please,
I will. That's what I'll do, because isn't that well, as a married man,
thank you.
And even just with a partner, if you got to care. That's that.
You got to care, and you have to keep your vows.
Stubborn, men are so stubborn.
They are,
aren't we?
Fucking assholes. Sorry, love you guys.
No, we are. Let it out, Cam. We are. We just that. You heard
all of us.
Oh, I'm like, who cares if we die? Who cares if we die?
I care. I care. I don't want you to. We care, and you all are. Yes.
Thank you,
and we love you. We love you for your strength, but know that we love you, and We love you for being strong and stubborn, but we love you and we want to keep you around for us.
And you know, if any of you ever come to Australia, you're welcome to stay at my house. That's how much I consider you. All of you guys on this panel, you're my family. Like I've been, you know, but seriously, man, even through COVID, could you imagine the lockdowns that your content, all of you guys, just keep pumping it. Because we, you know, I was listening.
Best apocalypse ever. Apocalypse means
best
unveiling.
Ever. Yeah, the unveiling in Greek, the last chapter of the Bible is called the Apocalypse, Revelation. And this is the unveiling of information. I was listening to Eric DeBay before, and some guy, he said, it was just his latest interview, he said, I didn't question anything until COVID. Like, what the heck? Where have you been, bro? Yeah? So, you know, you guys have been your frontline soldiers. Do you get how war occur? You know, the soldiers at the front line, and your frontline soldiers, and you're always going to be. And Bob is like right there. They're at the front. Right? Done. And then you can't undo that sort of stuff. That's all I'm going to say. Yeah, sorry.
I was going to add that in any group of people, you get this marketing rule that's true about any group of people. It's called the 1-9-90 rule. Okay, so any group, you get the 1% of doers. All right, you get the 9% of contributors, and you get the 90% of passive consumers. Right, so in the flat Earth, I hate the word movement, but in the flat Earth movement, it's still true. You get the 1% of people, and I think 1% is here right now, you know, so we've got to make sure that this Zoom doesn't blow up in our faces, right? Because we've got it all together here. But we've got the 1% of doers here, and obviously Bob was, you know, the 1% of the 1% here. And you know, we've got a lot of contributors who aren't the ones who go out and do the experiments and stuff, but they're the ones sort of going rah, rah, rah. And you get the passive consumers who think, I hate to say this, they think they're flat earthers because they've seen a video. So yeah, I just want to throw that one in there.
I love the young blood coming up though. I love these new guys coming up. I love the energy, you know, the TikTok videos, and I always forget the kid's name, and he's so good. He's so great at it.
Caleb.
Caleb.
Yes.
Caleb. Yeah.
Thank you, Alex. Alex had to remind me like 3 times last time we were on the phone. I kept saying this guy's great. But
there's also another one, Troubling Tribune as well, Skylar, Troubling Tribune. They're blowing up on TikTok. TikTok is like not really, maybe an untapped area for Flat Earth, but the more, I mean, if you look at the search results for Flat Earth, it's incredible.
They haven't locked it down like they did YouTube yet.
I love
They're trying.
That platform, though.
I know it's garbage.
You guys, could that be why they're trying to take TikTok down? Is they're trying to censor us again?
Who knows? But
I think it's part of it because with all of the Twitter files coming out, I don't know if you guys have been paying attention to that, but it's basically come out that the government has been going behind doors and making deals with all these social media platforms and telling them what to censor and how to censor. So essentially it is the government who is censoring everybody's free speech. And so when TikTok came out, they don't have the reach on TikTok like they did everywhere else. So then they wrote that stupid bill, which everybody thought it was to ban TikTok, but it never even said TikTok in it, you know, just to have more cyber spying, you know, like full and complete control of everything.
Well, you're so right, Karen. And isn't it like YouTube 2.0 where they, you know, had a Senate hearing? Oh, what are you going to do about flat Earth? And they just decensored, didn't they? They censored, actually, not decensored. They censored the information by putting that, flat Earth is an archaic thing, you know what I mean? But you guys, all of it. So picture this. So you sort of gave me this thing, Dave, this thought. So we're the old school guys. You know, we'd ride our BMXs and we'd do a mono, we'd do a wheelie, or do a backflip, right? And these guys, Caleb is like doing fucking this spinning around over a jump compared to, and we're watching them go, those young kids, hey, those BMX kids are wicked now. And that's where they're going to take it. So, hey, we're going to watch them. And you might feel a bit of, hey, why didn't I say it like that on TikTok? They're legends. Let them carry it on. You know, front line, you got the back line. They're going to, you know, we step aside or we might get killed. Or we're going, whatever. We're going to, you know, be phased away, if you like. But,
just remember this. Remember this, Billy. Remember this. Muhammad Ali never said, I wish that was Mike Tyson. There were two champions. Two champions. That's it.
Separate, yeah.
Two separate eras, champions. And just that's what I'm saying. To be the champion of your cause, go after it. That's what Bob did. That's why Bob came out of his shell and shined and surrounded himself with great people and teammates and family. And that's why this movement was so dangerous.
Can I mark my ground? I'll mark it right now. I'm 53 years old. Bob was 60. If I do 10 years of activism like Bob did from 53 to then, mate, just imagine. I know I'm going to just go now. I'm motivated. You know, is it bad that I'm motivated by someone, you know, like Cami? I'm sorry, but I'm gonna, not sorry, but for being disrespectful if I sound, but I want to keep going.
Yeah. But Bob understood it wasn't an elimination sport. Some people view like things as a competition and think that you win by taking out the competition. He understood. Bob saw through that this is not you don't get better by stepping on other people. You get stronger by building them up.
The best.
And Bob understood that, and people don't. They think that you win by beating the other person, and that's not how.
That's
not how the world
analogy.
Works.
Yeah.
But you know what? You know what, Rick? What you just said, Rick. It's a good analogy because Muhammad Ali, he had to win by shit talking all the time and scaring everyone. Tyson never shit talked. He just beat their ass. Bob Knodel is Mike Tyson, not Muhammad Ali, because Bob never shit talk. He just fucking backed it up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So to me, Bob, Mike Tyson, he's not Ali, man. You're so right, man. Bob was Mike Tyson. You don't need the shit talk at all.
if
you're like, fuck you, I have a preponderance. Fuck you.
Hey, Cami, the one thing I want to show you, and Bob commented on this video I had. So this glass dome, and I shone a laser through it, and all these lights started popping out, like, you know, almost like starlight. I did that about 5 years ago, and
it's not working right now, Billy. Try it again.
It was not my original thought. But guess what Bob did? Because I shone it through the top, and I never did this for him, Cami. But he said, "What about if we shone it through the bottom, like a?" You know how he postulated a lot of ideas, and even the black sun.
And had us try it and mock it up here, damn straight.
He didn't agree on it. He didn't agree on it, but he postulated it.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
You have to, if you shut your mind to it, you can't filter it. You have to take it through the logic filters. You have to drop it through. He couldn't make the black sun drop through the logic filters. It wasn't anti or pro. He applied engineering logic to things and ran it through data. I mean, he ran it through the little filters, and if it hit a block, he was open to anything, though.
That's the actual scientific process. When you really think about it, you have to postulate it. You have to run it through filters, as you said.
Right.
Your own mental
Test it. Does it work in reality? If it doesn't work in reality, then is there something I don't understand, or is it a physics block? It's not working in reality because it's physically proven that it cannot run through. So then you have to separate, is it a possibility or an impossibility, and keep on breaking it through the logic filters. I mean, it's how things were processed. It's how we processed in this house.
And that's pretty much not original thought, but he had, compared to everyone else, that's original thought right there, isn't it? But he asked me in a video one day when I did that, when I showed that, I don't know if you've ever seen that, like, it was, one of my early
He made
videos.
me do it. He made me redo things and try things. And
Cool.
again,
He he asked what would
have
happen.
the lasers in there.
Oh, nice. So he asked.
We have all this stuff.
He asked, what would happen if you shone the light through the bottom and it created, you know, like, because I had a torch and it created a moon here and a moon there, and you know, we don't know what we're seeing. And I just wish I did that experiment with him one day, you know, back then.
You can still do it. He likes you to hands-on learning.
I'm gonna do it. I want to go and keep going. I'm trying to build a bigger one. How do you make that bigger? Like, how do you extrapolate?
I don't know, Billy. Billy, put that up to your lens, all the way up, as close as you can.
It's bigger now.
Okay, thank you.
You just scaled it up.
Thank you, Billy. I was trying to get a hold of that for the last 5 minutes. Oh, there you go. We all got them. So did you
all different? I have them in all different sizes.
Give it to Dave. Dave needs
I have like
Dave,
20
take
of
one.
them.
So let me ask,
Hummer, he's not getting it. Good effort. You should have had me help you with that one.
Yeah, he doesn't get it. He's
all right.
No. Can you do the laser thing though? Show me what you're showing Bob with the laser thing, because I want to see how this works.
Oh, you got one too, do you?
we all have one.
You bugger.
We all have all the toys.
Weiss, you caught that, right? I was trying to throw Billy off. Make him.
I love you, Rick, man.
All right.
Like, I swear to God, man. Yeah, and this is, you got to laugh sometimes.
No, how did you do that? But no, I want to know what did you do with the laser? What was the significance with the laser thing? Because I know Cami and I were playing this stuff in Denver with holograms.
I'll send you a copy of my video. Like, I literally showed a laser, and then I put a torch here, and it created a moon, that would almost be holographically, you know. I'm not into the simulation hologram, but hey,
Dave's doing it. Okay, there you go, Dave.
Yes.
Who knows what we're saying? There you go. Yeah. Ouch! I'm blinded.
Hey, Billy Zack.
I'm seeing.
You're gonna mess up your camera if you shine
Billy
laser in
Zack.
it too much. That's what Mark did.
Look at that in there. The very cell effect.
Billy Zack, we would also layer and work with parabolic mirrored dishes and other things to make difference. You can do it. It's again, we're working with
Is that what you guys would do at night? Is that what you do at night? You know,
Looks like Superman. The guys that are stuck in
it is.
We watch movies. Most people watch like chill out.
No. At nighttime, the UV lights come out because that's when things glow in the dark, and you can work on those.
I know. Yes, indeed.
That is what we did at night.
I get up in the middle of the night, like 1, 2 o'clock, and I just have a fascination with the stars. And guess what I saw? I saw a star, which is at that horizon there, and it just went, and it stopped over there, and it just. And you know, some people are like, oh, that was a satellite. Hang on, but satellites don't have propulsion technology, and they have brakes. So how could it go from there and stop there, just boom, like that? And it became a star. It just stayed there, and she's the same star. So I don't know. And my son and I are watching this. He's 25. It's not as if he's like a little kid, and he's like, "What the heck did we just see?"
Uperlite. It's a mineral. It glows better, and when it gets dark, it like pops out. It goes on fire. This is Uperlite. This is reacting to UV. It's making huge glows. But at nighttime, when you won't see the UV light, you'll just see it go on flames. Uperlite, look it up. Natural mineral, created naturally. Perlite. It's up by Michigan. They find the rocks and they check for it with UV lights.
Is that the one you had, Cami? Is that what you were showing me?
Yeah. Yes. We've got all kinds of. He was working on all kinds of things.
No way. Why didn't they teach? Why didn't they teach? This is school. Because
rocks grow quickly, and I mean, when you get into it, the way that the entire system is entirely wrong. We could do a whole show about that, but because rocks and minerals grow, crystals grow. They don't. Nature is amazing. Go outside someday.
Yeah, and a lot of scientists. Yeah, and a lot of
you have to
science-
open your eyes. They tell us not to look, and it's right there. Kids know. They grow how they put strings on it, put it in sugar, and it crystallizes. And that crystallization is the natural state. That's what happens in nature. It's perfection.
And the scientists will say this was caused from billions and billions of years. No. I don't believe that either.
Earthquakes pushed
No,
it up or
not
whatever.
at all.
Talk to Mike.
Karen, do your talking here. Jump in here with me because my mind is fried. But no, that's not how it works. And he understood how it works. And again, natural lighting, fluorescent lighting, all of this stuff, we just manifested it and hooked wires and make stupid, dumbed down versions of it.
Well, and Mike just did a big
Everything
video.
was all there. Everything was already there before we learned how to turn it into wires. All of these properties are there in everything in nature around us. And they blinded us to us, so we'd be forced into their little fake materialistic.
And that's been suppressed. That's the true suppression, isn't it? Yeah,
it is.
Yeah.
It is. It's the
suppressing us from nature. Yeah.
Do you know how plants grow and how people grow, and the cells divide with people, and it does this?
I don't.
Okay, well, if you understand science, they're all rocks.
I do, but I
don't.
But
Everything comes together. In other words, out of a slurry, the things attract and they create imperfect sacred geometry, lattice structures. But that's a whole different. It's all real. It's all real.
What I found interesting, Cami, is when we were talking about all that stuff when we were different times, but I got turned on to Mike Wilkerson's research. And the last video, Mike, he's still here. Mike just did that video. Didn't you just do a video on the proof that fossilization is actually very fast? It can be very fast, extremely.
I mirrored a 2.5-minute video. I think it's the last one on my channel that's a PhD in geology that's totally decimates some of the mainstream narrative when it comes to geology. I've worked in laboratory, that trees make opals. That's that blew my mind. I'm going to do a video on that shortly.
The silicates in that.
There's so much evidence.
The water retention in that, opalized in that.
Opals are coming from trees. Yeah.
That's cool.
The trees made everything.
For the creationists in the group, this is really fascinating because this was a topic that was going to be coming up soon. If you wanted a preview of upcoming Globebusters, let's see. I do not have my husband's articulate word, but in other words, if you understand, and Karen help me out if I need the words on it on the lattice structures, but metals, like when you talk about metals. Let's start here. When you make, let's do water because everybody understands it. In nature, when it has time to crystallize and form at its own temperature and that, you'll notice it makes a snowflake very quickly, instantaneously, depending on the conditions, right? And if you've ever looked at snowflakes, they're amazing. When you make an ice cube, what you're doing is you're forcing it and you're turning those same chemicals into a glass. Electricity, by the way, falls into the snowflake equation when you make them in laboratory. You have to run electricity, which is absolutely fascinating. There's the science behind that is amazing, but they have created the perfect snowflakes, twins and triplets and multiples that are identical because if you make the conditions identical, you can replicate a snowflake. But little quirks in nature is why we say everyone is different. Well, metals, when we find metals in the ground and that, one of the things that science works hardest on is making a metal glass because a metal glass has properties that are amazing that you can bounce balls on them forever and that because you're unorganizing the lattice structure. But it crystallizes in milliseconds. It crystallizes so quickly they have a hard time forcing it to change over to matter from liquid or gas to solid without completely organizing in milliseconds. So one of their hardest things that they can do in a laboratory, but one of the most expensive things to do is make a little piece of metal glass which exists. I can go over it like Steve Mould has got on his physics channels. I can give people that are better articulators than me information to work at. But in other words, creation happens very, very rapidly. It's not a slow-moving event. I've worked in laboratories in gemology and where they were creating synthetics for the different things and fossilizations when work to it. In laboratory, it can happen in a couple hours. 2 to 10 days you can fossilize anything if you make the conditions right. In nature, it happens all around you all of the time. Everything is fossilizing all around you at all of the time. If you go out by a river and you take a stone and look at roots, you'll find some of the trees starting to fossilize in place. Its fossilization is not dehydration. It happens around water and moist conditions. And we can recreate it in laboratory. In other words, it can be scaled, and I have actually done a lot of laboratory work as far as because one of my specialties, for people that don't know me, but I did a specialty called separating sophisticated synthetics for years. And so in Denver and in the area, I would have people bring, if you had a stone or a diamond or something that was grown in the ground compared to one that was grown in a laboratory, the laboratories got really good. So in other words, you have the same refractive index, you have the same specific gravity, you have the same birefringence, you have every property, the same hardness, the same cleavage, everything is the same as far as properties wise. And you have to rely on your eyes, high magnification, and look for growth markings. And it was a hard, in other words, it was a very specialized high magnification thing, looking for those little quirks between, did this happen underground or in it? Is there a flick of platinum in it? And that's not native to it, because platinum, they're usually cooking them in platinum bowls. And so you look for little hints like that, but that's how good we got in laboratory. In laboratory, we can synthesize diamonds, we can synthesize gold, we can synthesize all of these things. Diamonds, it took us a long time to get right. We could do it years ago, but we kept on doing it high pressure, high temperature, because that's how they are taught in science. We were not successful doing it commercially, and the reason they're available now is they switched it to low atmospheric pressure. Because why? Because diamonds are not really formed under high pressure or high. They grow like any other crust. You can't take coal and squash it into a diamond under high pressure any more than you could take a willow tree or a softwood tree and squish it into an ironwood, or take a stack of long tinker toys and squish it into a little smaller version of the tinker toys. It's the lattice structure, the way it grows in nature. And if it grows out long and quickly, you're going to get coal. If you have this tight, compact, ideal conditions, you'll get a diamond out of it, but you can't pressurize it into it. It's a different growing condition. And that's reality, but things are growing all around you. Crystals did not stop growing any more than grass did not stop growing. Rocks did not stop forming. None of this stuff has ever stopped. It's no different. Just like people are born and died and grass comes in that, the rocks in that are always created.
Dynamic.
It's always been dynamic. It didn't happen and was over. They lied.
Well, that's what the flat earth is all excuse me. Sorry. This is what the flat earth is all about. Is, my conception of it is that it is a terranium. So everything that's ever been here is still here. Every drop of water that's ever been is still here. Yeah, every scrap of energy is still here.
Yeah.
Right? Yes. And it's going to be recycling around and around forever. Yeah, because
Dave,
we're not.
That is the conservation. That is law. That is law in physics.
This is
little filters that you filtered those little trickles through, those little droplets that you put it through. What you're saying is physics, the real physics.
Is the common denominator then in all this? Is it hydrogen?
No.
It's not a hydrogen.
Jews.
No.
It's the Jews.
It's the Jews. It's the
it's always the Jews.
It's true. You got to put your lodge hat on, Dave. If you're gonna
but thank you for trying to make it so easy,
guys. I gotta cut out. I just want to say it's awesome. This was awesome. Remembering Bob and continue to remember Bob. Hey, Dave, nice to see you, and everybody else. And I look forward to watching the Next Level movie with Bob this coming weekend. Yes. So he's going to be watching it with me for sure, and we're going to have a good time. So everybody, peace and
peace. You're his hero, David Weiss. David Weiss.
Dave Weiss is everyone's hero. Let's be honest.
Cheers, Dave.
Feed the trolls.
Weiss. Weiss, hot sauce.
Yep, I got a new batch going. New batch.
Vegas,
thanks, buddy.
Vegas,
baby.
Yeah, just amazing. Well.
And I just want to say one quick thing before I go is that on the note of crystals that now Bob has he's a crystal that's crystallized in our consciousness and will continue to grow. So yeah, thank you for letting me join in, and have a wonderful night, everybody.
All right.
Love you, bro.
Thanks, bud.
Love, bro.
Good night, brother.
Take care, everybody.
See you, brother.
All right, I gotta.
This has been remarkable, and actually, Cami, you know, who knows some of the stuff you mentioned? Like, how do we know where we came from, what we're doing here,
No.
where we're going? You know, is that analogy? Yeah, but it's just amazing. I think about the stars. Is that where we came from? To be
Learn it
honest,
like
when
a child. Learn it like a
Yeah,
child. That's the only way we can learn.
Stars.
With bright
That's right.
eyes and curiosity.
the day before my grandson was born, is like a year and a half, like 21st of December 2021. I remember that because it was 21/12/21. I'll never forget it, actually. Just do that. But that night before, my wife and I were driving. We were going to the hospital because he couldn't go because it was all locked down, all this shit. He couldn't even, you know, only the father could go in. Untraditional to when we would go. But anyway, without doing that, there was a green star shot across the sky and just went out. Must have been 200-300 meters away from me, not 200 or 300 kilometers, because it was right above there. Guess what? He was born the next day. Just freaking incredible.
Sorry,
And,
that
you
was
know,
my laser. That was my laser. Sorry.
from Australia.
I want to hear how it sounded. What was the sound it made when it went across?
Nothing. We'll just drive. Just the crunchy.
Stop playing with him,
BMW,
please,
broken
Rick.
more
Come on.
than working. But you know, yeah, I don't care. I like him, but I don't really care. But it was just amazing. And the next day, born, because we were waiting for. It was 2 weeks, 3 weeks overdue. You know what they were doing? Hey, Karen, you're in you're a woman. Imagine being.
You're a woman, Karen. Did you know?
Yeah, well, you know when
she's a woman.
I did not know. I didn't know. It's such a
she is so.
Yes.
So you know when your water breaks, how long?
Glad you guys still know.
They left her for 24 hours after the water broke because that's how bad lockdown was. 24 hours, like we were panicking, you know, badly, and then that star went across, and then he was born next. It was like just freaking trippy shit. Anyway. You know. Anyway, I just I should go. I love you guys so much, and Cami, I send you and my wife and I sent you a message, and I know you've been inundated with messages, but we send you, you know, our sincere apology and everything, condolences from Australia and from the whole of. You know how many flat earthers Bob created in Australia? Think about that. He sparked, and you know, he sparked that, man. So, love you, everyone. I'm gonna let you go.
Thanks, Billy.
Good morning.
All the best. And Jeran, thank you for inviting me, Jeran. Like, it's been so great chatting with you all. Good night.
See ya. See ya.
See you, Billy.
Go Nichter. Bye.
Well, Dave Murphy, I got to say, Bob's not going to be very happy to hear what you said because the last chat we had was what happened after you die. And he wanted to not go into the light and escape the matrix. And you're saying all energy comes right back to here. So he's all around us. He didn't get out.
He may have broke the
because he's still around us.
Okay, well, my talk for the True Earth Summit thing was all about what I believe this place is, and the thing is, okay, I'll just step back a second. My view is because this place is a bubble of 3D space and time, right? The moment you arrive here is the same moment you leave, right? And so the same moment you leave is the same moment everybody leaves. So we're all going to, I guess we're all going to see each other at the same moment when we all leave together. Yeah. So I don't worry about, because I've lost a few friends over the last couple of years, including my best friend of 40 years. He got jabbed while he was in hospital against his will. And he came out of hospital 3 weeks later. He suddenly had a heart attack out of nowhere.
Oh, man.
Yeah. And so I lost him. I lost my best friend from school. And the sad bit about that is that he tried to reach out to me on Skype. And I've kind of forgotten about Skype. And I went back to Skype one day to find a message from his brother saying that he's dead. And then I looked back a little further and it was him, my friend, saying, Dave, I'm proper scared. I've got heart problems all of a sudden and I'm really scared. And I missed it, So
It's
anyway.
not your fault, man. It's not your fault.
That's rough.
Yeah.
I was going to ask earlier, there was a lot of us on this panel when there was 40 of us on this panel. I was going to ask everyone raise your hand if you feel guilty about Bob a little bit, and I'm sure a lot of hands would have went up.
Mine would have
I
went
did.
up.
Yeah, I mean, who's left? Raise your hand if you feel
I
like
did.
you've done something. See,
I
I'm
did.
pretty sure 40 hands or 38 would have lit up. So, and that's what I think Amanda was trying to say earlier, and I know, Cam, you had to leave. It was getting uncomfortable, and I understand that. It's not any of your fault. There's nothing more you could have done.
Right.
But there is more you could have tried to have done. So I get what Billy was saying. I get what everyone else is saying. It is what it is. You could have tried to have done more, and maybe you would have helped, maybe you wouldn't. But that's not how reality works. And that way,
Yeah,
that's what
but
you
in
get.
reality, in all fairness, in reality, nobody knows everything I tried.
That's right. Yeah, and I know you probably did stuff we don't need to hear.
That's right.
There's probably a secret,
Bob would want it that way.
There's a level that's not made to be public. You know what I mean? So what I'm saying is, I think a lot of us, myself included, as I said earlier, I came on here. I misspoke earlier. I said I felt bad because I never got the chance to tell Bob that he changed my life. That's not true. That's not true. I feel bad because I never bothered to tell Bob that he changed my life. I had plenty of chances and I never did it.
Take your chances.
The guilt I carry is that I never bothered to. I had a lot of chances. I could have told him a million times and I didn't do it. And we all have that in hindsight. You know what I mean? You're like, I could have done this. I could have, should have, would have. Yeah, but in hindsight, if you knew he was going to be gone, you would have said it, but you don't. And that's just how these things work.
Right.
So the silver lining I'm taking from this is it taught me, as I said, I've been crying like you saw me. I was the first guest on this show. I was like blubbered. I told Alex.
Well, you were supposed to be, but then you didn't. You couldn't take that spot.
I told Alex. I said, "I'll see you on the show. I'm going to be blubbered like a fucking idiot." And sure enough, I got first fucking slot, and I cried.
I'm going to play. Oh, go ahead.
Don't play it back, Jared. I don't want to.
No, I was going to say I'm going to play a slideshow here in a second, and then when we get back, we need to kind of get to some final speeches, and then I'll bring on some of the audience if they want to jump on for a quick minute, just so we can.
I'm saying to the whole panel, like we all feel really guilty, don't we? And that's what these things are about: is to absolve ourselves. However you believe it happened and whatever, you aren't guilty. You're not at fault. You know what I mean? So we're here to remember. And
we live and we learn, right? Isn't that what they say?
Yeah.
Yes, we learn. Do we learn? That's
yes.
What we need to learn.
All right, here we go. This is a slideshow. We'll see you guys in as soon as it's over, and enjoy some pictures of Bob.
Don't forget to click on the link and donate to Bob.
Oh yes, please. The link in the it's pinned in the chat, and it's in the first link that you see in the description. It is to fundraiser fundrazr.com/Bob Knodel, and if you could support for his final expenses, that would be greatly appreciated. And yeah, that'll be up for a while. We'll see you guys.
Yeah, this is our safety net right now until I know how everything, the things pick out. My hope is to turn it all into, and I don't know right now where I'm standing. Time will tell. There's a lot of unknowns. I'm happy living anywhere and anything, but my greatest hope is to make this a Knodel Prize Memorial Fund and a reward and a community thing. You can pray for the blessings and things because I do believe if it turns out right, that's everyone's intent. So I thank you guys, and I thank you guys for leaving it for a safety net. If it doesn't work out, regardless if my family is not allowed to move me back in Denver and put me in a nice retirement community. Karen or John else. Yeah, like in other words, I'm good. I'm
You're
happy.
good.
I'm good.
Cami, am I out of line to ask? Like, I don't want. Tell me if I'm out of line. But the house you're in right now, did you guys buy it flat out, or is it?
Yes, we did. No, we bought it flat out. The only things I have a couple of things in doubt. I have hospital bills like for the final day, and I have like with my son going, and we did not owe anything, and we lived the way we wanted to. We put everything like where we wanted to. So my big things are that, and I believe he provided for me, but there will be my husband, to be perfectly honest, never. This is another thing that might come up with it. He has never been to a doctor, has no medical history, and died within 24 hours after being admitted in the hospital. If you look at the death certificate, they said the initial cause, they told me in person, was an enlarged heart. But if you look at the certificate online, it's pending an investigation. My husband, for a living, what does he do? He's a YouTube conspiracy theorist. It is what it is. So in other words, things will have a hold up, but he did like it should like trickle through fine. He provided, he had life insurance and things like that for me. So as long as you're right now, it's my safety net, but I won't need it if the government doesn't try to.
Yeah, but they
do government things.
So I keep it for right. In other words, I appreciate it for that, and I have a family as a safety net. I have a lot of people as a safety net, so I will be fine.
I used to work in life insurance. They're gonna fuck with you. That's just what they do.
Right, that's what they do.
It's their job.
As long as it's not a traceable drug like arsenic, you'll be fine. But
right, no, I did not.
That was my question. Is like, what do you need right now? Is it okay to ask? What do you need right now? And are you okay in the long run? Or what can we do for you?
Right now, like that fundraiser, I thought was the most. I was already before you even donated. I thought was there. It should be fine. I think I'm fine on everything. They've been bringing food to me.
Good.
You guys, the community and my family and everything. I'm overwhelmed with the support. Actually, I'm like blanketed with love, and I don't feel like I can fall no matter what. I feel that there's that much stuff. I'm really, in other words, you're right, Steve. They're going to fuck with me on that. They'll fuck with me on other things. I just need to get through that, but I should be just fine. And even the worst case scenario is I'll be just fine. You know, the government has the money instead of flat Earth, which will piss the hell out of me and piss the hell out of Bob. But that's the worst case scenario is that the funds won't, like, we won't have the memorial and the big stuff. And we'll still have his legacy. That's what I mean.
That's safety net for now, so that's good.
I'm from I'm from the life insurance industry in the old days.
Right.
The life insurance actuaries and underwriters don't care if you're a flat earther or think Mars.
Right.
They care like if there's arsenic in his blood.
Nope.
Once that all passes, you're good to go. But it will go through really strict steps because a lot of people kill their husbands. So
they told me it could be weeks or months. I mean, they said that like waiting for all of the some things take and so that's my main thing is I'm just kind of living in limbo. I don't know what I don't think anybody would freeze a checking account or anything like that. So I don't know, but I'm fine. In other words, I'm fine the way it is, knowing that there's a nest somewhere that my hands aren't even touching. I don't want to touch that. Jeran, I want you to keep it for me in case it's like needed. But at this point, just let things shake through. It's one thing at a time, and it's not important stuff to me. What's important is that we keep moving forward and don't get caught up with the corporate, and that we do what's important. That's that's what I need. That's what I need.
It's also nice to see you smiling right now.
It is nice.
Shining because it looks like this was a soul cleansing experience for all of us.
It was.
Well, and the one question I have, the question I really want to ask is, how's Jeran doing? How's he doing? Because that's really, he's been on my heart.
It's hard for him. He's 19.
Yeah, he hasn't even responded to me on.
He has been very, very strong though. I am
very
so proud
strong.
of
He's
that
trying to be
young
the man. He
has stepped up and
Good.
It'd be great.
He said, "I got to." And
he's taking care of his mom. He's doing all of the man things the 19-year-old should be doing, and my heart is broken. The difference to one of the other things that I'll say is one of their games about putting off childbirthing and having women have careers and everything first. I want to say how that trickles down. I grew up and I knew my grandparents and I knew my great grandparents, and my father also died at 62 with me right there in the arms at the hospital. The difference was as I was 35 and my baby is 19, and this is what they're doing. He didn't know his grandparents. He didn't know his great grandparents. He can't remember. This is another evil of the system that has to start. And you young people, you have your babies now.
Yeah, have your babies.
You'll never have enough money if that's what
you'll never be ready. If you're waiting to be ready,
you'll never be ready. You'll never be ready.
People used
Do
to
it
say
now.
that to me, and I didn't realize like that. But it's true.
It's true.
Don't wait.
Don't
Have your
wait.
babies
Don't now.
Now.
All right, let's watch this. We'll be right back after this. Enjoy.
Love you,
Just
Cami.
one.
I love you guys. Okay, Eero.
Hold on. Sorry. Sorry.
I want Eero.
What
No,
happened?
sorry guys, because I need to left for
Mhm.
family business, but I just want to honor Bob with one final action, but I cannot do it because I want to share my screen, but
I'll allow it. You can do it.
because I'm started Globebuster sharing my screen, and I
Yes.
think I going to you cannot start screen share while the other participant.
Oh, it's because
is
I'm sharing
sharing.
sound. Hold on. Let me turn that off.
Okay.
Okay,
Just
there.
very quick,
And go ahead
because
now.
I cannot put in words how much Bob helped me to change my life, but maybe one picture talks more than words. So this is my final screen share for Bob. And
Let me show
Cami,
it so
and-
you can't see it. Hold on. There we go.
Yeah, thank you so much for being there. The first time that I arrived to United States and welcome me with the open hands.
Wow, look how young you look.
Open arms. Well, yeah, you could say that. But that is my final honor to Bob.
It's a good screenshot.
Just that.
And another honor,
He looks
Ira,
stoked.
I'm going to come to you because we want to redo some graphics. We want to make Globebusters even better, so you still have more things to do for Bob.
Okay.
I hate to tell you. Okay. We would appreciate that. All right. Let me bring this
Oh,
back
I
up.
love that so much, Iru. I love that
good.
so much. I remember that moment. We were glowing.
Here's some more.
He looks so
good-
stoked.
Yeah, he's so happy to see.
He was so stoked.
Yeah, because we brought him, remember? And we brought CMG.
We
too, I
brought
think.
Iru. Yeah, Iru.
Yeah. You took me as a part of your family, and I
Yeah,
never
you are
gonna
part of our family.
Yeah, never gonna forget that.
Okay, here we go. See you guys in a few minutes.
We can't.
Jeran, there's no sound, Jeran.
There is. It's just not for you guys. Hold on. You want me to start over? That's
Yeah,
because
start over,
because
bro.
Iru did that. Iru made me stop sharing. So.
Oh, you're gonna make me cry.
Things never change.
Yeah, I know. Really. What did I do? That share screen, share only audio.
Good God, look how young you guys look there. Jesus.
Multiple, hold on. I need to see where the share. Okay, there we go. Share sound.
That was on top in Kauai, by the way.
Yeah.
Or no, it wasn't. It was on Lanai. That was the top of the island of Lanai.
You can hear this now?
Yeah.
You heard that? You hear that? Yes?
Yeah, that was it. Go
Thank
back.
you. Here you go. Enjoy.
We have found our way. It's a brand new day. And we'll be making history. Are you with me? Won't you stay?
All right, thank you for that, Bob. That was great to see some of that stuff with his son and some of the stuff of you and him when it was many moons ago, huh? How long ago? How long ago were you married, Cami?
Bob and I were married in 2000.
Okay.
We had met in 1998 when I think I was 33. I'm trying to think of it, and then 34. We got married when I was 34 and he was 39. These were like just pictures on my things. We have thousands of pictures of like that parasailing trip. We have them in all of the years with he and father and son parasailing. That was something that was an annual experience from the time that Jeran was Jeran's first Hawaii trip. He was 6 weeks old. And I don't know if we parasailed him on that one, but if they let us, we did. Because between the two of us, but no, all of the pictures are on Bob's machine, and I'm scared to operate Bob's machine. It's really complicated. He's got 5 monitors and a lot of drives, and it connects to every other computer in the house. And Bob ran all of the tech, and I did the analog. I could network computers, and when I met Bob in 1998, when I hired him, I wanted to tech. This other computer company was trying to hire me out from under because they wanted a girl tech, and I ran a network on our system. Or that I was things were going wrong. I needed help from different areas, and I yelled at them that I wanted a tech that knew more than me, and they sent me Bob, and the rest was history. But,
that's awesome.
He did know more than me, and at that point in time, I lost all of my computer networking skills or how to even run a computer. I met him and became stupid around computers because I'm a girl. It's what he did best. Oh, yeah. Probably more than you guys want to know, but at some point, like on the pictures, those little pictures were just a flashlight. We worked to go on vacation and do things with family or to retreats, or we worked to live. Again, it wasn't the money, and we always had the air miles. They made me travel at work. We always figured out how to do things for no money. You can do it if you want to. There's no excuses. That was Bob. He's like, thank God with me and my stuff, there were always air miles.
So somebody want to speak now, or if maybe everybody feels they have, it's up to you guys what you want to do, or else I'll start to open up.
Era was mentioning that he might have to dip off.
Era, you want to say a final thing, or
did Era leave? No,
the final.
Era's here.
I'm here. Final words. Well,
if you have anything you want to say.
No, but again, I'm gonna be always thankful. I don't know if that is the correct word, but
yeah.
For me, I always mention, and I have the chance in life to say to him how much I love him, how much he helped me all the time. But the first door that at least I became a flat earther because Globebuster. That's the real thing. And 1 year later, after email, he responds me and he invited me to the show, and for me that was like a dream come true. And at the end of the show, he told me, hey, Robbie wants to contact you because he believed that you need to be in the first Flat Earth International Conference, and I almost die in that moment. And for that trip, or for that adventure, my life changed. So you cannot forget things like that. And I don't know, I believe that we descend again to this earth to accomplish a mission beyond our self. And I think we are in the right path, and heroes like Bob help us to connect again with our purpose. And there are things that I cannot say in English because my lack of language and my nervous. But it's just I'm sad. But at the end, I think, like I mentioned before, I think Bob, complete his mission. He not left this earth without a purpose or without any doubt to get back. At least he wants to help us again. But I going to be always, thanks for what he did to the community and especially for myself. So thank you so much for inviting me to this memorial.
Beautiful, brother. Well said. Anyone else want to say?
Yeah, I want to say to you, Austin. I'm doing it again here. I started out blabbering. I'm gonna. Of all the people who spoke tonight, you've been very quiet all night. You really moved me, your speech, and I could feel your love for Bob. And when you brought me to tears when you came to tears, and I respect your love and feel your pain, man. You've been very quiet tonight, but I feel your pain, brother.
Thank you, brother.
Just want you to know that.
Much love, bro.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, I think I'm gonna drop out because I've been here for a long time and my rear end hurts. But it was really good to be here with you all, and I love you guys, and I'm really gonna miss Bob, But
Yes.
I'm glad you guys are gonna keep it going, and you guys do a great job on the show. You really do, and Bob will be proud of you guys. So I'm glad you're gonna keep doing it. I'm really glad you're gonna keep doing it. And that's it. Just love you guys, and I always say,
Vegas, baby.
I get frustrated, and I always say I want to quit, whatever. But truth is, I probably won't, especially now after we lost Bob. We need all the people we can get. So.
The system is set up to discourage us and to cause pain so that we don't continue on. So you have to. This has been, losing Rob and Bob both, and who knows, if there's somebody else that's sick or whatever that we all know or are connected to in some capacity. I think it would be very wise for us to really reflect and think about if we were in that situation where somebody said, well, I saw this today, somebody said, if I gave you $1 million today, but you have to pay tomorrow, would you take the $1 million? And the answer is no, I wouldn't take the $1 million because today's worth more than that. And I think that's what we need to focus on. So I think that's what we need to do, is focus on our task at hand and do what we feel led to do and humbly go. But I think somebody's.
We're doing a memorial right now.
Oh shit! It's Cami. Cami's answering her door or something.
A federal raid. It sounds like the FBI's.
They brought in Benji.
All right, cool. Karen, you said you have to go, so thank you.
I got to go too, guys. Austin, again, man. Hey, dude, thanks again. You got everybody. And Iru, great to see you, man. I haven't seen you in a long time.
Me too, man. Me too.
Love you, bro. And love you all. Love everybody. And thanks for everybody that joined us if you're watching this later. And for those of you that are just watching this, I don't know if you guys are shutting this down or not, but I just want to say this, that no matter what you think about flat earth or the construction, know this. I believe that each and every one of us serve a purpose, and it's our job to really wholeheartedly seek that out and search the truth in complete humility and humbly go after it, but also confidently go after it. So, and I think that's where we need to take this next step, no matter what it is, use each moment as a gift that it is. And collectively, you'll have one heck of an experience when it's all said and done.
Yep.
Love you, Karen. I'll see you really, really soon. Really soon.
For sure, Cami. For sure.
Okay.
Cami, we were worried about you there for a second. We heard the dogs barking in the background.
Pizza just arrived at my house with people making sure that we're well fed.
So it's not a raid. It's a
food delivery. The kindness of the Thank you, Just Jack family. One of his sons just came through. The community has been overwhelmingly supportive. He would have been proud. He would have been. This would have put him in awe. I mean, this really. He would have liked this. He would have liked this a lot.
I'm gonna miss him. Man,
It's
I didn't
hard.
get to talk to. I didn't get to talk to him when this COVID thing hit, but leading up to this, man, it was a lot of great conversations, a lot of learning, a lot of little. Sometimes we do this, but we loved each other, and that's the whole thing. And gosh, man, just don't take anything for granted. Don't take anything for granted. If that's the one thing I can say, and it's something that I need to work on myself in my own journey, but I just hope we all understand that maybe this is a lesson learned for all of us to really focus on the now and move forward and work together and just love each other.
Absolutely.
Sir.
All right, you guys. Thanks for having me. Much love, you guys.
I
Long
gotta go
live
too,
Flat
Karen.
Earth.
Karen, I'll call you this week.
All right. This is for Samuel in the
Karen.
chat. Yes. Just let it go and keep going. But for Samuel, he has something to me. So move on.
Anyone else? We're letting everyone say whatever they want to say at the end. So if anyone else has something else they'd like to say, we wrap everything up. Go
Yeah,
for it.
I got one. I got something.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Sorry.
You're good, brother.
Bob was probably. I've had some amazing people in my life, but probably the most influential person. And he always supported me. Oh, sorry. I was ready to quit Flat Earth so many times. And like, on key, Bob would, share more one of my videos and say, man, this guy's onto something. I hope he keeps going. Let's see what he does. And it would just make me want it, And then after that, he made me a part of his family. And I asked him so many questions over these last few years. And every time he knew how to answer, whether it was as a friend or as a teacher or as a father or as a peer. He treated me with respect like I have never been treated before. I don't know, he saw something in me. And it just brought out the best in me when I was around him. This is a hole I know I'm never going to fill. This is like my first love, Nobody can fill that hole that was left. And this is one of those that just can't be filled ever. You know it. It's one of a kind. Sorry about that. But no,
There's no shame in crying, man. We're all men here. Some of us.
I'm really gonna start applying myself again. It was hard not having him, not wanting to bug him was the thing. I talk to him every day. But yeah, he was one of the best things that I've ever had the joy to, I don't know, just be around to. He really was. I know he had a big imprint on a lot of people out there, but I don't know. Bob was He was my Dumbledore. If you guys ever seen Harry Potter or any of that, that's what Bob was to me. The guy was amazing. He was amazing before I met him. He's done things that he never got to tell me about that I'm sure were amazing. And yeah, he would want us to keep going. So that's what I'm going to do. And yeah, a lot of it will be in his memory. And it'll be, it'll be in my thoughts while I'm thinking. I'll be asking Bob questions for a long time. But that's it. I love you all. I do. Thank y'all.
Love you, brother. He would want us to keep going. That's for sure. All right. Anyone else got final thoughts they'd like to share?
Yeah, I got something. Bob was 100% the definition of a hero. I mean, Bob might not be here now, but like, no doubt, he personally like changed the lives of at a minimum tens of thousands of people, and many more to come. Could be way higher number than that. And even though he's not here, I mean, over the last, it's been like 8 years since he's been doing these shows every Sunday and everything else he's done, and laid an incredible foundation and wealth of information for people to build off of. And I'm really glad that you guys are going to, continue on with the show. You guys are quite a strong team, and I know that'll make them really happy for sure. And besides all the, flat Earth stuff, Bob was like such a cool guy, man. He was always very friendly. He was funny as hell. He welcomed me into his home many times, even not this past year, but the year before. I mean, we had Thanksgiving dinner at Bob's house, and I know he's invited so many flat earthers in his home to do that. Just always helpful. Like I said, anytime I had a question about something, or we would talk about a lot of different things on the side. And obviously I wasn't as close to Bob as obviously Zack or even Karen or some of you guys maybe, but I definitely, Bob was a good friend and just a great guy. And I know what it's like, as some of you guys do, to be kind of a bullseye when you're over the target on certain things. And Bob certainly was that bullseye for one of the biggest things ever with the flat Earth. And the way that he would handle that, and handle the stresses that come along with that, and not get caught up in all the bullshit that goes along with that. He was a remarkable leader, and certainly will be on the Mount Rushmore of flat Earth. So I think that's about all I got.
Thank you, brother. All right. Anyone else got a closing remark? All right.
Just thank you. Thank you, guys.
Yeah. Cami, how do you feel? Was this all right for you? Is this
it's perfect.
Doctor
As
order?
meant. As meant.
Doctor order.
He would Bob is loving this. Thank you. This is y'all are the best, and he knew it. Thank you.
Cool. So, Jeran, I don't know what your plan is. I can say one last thing, or if you have something else you want to show, or I'm not sure what you.
I was just going to see if anybody wanted to come on, but again, we're going to have to keep it very strict to a minute, just to come on and say a piece if they want. So, the Streamlabs is open, which is StreamYard, which is tinyurl.com/Bob Knodel. And yeah, don't get mad at me if I have a short leash and tell you, sorry, we're moving to the next person, but it's just going to be about a minute each, just if you want to say, maybe you touched your life in some way. And I know a lot of people reached out to me and said they did want to say something, and I only got those 2 videos that I can really tell. So I'm guessing there will be people. But we'll see, and then if we want to close it out after that, we can do that. All right, well, here's Flatman X. How about that? We've already got somebody, so let's bring him on.
Get mad at me if I have a short leash and tell you, sorry, we're moving.
What's up? You can turn off the Chris. Turn off the other stream. Just leave on this one. You should hear the sound.
I did want to say something, and I only got those 2 videos that I can really tell.
He's on the delay. You're on the delay, so you have to turn off the other stream and just leave on the StreamYard one. Now he's good. You got it? Okay.
All right. Can you hear me?
Hear you great. Go ahead.
Cannot hear you.
You can't hear me? Oh.
Can't hear you.
Now you can.
There we go. Am I good? Am I good to go?
You're good to go.
Want to kind of bring up the little positivity a little bit because I'm a big, huge fan of Globebusters. Bob, in particularly, being an electrical-minded man like me, was able to break things down in a manner where I could easily digest and comprehend it. So for the last 5-6 years of my life, being able to follow the trails that all you legends have set there in front of us and being able to just calmly and confidently walk behind y'all and pick up these cookie crumbs is no small part because of Mr. Knodel. And the few times I got to hang out with them during the last Flattober events were a very big blessing. And little would I know that if I wouldn't attended those events, I would have never got to share some time with them. So I have no doubt in my mind that as we speak, Bob is looking down on absolutely everyone here, and even the ones that see this in the future, shaking his head, grinning like, yeah, that's my people down there doing it. They're really doing it. And every piece of bit of information he's left in with all of us, it's only going to water and grow to a mighty tree of knowledge that will be instilled in all of us with Bob's signature attached. Because each of us, because of him and people like him, have our own mark to go ahead and make. Because just a few years ago, I was not a part of this. And now, being behind the scenes, editing and just promoting and supporting, now finding my own voice with FMX Radio and the Melodome, it is, again, no small part because of the Globebusters as a whole and what a strong leadership that we had in Bob. And there's not a tear that's in my eye at the moment because knowing that we will meet this man again. And we will trade stories of our accomplishments and victories and our overcome as he watches us flourish into the future with Flat Earth and all the other unyet things we are to discover. So keep your chin up high because only a matter of time will show that not only was he right, but we were right as a collective. And you best believe he's got the biggest wings right now, just flying in the heavens, shaking his head, grinning. Yep, I knew it. I knew it was a dome up here. I knew it. Now he can see through it. He's probably on a whole new level of training, existence, and consciousness. We should be so lucky to be where Bob is now. And hopefully we'll meet him there in the next life, because I'm pretty sure we will. God bless everybody. I'll keep it short. Thank you, Jeran, for having me on there. Austin and the whole panel was great. Just listening, hanging out to y'all, and sharing your experiences with such a fantastic soul. Thank you.
Much love, brother.
Much love for sure. All right. Anybody else speak now or never speak? One or the other. It is tinyurl.com/Bob Knodel. Give you a couple minutes to get on there if you want. And if not, we will call it a day. But Austin, we've talked, right? We're going to move this forward and keep Bob's legacy alive. Oops, sorry about the screen. Let me get that off there.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that for sure. Like Cami was telling me that night, I went and got to see him. She was like, same thing she said earlier, that like hearing us do it was really big for him. Hearing us continue it and still cover things. And yeah, Globebusters meant a lot to him, and I think it's one of the staples of the community. Like a consistent, diverse panel of ideas. And I think we should just, elevate it in honor of him and keep it going. Yeah, I think that's what he would want for sure.
Okay, we've got Curvature Nope coming on. There it is. Okay, you are on.
Hey, everybody. It's been great. To me, it seemed like a great gathering of everybody today. I just want to say I've never had a chance to have a conversation with Bob, but I can confidently say that Bob seen value in me just like he's seen value in everybody. and feel the love, and it's been awesome to be part of this community and see where it's going.
Great, thank you. That's means a lot. It's the hope.
Absolutely.
For sure. All right. Let's see here. Is that anything else for me?
No, just want to keep it short and sweet.
Thank you.
Love you guys.
Love you too. Peace. All right. There's another spot open if anybody wants to join. tinyurl.com/Bob Knodel. If
Jeran, I'm gonna jump out. Thanks for having me.
Hey, thanks, Brian. So much.
You guys rock it. Now I'm gonna get something to eat and just listen to the callers that hop on. So thanks again.
Thanks so much, everybody.
Take care, Brian.
Later, Brian.
All right. Yeah. Have a good one.
So, yeah, it's funny. Oops, I got to fix the screen again. I'll do that. It's kind of funny because the one thing that Bob always was the most upset about me was always talking religion. And it was the only reason is because he said, it's just not good for the community, Jeran. And I would be like, no, I'm doing it. It's my channel. I'll do what I want. But now that he's gone, now I'm, heavily considering, what is the purpose of that really right now. But let's add Josie Mosilio. No, Mosillo. I don't know. Is my pronouncing right? Probably. Josie?
Hello. Good evening.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you great.
Oh, of course. Condolences to all of you. And I would like to mention that he was also a great moderator and scientist, because we know now science is degraded to almost a joke. And we can say he was a real scientist, and also active in all channels, chats, in all things he care about. I see him in a lot of chats. He was a great administrator and moderator, host. He was a great person all around. And sorry, you guys. This is all I have to say. He inspired also a lot of people and all around the world. This is it. See you next time.
Thank you, Josie.
Bye-bye.
All right, that spot is open if somebody wants to jump on. We've got Wheelchair Bear in the house. What's up? How are you? You're on.
We're in the show.
Yep, you're good. Go ahead. Yes, you're on. Wheelchair Bear, go ahead.
Okay, I can't hear anything, but I just want to say Bob meant a lot to me, and I missed out on not knowing him personally, and changed my life and helped change a lot of people that I knew.
Absolutely. Anything else?
That's all.
Thanks.
Sorry, I don't know if my mic was working.
Yeah, your mic was working great. Let's try Nick. Nick, you're up next.
Yeah, hi. I just wanted to give my condolences to the family, and obviously thank you guys, and most of all thank Bob for his way of waking everyone up, and his technical skills and stuff were a really big part of helping me to realize where we live, and that went way past flat earth. It went into other things as well, and I'll always be grateful for that, so thank you.
Awesome. Thank you for that very much. Anybody else want to say a few words? Give you a minute or two. And then we'll close it out if everybody has had a chance to speak, if they want to. Again, it's on the screen right above Bob's name. It says tinyurl.com/
That is the thing, was his depth. He's not a flat earther. He's going to be remembered as that, but he was so far beyond flat earth, as you know, too, all of you. He knew so much more about so many other subjects. That's what I really respected the most. whether it's flat Earth or the occult, or you talk about whatever with this guy. He knew a lot about a lot of things about the workings of this world.
Oh, without any doubt. Yeah, he was. What do they call him? Like a savant,
Like a
or
savant,
yeah,
like a savant or something. Yeah, something like that. Yeah,
or a polymath, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like he just, as much time as you knew he put into flat Earth, you knew he put almost equal time into 17 other subjects. You know, he was like an adept of the sort, really. But he was almost like a sage, and he almost acted like a Zen Buddhist or something. You know, like a Zen Buddhist doesn't say, "Well, this is how it is." They make you figure it out.
Right, like that he knew more than he let out.
Yeah, he was like you would never let on. Didn't he seem like that? Like he knew more than he'd let on. Almost like that, yeah. He was like like an adept almost. So are you going to talk about religion then now, Jeran, or what? Did he change your ways, or?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, well, certainly right after it happened, my next show that was due was religion, so I didn't do it on that show. But,
yeah,
you know, but it's just it just shows me a little bit sometimes where, you know, when you don't see it at the time, when somebody's clearly making decisions for a community and somebody else is really making decisions kind of selfishly, which is kind of what I was doing in a way. I mean, it was, you know, my thing was, well, this is my belief and this is what I'm going to say. I'm just going to go, which I still stand behind, but at the same time, I do need to weigh both of them, you know?
Well, do you feel guilty about that or something, man? It sounds like you got regret about it, or what?
No, I wouldn't say that. I mean, I just think that I want to be more, I don't know, inclusive. I think that we can, once we defeat the NWO, right, then we can worry about some other things. I noticed that we are a fragmented community, and so if I am doing anything to add to that, you know, that's sucks. I'd rather us all come together, and then we can, you know, we all know that we're being lied to. We all know that we're being deceived. We know that we're being poisoned. We know that we're being sedated. You know, everything that's happening. So I wish we would join together in that theme and, you know, try and wake up the world that way. And then our differences, whatever they may be, we can iron that out once we are in a country that resembles at least somewhat what it used to.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I kind of liked about Bob, is that he would put the commonalities together and say, well, there's no, you know, today we're talking about religion. Today we're talking about flat Earth. Today we're talking about medicine and viruses. Today we're talking about what happens when you die. You know, today we're talking about resets and Tartaria. He was kind of saying it's all the same. It's just like what your passion is, you know, where you are.
Right.
You know, people, yourself, people are like, well, what does flat Earth matter? I go to work tomorrow in the morning and shit. You're like, well, it's the same as what does it matter if you got a virus? You know, like, it's where your passion is, and you don't have to exclude someone because their passion is uncovering that part of the ditch. You know.
Let's go back to
we're all shoveling out the same field. It's just you guys are working in the east, we're working in the west.
Right, exactly.
So, you know what I mean?
Let's go to T-Bone. T-Bone, welcome to the show. Go ahead.
Yeah, hey guys. Just wanted to give my condolences to the family. Appreciate all you guys do. You know, Bob he set something off in me, and something about the way he knew that this was all created really kind of hit home with me. And I'm very thankful for him and for the wise words that he had for all of us. So just wanted to say, love you all and appreciate everything you're doing. Keep it up. We'll see you soon.
Thanks so much. Appreciate that. That's well said. And we got another opening, so don't hold back if you wanted to speak. Now's the time. I had so many people message me and say they wanted to speak, but now not as many people jumping on. I got to keep turning this off. There we go. Okay, bring you back. So, no, I agree, and I love the work that you guys are doing, and I actually miss doing that. I would like to get back to that one day. I mean, you know how it is. Those videos that you do take forever. There's a very long process to do those, right? And I used to enjoy that process, but there just wasn't necessarily money on the other end. So I would spend, you know, whatever it would be, a week, you know, 50, 60 hours on a video. And then if you don't make anything, you kind of are like, oh man. So, live streams are kind of my way that at least I can get a couple tips here and there. So I kind of have transitioned to that, but kind of jealous of what you guys do, because I think that those are impactful, and you don't have to worry so much about all the little tidbits and the little things going on here and there, because you just get to do a video. You just get to sit down and put your thoughts together. And
yeah. Well,
I
mean, you guys actually got us into Rockfin, and we turned it down in the end. We actually turned it down, and Bob and I talked. He's like, "We're making some good money," and I said, "Yeah, but I get it. Like, but what I'm doing and what you guys are doing is
different.
Completely."
Yeah.
Because I was like, well, it might take me 3 months to make a video, and if people are going to pay me to see my content, they want shit now, right away.
Right.
So, like, what you guys are doing is we're just it's apples and oranges, So
yeah, it's different. I like what you guys do.
Like you guys,
I didn't think I would be able to do it either, to be honest with you. But it's,
I know, I'm
it's
the
hard.
same. I'm the same. Like, if they're like, you need to sit down 3 times a week and talk for 3 hours, I'm like, I don't think I could.
It becomes difficult. You don't know what you already said. You're like, what show did I say this on? Am I just repeating myself over and over again? So
yeah.
It's not the
I don't know
easiest thing
how
to do.
you guys do it. So I'm just in a different arena, but
I love to watch at least when I know when you have a video come out, I want to watch it because I know that you put time into it. Whereas now when I put a video out, how does anybody really know what that is? I'm putting out 5 videos a week, right? And so people don't have time to watch all those. So you kind of lose yourself in the shuffle. Whereas you guys, I don't think you get lost anymore, because we know now that when a video comes out, it's researched, it's well put together, it's going to tell a story, and it's going to, help us possibly change beliefs, or at least get a new understanding.
Yeah, but totally. But at the same time, either way, whether I spend 3 months or you spend 3 hours, at the end you're going, am I just preaching to the echo chamber?
That's the problem.
Like, I spend 3 months talking.
Yeah, you need people to share. I mean, that's the position we're in now.
Yeah, but you do have to remember that somewhere in there's at least some percentage of it that's not the echo chamber, but a lot of it is. So
right.
Yeah, it is that you're like, how far.
Or you hope people talk to each other, right? I mean, that the whole thing where if one person tells 2 people, and then each of those people tell 2 people, the whole world will be covered in no time. It's just we have too many people.
That's the thing is, when you just look at what you guys have done, for instance, I like I said, I got Ross into Flat Earth because I got taken by Planet Nibiru. Like, all these guys are like, the world's gonna get hit by Planet X in 2012, and I was like, holy shit!
I kind of fell for some of those too.
I did too. So like, Ross was the space guy. I was like, when Flat Earth came around, I was like, all right, I'm not getting taken by this shit again. So it's like, Ross, you know what I mean? I'm like, these guys got me good last time. So it's the same kind of thing. But I mean, really, when you look at Globebusters, it's the same as when you look at the germ thing that I got morphed into. There was a dozen no germ people, and there was just you guys. Like, how many millions of people are woken up on both subjects? And we actually cross over very well.
Yeah.
I don't know a lot of flat earthers that took vaccines. Like,
no,
they all know each other. You know what I mean? So
let's bring on. We've got
I think like a small few dozen people woke up. How many people did a few dozen through Globebusters? Like I said earlier, you found all these little channels like Level Earth Observer and
right.
Flat Earth British, like all these little channels got together. But I think you guys were the glue.
Yeah, and I think that's how Bob felt, to be honest with you. And then I don't think he felt like he got any credit for it, as far as the people that would make accusations or name calling or these kind of things. It just got ridiculous, because it's like, I like what Marty Leeds said the other day. Marty Leeds did a little video about Bob and was just talking about, these guys were at the beginning. Bob, myself, were, surely Eric Dubay and Math Powerland, and these guys were first. But after that, it was, Bob and I, and it was, starting a show that was the first kind of consistent show that there was. I mean, with Globebusters. And from there, we've tried to hold the show together and be that place that people can go on Sundays. And so for Bob to be kind of disrespected, really hurt him. Really hurt him. Whereas me, I'm just like, well, I've kind of learned that's the way it goes here in YouTube.
Yeah, you don't give a shit.
Well, it's just the way it goes. I mean, what are you going to do? I mean, I wish
It's
it wasn't
clear
that way,
he-
but it's that way.
Yeah.
Let me
It's
bring
clear
on.
he is more sensitive than you, and that might have been part of his health problems.
It could have
Clearly.
been. He was clear. He was a very sensitive guy for the right reasons, though. It wasn't like people, it was because he didn't deserve any of it. So let me bring on Woody real quick. We have Woody seeking
Yeah, go
truth.
on, man.
Go ahead, Woody. Come on and say what you got to say about Bob.
Hey,
Oh, there you go.
my mic is on.
We hear you. You're great.
Everything's good. Okay.
Hey, Woody.
Gosh, guys, first of all, I have to just say thank you to all of the people that have represented themselves there today in honor of Bob. I don't want to cause a big fuss on this religious thing. Jeran, stick to your guns. I don't care.
Okay.
This thing with the religion has done more to destroy humanity's path to the Creator than anything. Okay. I could ramble on forever about this. It is just, I grew up out here in Southern California in the ground zero of the Jesus movement, okay, where the first Calvary Chapel started. And every single person that I was involved with in those early days, that's still quote unquote Christian, literally refuses to even consider flat earth. Just out and out denies it. And I go, well, what about Genesis? What about this? What about that? And they just literally shut it down. They will not look at it. They have become so completely hardened in terms of even considering the truth, but yet they'll sit there and just beat you over the head with the Bible and say, well, Jesus said this and Jesus said that. And I says, hey, Jesus said, seek the truth. Blessed is he who is persecuted for righteousness' sake. What about that? The dang churches were the ones that shut down, not shut down, but cowered down to the masks and the edicts of the government during this COVID hoax. And, it was just stunning. But, I don't want to.
That was pretty sick, wasn't it? I mean, wasn't that eye-opening to see how many of those preachers went along with us?
Oh, it's crazy.
It was just disgusting. And the whole thing with the 501c3, the whole thing with just literally denying the fact what was it? Oh yeah, Mordial has
So
been
Woody, just we got two people behind you, and I told everybody a minute. So just
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
We could talk about that call on Thursday, and we'll talk about all the other stuff. But just give us
Great comment, but keep it to Bob for now.
Yeah, keep it to Bob for now.
Great comment.
Well, anyway, I just want to say the preponderance of evidence.
There you go.
Okay, and Bob's voice was so trusted. I just absolutely thank him, and I thank you guys. And that whole panel there today was there because Bob brought you there.
Yeah.
Bob says, hey, here's Witsit. Look at this guy. Oh, here's Iru. Look at this guy.
Yep.
Let's bring on Spacebusters. It was unbelievable.
That was the joke. It was Bob's dream panel, but we talked about Bob instead of what he would have wanted that panel to talk about.
Anyway, so thank you guys. I just wanted to get on, and I just want to say, Jeran, listen, it's a hard,
Well, you notice I didn't. You notice I didn't say I would do that, but if there's other ways to go about it too, rather than ever single somebody out.
You've been given a hard task, but I'm telling you, there's no way that this current day, quote unquote, Christianity, it's got to be changed. And actually, I think it's the key to unlocking this mess that we're in. I mean, I'm really quite concerned about this damn digital currency and the bill, to suppress everything and try to shut down TikTok and all this stuff. mean,
Yeah, it's getting
these
bad.
guys are not going to go away.
One thing I got to say that we don't, there isn't enough people sharing things. I mean, if you ask me the one reason that we are struggling, it's because people are afraid to put their name next to this movement for whatever reason. And I've seen that because like when we did NASA, why don't you put a camera on the moon? That video had like 45,000 views and like, I don't know, something like 2,000 or 3,000 likes. And there was only 140 people that signed the petition. So it's because they don't mind hitting the like button, but when it comes to signing a petition, putting their name next to something, they just don't want to be associated with it. So I just hope those people recognize that we're really putting it all out here, what we're doing. And all we're just saying, and I even tell people, share it on your Facebook and say, this crazy guy thinks the earth's flat. I don't care, because everybody I talk to comes along. They all start out with, oh, I thought you were crazy. I watched your videos. I thought you were crazy. But then things that you started to say started to make sense. And then one thing led to another. So I mean, we just need to share. That's our only chance to get this out to more people. Otherwise, it's just going to be the choir. Let me let you go because we've got people behind you.
Okay, can I say one more thing?
One more thing, go.
Okay, I just want to encourage people. Morgile has been doing a reading by a book by Stefano somebody or other, which is kind of flat Earth, apologetic flat Earth book. Kind of pulling in the scriptures and the Bible and stuff like that. And I think the book is quite marvelous. And Morgile, he does a good reading when he can read and isn't getting interrupted and stuff like that. But people really should check out that book because it ties into this question about, the Bible and flat Earth, or at least the Bible in no way is it a spinning space testicle.
Right.
So anyway, thanks.
Thanks, Woody.
I love you guys, and
love you too. And by the way, nice hat.
I'll tell you about the hat in a private situation.
I will say this,
anyway,
Jeran.
I love my hat, and by the way, it really works. I've had many chances to,
Good.
I've had many chances to speak up about flat Earth.
Good. Thanks, Woody. All right, we got in fame next.
You know what, Jeran?
Yeah.
Like Ross and I used to troll the NASA YouTube pages.
Yeah.
The comment sections. I think it's Globebusters. Like now, they don't allow the comments.
No, they turn them
anymore.
off now. Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure you guys did it because we used to be on there all the time and trolling their space.
Well, there's a funny one. I mean,
it's weird they shut them off, and I think you guys did it.
Oh, one of the worst ones is if you look on Facebook, and I think it's still up, you can find what's his name? Mark Zuckerberg. He's talking to some astronauts on the ISS or something. And the entire comment section is just,
hey guys, how you doing?
Hey, what's going on? Go ahead.
I can't hear you for some reason.
I wonder why people keep saying that. What do you mean you can't hear me?
We hear you. You're fine.
Really,
You're fine.
I just want to thank you guys for putting this on tonight. Bob was such an intricate person in this movement, and Jeran, Steve, Uru, you guys are great. I love all of you. I can't hear you guys.
You're doing fine. Go ahead.
For some reason.
You're doing fine.
Really, I just want to thank you guys for putting this on tonight. Bob was such an intricate person.
Either keep going or I got to let you go. All right, we're going to somebody else because you guys got to turn off the stream. Go ahead. Next, we've got Evie. Did I get that right? Evie.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, I just wanted to say that the Flat Earth game won't be the same. That's it.
It will not be the same, but he will not be forgotten. But we will try and do our best to fill his shoes. Thank you very much. Rose, welcome to the show, Rose. How are you? Oops. Rose, we lost you. All right, we'll wait for Rose to come back. Rose, jump back on.
Rose.
I might have.
Come back, Rose.
Yeah, I might have kicked you accidentally. It happens. It does happen. Let me pull this back in case that's going on. Oh, here's Chris. Chris, what's up, Chris?
Hey, what's up?
How are you?
I hopped right on. Good. How are you, bud?
Good.
Hey, I just wanted to say, like I did last Thursday, but very sorry to hear about Bob. I was on the panel once before with him, and he was always just full of so many just well-rounded conversations, and definitely was into the same area of focus I like to get into. A lot of the, what becomes after this, and what's before it, all of that. And Jeran, did he live in Clovis for a little bit?
Yeah, or
okay.
Fresno area.
Yeah,
I'm not really sure what city.
Yeah, the other day I was in Clovis. I thought about it afterwards. But he was just a legend. He's a just he was a legend. Yeah, I'm just very sad about it, but I think that the ripple effect will continue, and he'll be just remembered in many ways, especially for how scrutinized with a lot of the people on the other side of things. How much that they just went against him is going to really propel, I think, the ripple effect forward. So, also, it was good to hear from Rodrigo.
Yeah.
When I was on the lounge, it was just you and I and Rodrigo that last time, and he had many kind things to say to me during that, and so I definitely feel for him. I kind of had the same road with just some hardships, and hope that he's just doing much better now. So I thought I'd say that too.
Yeah, me too. I didn't even know some of that stuff he went through, so I got to talk to him, reach out to him.
Yeah,
but thank you.
But
appreciate that.
Keep it short, and love you guys. We'll take it easy.
All right, let's bring on Rose. Go ahead, Rose. There she is.
Hey, Jeran.
Right.
I freaked out and just closed the tab when you said my name before because
is that what happened?
I keep trying to join without crying, and I just can't after 5 hours. So I just figured I just have to do it. But I mean, obviously it's all been said already, but I just will say that, I mean, Bob was just so nice, so kind, and so encouraging to me personally, and said so many nice things to me. I feel like he really, without being that close to friends, I obviously talked to Cami more than Bob, but without being super close to him, like the Globebusters team and so many other people, I still feel like he really saw me as a person and understood some things that I deal with trying to be a peacemaker. And I know he was a peacemaker too, and I definitely just saw his passion, and that's why it was so funny whenever he was annoyed. Whenever he would hit me up on Skype because someone who made a joke that Bob didn't realize it was a joke, and so he's like, I see that you brought that person back onto your channel, and you could do what you want with your channel. It's up to you. But I'd just be like, no, Bob, that was a joke, and da-da-da-da. You know what I mean? It was always cool. It just the way that he would just come at, if he thought something, he was no holds barred. You knew that he was concerned about something. And then it was always just take 2 seconds to work it out, because he's just a completely reasonable and understanding person, which is why when people talk about division in the community, and I'm always saying it's better for people just to go straight to that source. Bob was totally always doing what I would suggest, which is that if he had a problem, he would go straight to you.
Yes.
And I really don't want to ramble, but I really enjoy referencing the 45-ish minute mark of his presentation at that Flat Earth.
I love you, Rose.
The
45-minute mark.
You know what I'm talking about, where he's talking about the inverse square law and about the moonlight, and I can't tell you, I've probably referenced that part to hundreds and hundreds of people who have contacted Pro 777 Radio, and that's the best explanation of why it's retarded, to think that that's a reflection of the light. And then I really enjoy actually going around the internet in different chat rooms and finding people who are talking about the 15-degree thing and explaining it. And I'm just so happy that he encouraged me to do that modern day debate, even though I had no business doing a debate. I didn't know
you, Rose.
I didn't know anything, and I never would have done it if Bob didn't say it was okay. And then he said that, just do my best. And it just forced me to like concentrate on science, because I just thought that I was, ever since that teacher made fun of me when I was talking about where's the line between this vacuum and the atmosphere, like I just thought I suck at science. And so I did the debate. I did a really bad job. And then Bob, of course, the stream was taken down with my YouTube channel, but I just love that Bob came on with me to a stream after my debate to help teach me and clarify things. And then, I was talking to him a lot on Skype about like his experiment after Behind the Curve, where he measured on a flat, on the lower altitude, and then again at the higher altitude, and it came up with a different result. And I just love like correcting people. You know how I love that, Cami, is I love correcting people. So the fact that there's that misinformation out there, I really cherish that. I will, like, for the rest of my life, continue to like clarify that and just be like, by the way, just so you know, that was a hit piece and they Franken edited, and this is like, he really was measuring the luminiferous ether. And so I'm just so grateful for that. And then also my last thing that I wanted to mention was how this funny memory I have of sitting next to him on Karen's patio. And it was when I was brand new with Flat Earth, and I just had this idea that like, you can't really talk about, like I don't say anything that might suggest like the existence of like aliens or some kind of interdimensional being. I don't know why I had that in my head, even though Crow is like known for UFOs, but he's always like, it's definitely man-made technology. So when like Jason and Bob were just like pontificating on like different possibilities and saying like, we don't know what it was. And I was like, but aren't we supposed to say it's definitely not extraterrestrial aliens? And it just like blew my mind of like open-mindedness. And I was like, oh, okay, you can be a flat earther and not and not say it like has to be just man-made technology. Like you could be open to different possibilities. So I think I covered all my bullets, and that's all I've got. And thank you. I love you, Cami, and I'm just hugging you so much right now. And yeah,
I love you too, Rose, and everybody
Thanks,
listening
Rose.
to you talk right now will know. Everybody that's listening to you talk that doesn't know you, that does know Bob, will know why Bob loves you so much. And in fact, nobody did know the 45-minute mark, Rose. Rose knows the minute mark on every fact, on every video ever. Rose, you can go to if you want to know where things are. Rose is amazing. And we're so privileged to have you in our life and play with us, Rose. We pure
fish,
joy,
two
Rose.
fish, one fish, two fish, red fish,
Blue fish.
I love Dr. Seuss. You had me at one fish, two fish.
Red,
Rose,
yeah,
thanks.
red.
Fish instead of the fish.
Rose
We're
is
doing-
something special for sure. Thanks, Rose.
All right, bye, Jeran.
Bye.
Love you, Rose.
We
Talk
got,
to you soon,
we got
sweetie.
Woody again. I don't know what part of 1 minute means 2 calls, but go ahead, Woody. What's up?
Well, there was a lot of interruptions in today's show, so I'm gonna bogart for a second. In keeping with the lessons that we're learning through this situation, this incident with Bob, I'm not the person because I don't know him, but can some of you key people check in on ODD? He's just completely disappeared.
Yeah, I don't have his contact, but I know Hibbler does, so I'll reach out to Hibbler about him, write myself a note.
Talk about a truth teller. This, let's follow up on him. We don't want to.
No, I think he gets working again. I think he's working, but I don't know why he doesn't do both. But
that's all I wanted to say on my second call. Is just can some of you guys that know him or have better contact with him? He doesn't know me, although I've referenced his videos like a million times. Just let's check in on him, please. That's
we
it.
will. All right, thanks, Woody. Anybody else gonna jump on? This is your last call now. Last call. To jump on, get on. You go to tinyurl.com/Bob Knodel. You can do that from your PC or your phone. And I will real quick. I'm going to go and look at the. I got to turn this off first. There we go. I'm going to just look at the donations. So we're, wait, is that right? All right, 8413. I think that's what isn't that what we started at? If you want to support Cami, you just go to fundrazr.com/Bob Knodel. Let me read some of these comments and let's see if anybody else jumps in. So we've got Stephanie says, Bob's spirit lives on in all of us. Anonymous says, journey well, Bob. We've got Liz, the Iron Maiden, says, from my heart to your heart, love Cami. We've got Just Carolyn, says, love y'all. Shane said, I wish that this small contribution can ease the loss of our titan of a teacher. Cami and Jeran deserve all our love and support from those in reach. Hibbler contributed $100. Thank you, Sean. He says, to Bob's family and friends, this is a huge loss for not only the community, but our entire flat world. My heart goes out to all of you. Bob, give Rob a hug and remind him that we are winning. Remind him that we're winning this war that's going on right below you. Greg Abel, very large contribution. Thank you very much. He says, I, like many others, am everlastingly grateful for Bob's knowledge and commitment to the flat earth community. This is such a devastating loss to us all. I was fortunate enough to meet him and hear several of his presentations in Dallas, Greenville, and Spartanburg. I was also an avid listener to Globebusters, and I've always marveled at Bob's research and teaching skills. Each show was like attending a college symposium. To all his family, friends, and fellow truth seekers, he will be deeply missed and remembered as such an intelligent and graceful voice from the wilderness. Thank you, Bob. I am so sorry, Cami. And to the Globebusters gang, please carry on the message of truth that helps nurture and sustain us. The truth is the light, and Bob's contribution to my understanding of that fact lives on inside my heart forever. We've had 100 contributors, so that's a nice thank you guys for doing that. Anonymous says, I'm so sad to hear this. I'm so sad for Cami. I've listened to Flat Earth ever since I first heard Mark Sargent in 2015. It made sense immediately. And you, Bob, and Jeran have hosted so many deeply insightful and enlightening programs and guests. You are definitely the best. I'm eternally grateful for all the hours I've shared with you and the truth I've absorbed. I am so much better for having known you, Bob. Your laughter and knowledge will always stay with me. Thank you so much for inviting so many people to share in your world and benefit from your presence. I hope we all have a wonderful reunion someday. We've got Kendra, $200, very nice. Says, rest in peace, Bob. Sending you lots of love, Cami and the Globebusters crew. Lisa Saye says, blessed be his memory. Also $200, very kind. We thank God for the good work Bob and Cami have done for truth. Thank you too, Jeran. There are many of us who walk beside you, perhaps not so openly, but with one heart. May this offering help. Dave, I'll be right with you over there. We've got, I was so sad to receive the news. Susanna, thank you for $200. Though I never knew Bob, I valued and trusted his thoughts and ideas. Loved hearing him converse on Globebusters. So sad, so sorry. We've got Dr. Amanda Vollmer, another 200. Thank you, Amanda. It is surreal that you are gone from us, Bob. You live on in our hearts and minds. I wish I would have known more about what was going on. I'm sending Cami and my family my heartfelt condolences. What a shocking loss. We've got Jeff Nelson. Thank you very much. He says, my heart goes out to Cami, Jeran, Zack, and everyone close to Bob and his family. Thanks, Bob. You did much good on this realm. I'm guessing the creator is well pleased. Anonymous gave $50. Says, my sincerest condolences for you at this time. Bob was a powerhouse and he will be greatly missed. We've got Super Dave, who says, so sad. You meant a lot to people you never met here on the stationary plane. Love you, Bob. Jim V, $20, says, love Bob and family so much. Bob is a legend for bringing reality to the world we live in and the earth we stand on. Love always. He gave everything he had for the world to correct the fraud played on us. Anonymous says, we will miss Bob. He has impacted my life immeasurably over the years. Praying God's grace and peace be with him and his family and friends in Jesus' name. J.O. says, you always had a warm and welcoming vibe that could be felt even halfway across the plane. Michael Pritchard, thank you very much for that. Ryan said, $200, says, y'all are in my thoughts. Thank you for your bravery. Adam contributed $555. Wow. I hope you find my dad, Bob. I think you two would have a lot to talk about. You touched so many people's lives for the better. A true legend. Thank you for everything. Much love. Very nice, Adam. Nathan Miller, 333, says, thank you, Bob. Forever first. Alex Michael, Conspiracy Music Guru, says, I always remember our time in Denver when Bob shook my hand. What a wonderful man. David Foster, $100, says, my deepest condolences. I'll pick up from there in a second. Let's go with bringing David on. David, welcome to the show.
How you doing?
Good.
I remember hearing Bob on the very first Globebusters, and later on, like about a year later, I was talking about something in a chat, and he offered me the Globebusters platform to discuss something, and I always thought that was so kind of Bob. So I've always liked Bob very much, and I just want to say condolences to Cami, Jeran, and Zack, and everyone else that was part of his life and lived with him or near him. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Bob. So I smoked this one for you.
There you go. Awesome. Thank you, David. Very awesome of you to say. Let me finish these if I can get through them. 1 second. Now I can never remember which I have to turn off that one. Okay. Bring this back over. All right. We've got Run Boston Bear, $100. Thank you very much. Says, praying over you all now, sending you all the light and love we have. We've got Brendan O'Shea. Says, we love you, Bob. My heart feels for Cami and Jeran. Bob was bold, inspiring, and changed our lives for the better. May his legacy never die. And if I don't think I missed anybody, let me check it one more time. It seems like it was it. But thank you everybody who supported Cami, in the final expenses. And wait, what's this one? Maybe there's more. Let me see. Yeah, I guess there is more. I didn't see some of these. Luis says, that day in the morning, Bob came to mind. Ether told me, I'm not following him, but of course I admire him with my heart. That day I knew something then in the afternoon, and news came to me by the net. Amazing human being. Like most flat earth people, thank you, Bob. See you later, brother. God hold you. We've got one Neo says, in the memory, Bob Knodel, you will be missed by many as you help a lot of us see the truth with the exposure of the lies of NASA. I wish I could do more for this community. Again, final chance, guys, if you want, because if we have nobody there, I'm going to turn that off. tinyurl.com/Bob Knodel, Knodel. Haska Sun says, I deeply miss Bob. What a wonderful man. Much love to his family, the many friends, all that he loved and love him. Let's celebrate his legacy now and forevermore. I agree. Anonymous said, thank you for the Sunday night education. L. Deaton said, nothing. Nothing. Anonymous says, blessings and love to Bob and all his family and friends affected by the departing of this plane. We've got Liz says we saw that one. And we've got Cal Moore says, thank you for standing tall on this flat earth. We've got Natalie Marie says, Bob was a sweet and special man who brought so much truth to so many people. I am grateful I got a chance to meet and hang out with him. He'll be truly missed. I pray peace and comfort to Cami and Jeran and the rest of his family. We have Anonymous says, truly will be missed. Never met him, but loved his voice and ideas. Another Anonymous, God bless, protect, comfort, and strengthen you during this time of grief. Lisa with $20 says, my deepest sympathy to Cami, Jeran, Zack, and the Globebusters crew. I read that one. Shane says, oh, we read that one. Okay. Timothy says, I have been out of the loop for a couple months and am in shock and stunned to hear about Bob. I still haven't heard what happened. My condolences to the Knodel family. It is an absolute criminal loss for all of us. He was just the best that there was. We have another Anonymous, to Cami and family, my deepest condolences. The earth is poor and sadder for the loss of such a wonderful man. We've got Ed who says, we're going to need Eero for this. Descansa en paz, Bob. What does that mean? You're on mute.
It means rest in peace.
Oh, thank you. I didn't. Guess I could have figured that out myself. I just didn't know rest. We've got Anonymous. We've got Rob who says, R.I.P. Bob. I listened to every one of your shows. You made big splashes in the world. I hope the other side is very nice. God bless you and your family and loved ones. We've got Douglas who said, thank you for spreading the truth. Enjoy peace with God above the firmament. We've got Green Carly says, to a generous man among men, He was a hero of truth and will be missed. We've got Bo, who says, now you can see God's true creation. Thank you, Bob, for everything you did. We've got the Gnostic Church and Academy. That's Marty Leeds, who says, we love you, Bob. God bless you on your journey. Bob Richardson says, much love you all way. Tudor says, so sorry. Christopher Crum. Thank you very much for that, Chris. Lawrence Matilla says, Bob loved the real evidence. Thank you. Daniel says, so sad to hear this. Condolences to Cami and the whole Flat Earth community. Bob now knows the truth of this world, and he will rejoice in knowing how correct he was in life. Greg says, I did read that one, right? Yes. Yes. Okay. We've got, who else here? Read that one. Patty says, prayers and condolences for Bob's family and friends. God bless Globebusters and its truth it brings about Flat Earth. Cypher Ghost says, see you in the multiverse, Bob. The best that life has in store for Cami and Jeran. Robert Bassano. Oh, that's from Robert Bassano, founder of the Planete Veritas. Long time no habla. Kendra donated $200. Says, rest in peace, Bob. Sending you lots of love, Cami and the Globebuster crew. Brett says, a terrible loss. Bob was an absolute legend. When I found his Globebuster show a few years back, it honestly changed my life. And I don't know how I'm going to deal with this. I just loved what Bob brought to the table. Smart, sharp as attack, and also a great defender and warrior of Flat Earth. God bless you, Bob. You were one of a kind. You will be missed terribly. Bonus. I am sorry to all my friends and families and flats. Thank you very much for that. Jim says, so sorry to hear about your loss, Cami. My condolences. Jeff says, sending help from the other side of the argument. You don't have to see eye to eye to have respect for someone, and nothing but respect for Bob. If the afterlife is true, Bob knows all the answers now. Very nice. Ian Scott says, very sorry for your loss. We are born the same year, so it hits hard. God bless and rest in peace. Dawn says, I never met Bob, but yet he had a profound impact on my life. Thank you for being a great teacher and a human soul. My condolences to the family and the community. Love Ireland. We've got, thank you very much, Tyler, for that big donation, $100. Steven, sorry to hear about your loss. Best wishes to Cami and family et al. Flat Earth ANCAP says, may you find your home on the other side and your happiness in growth towards God there. Lisa, we did that one. We did that one. Susan, we did that one. Thank you very much for that. Chet says, I will miss your voice and your knowledge, brother. Thank you for that. Jeff, thank you for the $20. TN Admire says, a community elder is now lost to us. I mourn. Thank you very much, Randy Bishop. Ralph, we read that one. Mike says, RIP and condolences to the family. He was nothing more than a... what? Okay. What happened to that one? We've got... we will miss you, Bob, from Buck. I hope you are enjoying the spectacular view of the Flat Earth from up above. Hope to see you when I get there. We've got Jason says, truly appreciate your great work. Steve says, thank you, Bob, for sharing your knowledge with humility and strength. Tom said, my deepest sympathies to his family and friends. He was the highlight of Flatoberfest 2021. He will be missed. Dennis said, thank you, Bob. Rest in peace. Daniel said, with sincere gratitude for Bob's life on this plane and to Bob's family for sharing his larger-than-life knowledge and compassion with us. Rosie says, not many of us get to leave this plane having achieved as much as Bob has. Personally, and also as an inspiration to so many others, he helped raise the frequency and consciousness of many people. I wonder how many people he helped wake up. He now has all the answers he was searching for in peace and freedom. We've got Brian says, thanks, Bob, for being such a class act and an integral part of my life. You always stayed true to who you were, even if it meant you would be ridiculed by those closest to you. Your contributions to this community will never be matched. Heaven acquired one of the greats when God came for you, and you will be deeply missed. But we celebrate your life and all that you gave to us, even when the favor wasn't always returned back to you. Love you, brother. Andre says, my condolences. We read Amanda. We read that one. Anonymous says, learn so much from you and your fellow Flat Earth warriors. RIP, Bob. God bless, says Anonymous. Billy Zig says, Bob coached over us many years and we became wiser. Let's make him proud by continuing to expose the grand deception. RIP. Agree. We've got Vape and Shred says, my condolences to the family and friends of Bob. Keep on headbanging in the heavens. RIP. We've got John who says, Bob was a huge part of my awakening, R.I.P. And Bob will be missed by many, but his legend will live on. We've got Anonymous says, so sorry for your loss. I never met Bob, but I listened to a lot and was inspired by his work. And Karen B. Tips for my stream today, including $100 for Michael George. We will truly miss you, Bob. How nice. Jeff says, my heart goes out to Cami, Jeran, Zack, and everyone close to Bob and the family. Thanks, Bob. You did much good on this realm. I'm guessing the creator is well pleased. We've got Jimmy says, love Bob and family so much. Bob is a legend for bringing reality to the world we live and the earth we stand on. Love always. He gave everything he had for the world to correct the fraud played on us. So I think I read that one already. Sorry. He's got out of order somehow. We read those. Raised by gypsies. Bob was a strong influence on my life choices. Till we meet again, R.I.P. Carl says Bob will be truly missed. Sending prayers, R.I.P. Bob. You're all in my thoughts. Thank you for your bravery, says Ryan. Stephanie says we will miss you, Bob. Read that one. Rob said, with Cammy's background, it's not surprising she found a gem. He will be sadly missed. Jason Talbot, thank you very much for that. Debex Space Cadet says, we were so very sad to hear the news. Our thoughts are with you. We never met Bob, but he was a huge part of our lives. He and the team make a huge difference to the consciousness of the world's awakening. He will greatly be missed by so many people, but thanks to videos, his work will live on. His professionalism was a huge draw card to the channel. Ninth Judge said, first Rob, then Bob. They were over target. They loved truth. We love them. Ellen said, Bob is now fighting with us and for us at a truly higher level, along with Rob Skiba. We have 2 new stars in the firmament broadcasting their frequencies down and over us. May peace be with you, said Thomas. Thank you, Bob, forever first. Nathan Miller. My sincere condolences to the legendary Mr. Bob Knodell's family. Paul Lindbergh, thank you very much. Paul on the plane. Joe W. Hill says, I met Bob and Cami in Raleigh, North Carolina at the first conference in 2017. Bob was an important voice in my awakening to the truth in this lovely realm. Christine said, love you, Bob. Or love and light, Bob. Love to you and eternity in Bob's famous words. Alrighty then. Love, bling bling of the BS of the ISS. Alfredo says, I will miss listening to his voice. My heart goes out to his family and friends. Suzanne Borno, who's awesome. She's the one who did True Snacks. R.I.P. Bob, thank you for sharing your passion, your light, and your knowledge with us. Your legacy and the community that you've helped to create will live on. My heartfelt sympathy, my prayers, and my love for Cami and Jeran, you will be forever missed. Edith says, a great man who will be missed, love to his family. Michaela says, your legacy lives in each of us, Bob. You nor your amazing work will ever be forgotten. Dirth says he will be missed, but he will never be gone. Chad says he always had a smile. Much love, brother. You'll be missed. We read Alex Michael. We read that one. Dee Dee. Nice of Dee Dee. Without Bob, I would have never went to the USA all those years ago. It saddens my heart to hear of his passing. But I'm so grateful of having the chance to spend some time with him and his family, Cami and Bob. I love you guys. Big hugs to all of you. We shall meet again. Shiloh says, I will miss you, Bob, Jeran. Bob, Austin, and Dave changed my outlook on life and woke me up to the deception. And there is so many more. God bless you, Bob. Ashley says, R.I.P. Bob, you will be missed. Austin Thompson says, R.I.P. to a legend of the community, Bob Knodel. I learned so much from this man. R.I.P. Bob. Billingtano Bear says, my condolences to everyone affected by this enormous loss. I learned so much from him, as many others have, and will miss his presence in the community immensely. Johnny said, a big mind, a plane will sorely miss. Indeed. Lowry says, much love. Joe Machuga says, prayers to Bob's family and friends. Bob will be greatly missed. Dawn and Michelle from Michigan says, Bob, it was truly a pleasure to meet you at Flattoberfest, and you are going to be missed by all of us. We love you, and we thank you so much for all the knowledge that you poured into our communities. Your legacy will live on through the rest of us. Despite that, you are physically gone. You will never be forgotten. Thank you for giving us the gift of still having Cami in our lives. I love the beautiful teamwork that you made your dreams work. Love to all of you, Cami and Jeran. Sky's the limit said, meet you on the other side, Bob. Thank you very much, Nuba. Run Boston Bear says, prank. Oh, we read that one. We read that one, and that is it. All right, let's go over to, who do we got over here? Dave Hinkle. Dave, welcome.
Hey, Jeran, how's it going?
Good.
Obviously, condolences to Cami and the whole family, and we lost a great true soldier. I just wanted to share a little story I had with him. I was on a hangout in 2016. You know, I guess you could consider me one of the first few hundred people on the internet talking about this stuff back then. But Bob joined the hangout, and I was in the middle of railing against NASA, and I had a number to call, and I was going to call and give him a piece of my mind. And thankfully, Bob joined that hangout because I wasn't prepared to call NASA. And he explained to me that, you know, it's kind of ties in with what Austin's trying to do. You got to have the right approach for this. You don't just call him half-cocked like I was going to. So he touched my life back in 2016 then. He's touched many more since. We've lost a great true soldier, and may he rest in peace. That's all I got, man.
Thank you so much. It's well said. Thank you. Nice to have you, Dave. All right, last chance over there. And then you want to say your final pieces, Steve? And we're going to be closing it out here.
Hiru, nice to see you in, kind of in person. You were there for my first appearance, and I remember it well, brother, and we'll never forget, man. Both you too, Jeran. But I want to say too myself, like, I hope this will continue. You know, I really want to be back. I hope this is the end of Globebusters for me. You know.
No, we'd love to have you. Yeah,
Bob might be gone, but we're still brothers, man. So I want to come back.
Yes, we would love to have you. And you know, do more of these type of get-togethers with more people. I liked it. Just not the reason that we're here.
Yeah. So what's your plan now?
What's
going on now? What's the future?
The
of
plan is
Globebusters?
to get through today and then to address everything. So that's kind of where we're at. Is we've already decided, you know, what we want to do and just keep it going, but make it better. And so we're going to sit down this week and have that discussion.
What's it gets it?
It's Austin. Are you? He gets the torch or what?
No, what's it gets it? What's it gets it?
Yeah. I mean, just what you just read. You know, if I passed away, imagine this much love pouring out from all over the world. You know, you
can't
say where it's from. Imagine.
It's over. You can't. It's over. You guys. I can't even say thank you enough. The respect. It's over the top. Beautiful. Steve, love you. You know
love you too, Cami.
They might even get me on the show for a minute if you come on, honey.
I wish I could be there in real life for the real. Did you have the real funeral, or when is the real funeral? And can people come?
We had a memorial yesterday in the park where we had everybody get together and the children. That was lovely. We're having this today. I will have a memorial in Denver sometime probably in June or July or August when I get out to Denver for several weeks because we have a lot of people there. Bob hated funerals. Bob hated bodies. He did not like to view people. He did not like to, he wanted to think about people like in their strongest. It was just who Bob was. So we will not do the traditional funeral service, but his legend will live on and we'll have many celebrations. I have his ashes and they will scatter at experiments and little amulets and stuff everywhere up in Glendale.
That's what I was going to ask. Yeah, really? Yeah, right.
Yeah. It won't be if anybody wants to spread it and that's special to them, that's fine. If you find it morbid, I would have to say that's something that Bob would find. I'll find it special to spread ashes, and he would not. Well, with his parents and that, but in other words, it's not. It wasn't his cup of tea, and I love Bob for who Bob is, and so there is no right or wrong on the way that we mourn or we deal with things. It's what feels right to you. If somebody wanted to scatter some ashes, in a really wonderful, beautiful place out in nature, let me know. I have not one, not two. Bob was larger than life. I have 3 boxes.
He was a big boy. He was about 6'5". That's a lot of
6'5.5", and just to give you like how much, like how big in his body he was over a foot taller than me, just a little bit over a foot taller than me, but my inseam was longer. My legs were longer.
Yeah. Wow.
So yeah, he was like a big, long. He was a big man. I loved him. He's my teddy bear.
Hey, he was a bear.
My big, strong man.
Wow. Yeah. Well, I've
He liked my
said
long legs too, but yeah.
you're quite short. But thank you all for letting me
5'5",
stick
not
around.
bad. Yeah,
That's not bad.
not
Thank
bad.
you for letting me stick around for this. I felt for me this was a funeral and a goodbye that I wished I had known so I could have said it, but it is what it is.
This is what he would like. He would not like. This is what he liked.
Yeah, this
Guys,
night
he
really
liked the
helped me.
celebration, not the condolences, or not the Bob liked the celebrations and the living. Please
Yeah,
live and celebrate my husband, because if you want to respect what he was all about, that's what Bob liked. Bob loved
The
life
only
and
thing
Bob
missing
loved
tonight was
people.
him. Yeah.
Yeah.
He would have been the perfect guest tonight.
Yes. He was. He's
was.
listening and loving it. I know he is. I feel him, and I feel all of the love everybody is pouring out. And thank you. There's no words for how it feels, other than losing the love of my life. The cushion around me is very, very comforting. I can't lie. So you guys, thank you. You're really special, each and every one of you.
Thank you for making us a part of it. It's honor, privilege, and sad, but gratifying.
Love you.
Okay.
Okay, we have to finish this. I've
Yes,
now been
we're done.
earphones longer than I've ever been in my life, ever.
So I'm going to shut down. There's nobody else calling in. So
Yeah, time to
5
hug your
seconds,
families.
4 seconds, 3
hug
seconds.
your families.
2
Play.
seconds, 1. Close that down.
Get up, get away from the headphones and play with your families.
Okay, so final words,
Bob
Iru or Austin, you want to say anything before we close it down?
Yeah, I'll just quickly reiterate what I was saying earlier. I just know that Bob was very passionate about us moving together as a community, learning more, ironing out our answers, figuring out where we're living, even working on a model, and putting our differences aside and not just agreeing with everything that everyone else says, but just unifying a commonality of purpose, of truth, and stuff like that. So I know it sounds cliche almost, and I've said it a few times, but I do think that is definitely like the most important thing to take out of it. I hope that everyone can kind of take this as a positive as much as they can, and we celebrate his life and his legacy, and use it as motivation. So I know I, for one, will just go super hard for him from here on out, and hopefully invoke a smile from him. And hopefully everyone else can kind of do that. And I think that's what he'd want us to do, is come together, love each other, and just step up our game and get the truth out there as a family. So that's pretty much all I have to say in closing. I think that's kind of what Bob would say himself. And I just think we should all unify with him in that.
And as far as learning and applying filters, my husband said, "What's it gets it." If you want to know what Bob thought about that, he loved it. That what's it gets it and applies the reality filters while looking. Loved you for that. Thank you. Make it great, boys.
We will.
I love you for it.
Yeah, I like to see in the way that I mentioned before, understanding what's happening in Bob's heart under the new Germanic medicine. It's perfectly matched with his passion for the flat earther community. I think he not only come here to give us his knowledge and leave a legacy, but with when the information is enough, the only things left is to give your heart. And Bob give his heart for the community. He enlarged his heart because the symbology behind the heart is the home, to get more people. He started with Zack, maybe, because that was literally. And then he encouraged, he opens the door of his house, of his heart, to anyone. and that is why I said that he accomplished the mission. And it's sad, of course, because in this material world, you want to have that person to the side, especially for Cami and for his child. But we are eternal. We need to understand. We need to, leave people to take his own decisions, and sometimes it's just a matter of time to meet again. So we are all going to meet Bob and Rob and other people that we love, and I give thanks for give us his heart to this community and personally for changing my life.
Beautiful. Excellent. And I'll just finish it off by there's a quote Eleanor Roosevelt said that many people will walk in and out of your life, but only a few, a true friend, will leave a footprint on your heart. And Bob's somebody who has left his mark on not just me, but many. And it's a hard day, but I look forward, and I think that it's, this is not what I ever imagined would be the end for Bob, but now I can imagine even more, right? So that I can dream bigger, think larger. I hope to be like Bob. I hope to be somebody who cares, who sees the big picture, who is got that kind of soft spot for everyone. I think I struggle there. And I want to be somebody who does truly care. Sometimes I get in that rut of I don't care. And I realize that the reason why Bob and why this is so difficult is because Bob cared so much. So, he's definitely going to make changes in my life. And, I'm glad that I've chosen Austin as like a business partner. If people don't know, we actually have a business that we're doing, and that it seemed right the whole time setting that up. It seemed like it was meant to be. And then to hear things like from Cami saying that Bob would have chosen him as a son just makes me think that it was meant to be, that it was the right choice. I think we can do big things. And I think that Bob's going to be there with us, and he's going to kind of give us some direction. And maybe it's something we were missing a little bit. So, Bob, you'll be missed, and we'll think about you every day. Cami, you have to say anything before we go? Anybody?
Oh, well said. Well said, brother.
Yeah.
Do it for him.
I'm sorry, I thought I was unmuted, but I wanted to say thank Jeran. Yeah, Jeran, you inspired Bob, even when like on the religion, he might not like the pieces. The part of it is he likes you as you. Don't change you for you. That was something he was like also. It is do it for him, I guess, for the community, but for you, he also would like argue with himself that I don't get to, I know why Jeran is doing it. He understood.
Yeah, he would often say we had the same beliefs.
Yeah, he respected. The bond that you have with Bob and his respect level for you is off the chart. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't be here, and I wouldn't change a thing, nor would have Bob. I mean, these are some of the happiest, wonderful memories and treasured. You made our lifetime and thank you. And you're right about Austin. He would have. That's exactly. Couldn't do it any better, Jeran. You do the right thing. Just follow your heart and your instinct. We couldn't love you more. We really couldn't. Thank you, Jeran, for this. This
thank
was
you.
Amazing.
Thank you for
amazing.
Bob, and thank you for letting him join the show and do everything. He could have easily just been another viewer. So it was awesome to have him. And he
we'll never replace him, but he's gone now, so we're gonna have to move on with him with us, and that's what's to remember.
Exactly.
He's not gone. He's just it's like the Force, he's gonna be with us. It's just gonna be different, and it's gonna be hard to adjust. But it will, in a way, it'll be better because it always is. Life goes on.
Life goes on. This is how it works. Be strong, everyone. That's what we want. That's what he wants.
Yeah,
absolutely.
We shall meet again.
Yes,
we shall.
I still talk every day anyway. But thank you, you guys. I love.
Thank you for being here, guys. Sorry it was so long, but we wanted to get everybody a chance to talk, and I think everybody got that chance. So please contribute if you can. Fundraiser.com/Bob Knodel, and just contribute by being a viewer of the our shows, and especially Globebusters, as we will spend each week remembering Bob. So we should be back next Sunday, 12 noon, and hope to see you there. I remind you guys, be good to each other. Don't lie to each other. Open your mind. There's truth inside. Till next week, this has been the Globebusters.